they feel a little bit more stable in that.
Let's go.
From Peen Vision. So good to see you yet again. Sir, high stress moment here, I know, so we will get you to your team as soon as we can, but you were probably hoping for another PO last. And it has creep, so we were expecting Man, I'm going to give you the mic on this one. Last time, potentially, that you could be holding the mic on this stage. Probably not, though. I'm giving it to you. This is full trust. Go for it.
It's a pleasure to be here, to hear the fans cheering
no matter for us, for Extreme, it's amazing to be here. The atmosphere, it's fucking TI, boys. It's amazing. Thank you, everyone that is part of this community. Thanks, let's go. Bora, caralho.
And I'm sure we'll be seeing this man in the grand finals. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have brought so far, and we'll continue to bring
Bora,
as we go.
caralho.
That's my boy! It's game 3.
There we go. I mean, Astini, absolutely correct there. The atmosphere has been phenomenal this year here in Hamburg. Thanks to you guys all here in the Barclays Arena. And let's get into the action. It's game 3 time, Vogt. Extreme versus P-Vision. We're going to find out who's going to make it up to the grand finals later today to face Team Falcons. What do you make of the drafts? Because first thing I see XG getting that super strong duo straight through out of the gate.
Yep.
The Snapfire and that Centaur combo.
Let's see if there is going to be that answer. Let's see whose strategy comes in superior this time around. Because this Medusa last pick, there's a lot of big benefits that it does have this game. They mentioned it on the panel about how versus that Bristle, right? He'll be able to just get those stick charges, constantly have mana in the lane. But my big thing that I want to point out is it's Medusa playing versus a minus armor strategy. And Medusa loves that because of the way the interaction works with the mana shield, since you don't have to worry as much.
I mean, and how much of a strength do you think that is, as Astini sort of talks about having the Chen, having this, sort of potential ways to have something that might cause issues for the Medusa?
Not sure. Honestly, I feel like the Medusa is going to be pretty okay unless somehow just gets completely surrounded from some types of summons with the Beastmaster rotation too, because Bristle just feeds you sticks. You're always going to have stick charges. Yes, Warlock's heal isn't going to be as effective, but you definitely can do quite a bit down here in terms of protecting Ame. We'll see how much that mana burn is effective, though, since they killed it immediately. Dies almost at an instant. And yeah, like you said, the top lane, right? It's XXS playing the Centaur. He was absolutely ridiculous last game.
Oh, he was.
A perfect game from him. And Jinkyu, he's playing his classic. And another small thing to touch on as well. I'd be small, but 9class is playing a more normal style hero. He's playing a ranged hero. So, gonna see what he's gonna be able to do with this one.
Absolutely. So still obviously a very strong hero. We've seen a lot of hoodwink come through and some people popping off on this hero. Yeah, eyes on 9class, so see what he's able to pull off this game. And with this sort of lane setup, when we talk about obviously the strengths of the XG getting this classic combo that they'll go for if they can get. Yeah, how hard of a lane is it going to be for Satanic, or should it be fairly safe up there?
It's been a traditional counterpick, the TA versus the Centaur, since it's very low armor on Centaur. Once you get the meld points, it can really start to add up, but this lane is just strong, right? That's the thing about this Snapfire and Centaur. Even if they're versus some type of quote-unquote counters, they can absolutely trade. And you'll see him adapt his build slightly on XXS. He buys an early ring of protection this game to counteract some of that physical, and then he's still just going to go the Dominator build, which is very good versus the minus armor.
And looking at the mid, I thought we have seen some games where, a puck gets through and not a lot of lockdown is drafted against that. Is this one of those as well where you're kind of like, this puck could be a bit slippery, or do you see P-Vision having those opportunities to trip XM up in the mid game?
Could absolutely be slippery, but I think, like Astini was saying, their draft this time around is more about just like grouping up and pushing rather than catching the puck in particular, but they will have tools anyway, right? The TA traps is probably going to be the best tools that silence to be able to lock down the puck once that shard does come out from the TA. But I think it's more about them they're looking to group up and barrel down those lanes very early on P-Vision and set that tempo this time around. I mean, Ame's mana is getting burned. So far, Ducalis is being pretty effective with those, but he does have mangoes to work with, so he is still getting his own out of the lane.
Yeah, not quite able to sort of stop Ame from getting the CS down here, getting pretty much the same as Satanic's finding on that top lane as the Templar Assassin.
And XXS, he's got the helm finished up, so it does feel like he's going to be pretty free up here in terms of getting the last hits versus the Hoodwink and the TA.
Yeah, at the moment, it's pretty much that mid lane where we're seeing the biggest difference right now. Of course, some of those denies being the boars of no one, but even outside of that, very much having the advantage against XM's puck on these first few waves mid.
Yeah, a bit more than half a level advantage at the moment for no one. Having a fantastic start to it. And checking the runes constantly, right? That's going to be the hard thing for the puck to get the fill up when you're playing versus Beastmaster. He sends a board to one side, can go check the rune at the other one. He'll deny the top rune. And even Ducalis was actually making the move over to protect the rune as well, as we saw there with the Chen. Since his only real job is just to send this creep to mana burn the Medusa to make sure that DM can have a nice and solid lane.
Yeah, for sure I will, because for the most part, DM, he's not going to die against these two heroes, right? So another one of these offlaner heroes that's very, very safe. to sort of be left on its own.
Most times versus the Warlock, right? It's not really ever a hero that likes to get, or wants, or can get kills inside the laning phase. It's very unlikely in these terms of play.
And of course, even on the top lane, honestly, I mean, there's sort of freedom for, as we've seen already, 9-class to head away, get some stacks going, because Satanic, as the TA, with the refraction potential, you're not really going to kill this TA unless you're bringing in a +1 or making some sort of move through the twin gate.
Yeah, unless he makes a big mistake and steps up too far forward, but Satanic rarely does that, and Hoodwink is a very effective double stacker.
Yeah, we're seeing it here. A lot of stacks already being built up just 5 minutes in.
Xingqiu is doing similar, as we do see. It's not the same, you know, he doesn't have 3 stacks on each, but the double stacks are prepared. And now the lane's starting to be broken. 5 minutes in, Xingqiu looking to put a bit more pressure onto no one.
And who would you imagine these stacks are going to be for? Is it for the TA, the Beast, or the Bristle?
Which ones? The ones in the
P-Vision stacks in the safe lane, in their own jungle.
Satanic.
Just Satanic.
They're usually just about enabling Satanic, yeah. Farms them super fast as well. But maybe if no one sees an opportunity, like if he's just going to get his bottle filled up, maybe he will clear 1 or 2. Either one of them is probably fine. Bottom DM is starting to cut the creep wave, since there's no way for them to really stop him. A 1K lead at the moment for the side of P-Vision, just off of these lanes. Power Rune, 10 seconds. Both supports looking to rotate on the side of P-Vision. And it does look Satanic. Satanic's just going to go work on the stacks now.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much, as you said, with the supports coming in for XM to have a chance of looking towards that.
XM?
The amplified damage rune will go the way of no one.
I mean, Ducalis is starting to get some good damage onto him.
Quite a bit there.
DM is here.
I mean, XM could still be in trouble with the orb board he used. He's able to jump down to the low ground with the waning rift. Another set of the axes, though.
Oh.
It's close, but XM will survive.
Holy moly, 10 HP. Almost gets brought down there from the amp damage coming in from the Beast. Waning rift, perfectly placed from him as well. A lot of attention on these lanes from the side of P-Vision.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
At top, Satanic. Top of the net worth, getting the most out of this laning stage. All 3 cores in a fantastic spot on P-Vision.
XXS Dominator's about to be finished, so that pressure in the top lane is going to start to ramp up a little more here. But Satanic, he can just clear out the wave very quickly, go to the jungle, get that effective farm. And no one, he actually stole some of the stack as we saw there. So with the axes, he was able to prevent them from clearing their own stacks. And Ducalis.
XM has to go immediately for the TP out, and whereas Ducalis would have been able to body block his escape there with the summons.
Yeah, so nice move. I mean, XXS goes back to his creeps, and he's like, hey, there's no stack here anymore. GQ, you lied to me. As it was taken away from the Beastmaster. 2K lead, just off of lanes. So
yeah,
the positioning of the lanes has been very smart with them having the Chen bottom so far.
And look at this movement. We're going to get P-Vision coming in with a pretty early play down towards the bottom. The 2 of them heading over to try and see if they can catch Arme.
Hey, this is really cool. With Satanic coming in.
Arme has got the 21 charges. We'll be able to pop them. Has a Mango as well. We'll see if that's enough though to save him though, because Satanic's in on top of him. Arme trying to run away, but now he's out of options. No more mana to play with. They kill off the 2 of them and can get the pressure onto the tower.
Oh, and the timing. Look at XXS. He was 7 XP from hitting 6 for Stampede. If he had it, maybe they could have bailed and gotten out of there, but a perfect move from P-Vision to take advantage of no Stampede.
They're playing fast here, P-Vision.
Really
They're trying to get back to sort of the level that they were performing at in terms of speed in game 1.
They truly are looking to set that tempo this game, and it is a very, very strong tempo draft that they do have. All heroes very good at taking objectives early on, good at taking the Roche.
I mean, this is the thing, right? They're good at taking objectives, and they're also good at defending objectives, right? If you're extreme and you're now sort of saying, well, we want to try and push back, get some tier 1s in our favor, suddenly this Bristle's turning up, or you've got the Beast or the Hoodwink spamming out the waves. It's not easy this game for Extreme to get anywhere close to the tempo that they were playing in game 2.
No, absolutely not. They do have a lot more team fight, I would say, this time around on the side of Extreme than we saw from either side last game. But if you fall behind too far in the lane, sometimes team fight can be problematic.
Because this indeed is quite an early gold lead coming into the 3 to 4K, just 9 minutes in. They're getting a lot out of the map here, P-Vision.
Can we get the stack counter? It's gonna have to come up pretty soon. They've gotten, I believe, over 10 stacks already.
I mean, 9-class has done so much here.
Yeah.
As you say, playing something a bit different to what he normally does, but showing that he can get some easy stacks going here for the team.
Mid lane, XM hangs on to the haste rune. That was a roar used. Yeah, the efficiency game from P-Vision with these lanes looking hot so far.
XXS I mean, what sort of direction do you think he wants to be going this game with his build? He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Is he considering rushing the auras again, or did you want to get the blink early this time?
And there are those stacks, so 8-2 right now. I'm thinking he might still do the Crimson if they do see people just start barreling down and running down the lanes, but he queues up the Lotus for now. So
Okay.
Wanting to reflect the roar.
Okay.
Interesting one.
They're getting a little earlier than we normally see.
Top.
They're going to go in with the Dream Coil. I mean, should be a pretty dead 9 class here. As I'll get the bushwhack off, but won't be able to survive. This X-Nova turns up, secures the kill.
Trap will slow down the push, though, taking out some of the creeps. They will put down the sentry to stop that deep push.
XM trying to deal with the mid, but yeah, again, having a complete mana pool being drained here by the pressure of Ducalis.
Yeah, he's actually been very annoying on this Chen so far.
Yeah, he's drained a lot of mana this game.
He sure has. So for Ame, it's going to have to be back to the jungle, slow the pace down for him. P-Vision, they're looking to defend their towers. They want to play this early game. A lot of heroes top, though, for XG. Stampede's at the ready. They have Golem if he does pop the Grimoire. Kiss is still not at the ready, though.
Satanic feeling confident.
Without Kisses, pretty unlikely that they can bring him down just yet. So for Jin Q, a bit under-leveled this time around.
Now, mate, on the bottom side of things, we'll still have to do a bit of catching up. You know, it's about 2K coming up between the carries right now. Just 11 minutes in, quite the difference. So they're going to need a fair bit of time, XG, to regain a hold on this game.
Yeah, Ame's looking for some late game, some pretty late game on this Dusa in particular. Even going for the Dorman Curio, as we saw there with the Mystical. Stacks will be worked on, and he does buy the plate mail. So XXS has shown the build that he wants to go for this time around.
I imagine we'll see sort of similar things coming out from the supports. Just everything they can buy to just sort of throw down onto the Medusa and keep Ame alive in the fights and in the defenses that are going to likely have to come together quite early this game if P-Vision keep up this sort of tempo.
There definitely is a lot of value to these Solar Crests and Lotuses being thrown onto this Dusa in particular, just to protect versus the massive physical that can come out here. XM trying to whittle down this mid tower, but Ducalis is just sticking around, clearing the creep wave as well, putting himself in a very safe position to not get ganked too.
Yeah, pretty much impossible to get to him. I mean, kind of for the whole lineup as well. Like, it's hard to sort of see a way that Extreme can catch out Satanic top, right? Like, how do you get
Dire's top tower is under attack. Ooh, Dire, you gotta fortify them, their structures. Good work. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. I wonder what they're gonna build where Dire's top tower used to be. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower just took a big beating. It's gone. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Maghrib.
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Man, you might as well save that energy because Radiant just fortified their structures. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's for me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Oh man, what? Get up on out of here, because Radiant just fortified their structures. Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is under attack. Roshan just got slaughtered by the Dire. Ownage.
And I'll go that way.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Looks like Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hold!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Oh man!
Macam sapi kebun hidup ke?
Ada lah. Main Dota ke apa duk?
Tengok live TI hari ni final.
Oh, hari ni final
Apa lawan?
Ni tim China lawan tim US. SG lawan Fire Vision.
Baik.
Apa bangun ni nak mandi ke apa? Ke nak makan?
Tak ada, aku belum mandi.
Oh. Don't eat fire.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Apa?
Hari Ahad ni kerja. Mak
Hari Ahad?
aku tak kon.
Kemaruk duit apa cakap dengan dia? Duit tak bawa mati.
Duit ni.
Cakap dengan dia kan, sound tegak ke? Duit tak bawa mati mah. Dunia dah nak kiamat. Cakap dia tegak. Dia Islam kan? Cakap macam tu
Atas nama, atas kertas je main.
Tak apa, tak cakap macam tu. Orang macam tu boleh cakap sound tegak senang. Dia bukan
Dia Islam, tapi masa belum puasa gitu selamba je beli makan ni.
dia cakap dengan dia, you bawa balik tu duit tapi tak buat, tak puasa, tak solat, itu duit tak ada berkat mah. Cakap gitu je. Tak payah layan tu kalau macam tu. Kalau dia kacau waktu cuti kan, kau ignore je.
Betul.
Dia nak kerja dia punya pasal. Dia macam tak ada pendirian, asyik kerja je.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Patah Amin kahwin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Man, you might as well save that energy because Radiant just fortified their
Dah
structure.
jodoh tak ke mana.
Oh boy, Dire's bottom tower is getting
Kau bercerai macam mana pun, kau akan jumpa orang lagi, kau akan kahwin. Kau cerai macam mana kau kahwin sampai kau mampus. Macam tu lah.
structures. Good work. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Not my problem, but Dire's top tower just fell. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. great. Dire's bottom tower just got destroyed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is destroyed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire
links the bristleback to the TA, to the creep, down to the Chen. So all the damage they take ends up getting spread amongst them, which makes their damage really good. But watch this, as we see the TA go into the Roche pit here, he's gonna get bashed by Roshan here. And then this 60-second cooldown roar comes off cooldown right here, which disarms him for 2 seconds. He's trying to all in on the Roche at this exact moment. And then he bashes the Beastmaster as he blinks in, trying to catch the puck. So Beastmaster says, okay, I have to roar here, because that's going to push people out and stun them. He gets the roar off, it pushes out XM, so he's not in the Roche pit. But unfortunately, as he goes to take the Aegis, the exact same time Ame runs in with his ulti, that's going to end up stunning him. So he can't grab the Aegis this whole time. And then the roar duration runs out. XSS is able to pick this up. So the sequence of events that led to this turnaround, the sentry not being placed, the Roche bash, the Roche roar into the follow-up bash, all contributed to the Aegis being stolen there by Extreme Gaming and allowing them to get back into this game. Crazy series of events, but it absolutely mattered here in that last game.
Thank you so much, Pudge. Yeah, that 28-minute mark right there.
Sixth player, huh?
Wow. The levels of it are so much. The fact that they're able to so closely keep this chain stun going, right? It's so easy to overlap it. It's so easy to just miss time by a split second, and that's enough that you don't get that Aegis snatch.
Felt so unlucky, for them, because that actually mattered so much for especially the TA. He needed the Aegis to be able to push forward, and losing that there it was just such a heartbreaking moment for them. And in that manner, sure, they didn't put the sentry down, but it was still unlucky.
Relatable, though. I feel like we all see ourselves in P-Vision's shoes every now and then, where just the worst possible sequence of things happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hyped, though. The arena went crazy when the Aegis Snatch happened. Like, these guys were just going wild. And for a lot of people, this is their first time coming to a TI. Is anyone in the audience first time TI? There's a lot of people making their journey out to Germany here for their first time at TI, but a lot of players, it's also their first time. So we're going to have a look at exactly how we prepare those players.
Okay, fresh meat. Welcome to your first international, all 16 of you. Jesus. All right, we have made this informational video here for you today to give you the do's and don'ts of TI. So do pay attention, all right? There will be a quiz at the end, and you can't pro-track your way out of this one. That's a joke about that. So, orientational seminar. Side A.
Знаєш, що це? Що це? Тут щоб тренуватися? Ні, оце що? Оце що?
Your first time at the International.
Hello, my name is Fear. You might remember me some such things as free-to-play, winning TI5, and other things. I'm here to help give you the tools necessary so you can have a rewarding and fun experience at your first international. Let's get started.
Before the event.
If you're watching this video, you've already completed the first step. You successfully got your visa and made it to a different country. Some of the topics we'll be covering will include etiquette in the booths, live fan interactions, shuttling to the main event arena, and other things to help you on this.
Bro, what is the point of this? We are from NA. We have no chance. We're not making it out of the group stage.
Streamlining communication.
Discussing drafts to your teammates at TI can be stressful. Which one of these following examples do you think is the right way to speak to your drafter?
Do you really want to pick TA and Tide for the third time?
Or you could say,
does it really give us everything we need?
This is much better than a more emotionally charged response, such as,
what the f are you guys doing? You're gonna lose this tournament.
Do you think that is the right way to communicate with your teammates? That's right. Toxicity will never win you games.
Maintaining competitive integrity.
There's a lot on the line at the International, and some players will try anything to gain an advantage. Let's take a look at how some of the most vigilant teams could fall victim to chicanery.
兄弟们，我在酒店碰到一个老奶奶，我跟她聊得很开心，她有点让我想起了我的祖母。我们可以要她来我们的训练室看一下吗？
可以。
Come on.
The boys play e-games here. Can you pause this game? Wait, is that Gary Tinker? Does somebody want candies here?
Did you spot what was wrong? That old lady was actually a 34-year-old Brazilian man spying on another team.
You never know when such treachery may be afoot.
The crowd.
Some of you may be thinking, Fear, I'm used to playing from the comfort of my bedroom. What happens if at some point I become acutely aware of the thousands of people watching and start panicking as the fragile threads of my psyche unravel, leaving nothing but the weight of my own cosmic insignificance?
Keyboards, mice, and other peripherals.
We recommend all players bring 2 sets of their preferred equipment to the event.
Hey, Motion, what are you doing here?
You know, if you miss a few TI, they make you do this shit again.
Ah, sorry, man.
Thank you.
With that, we have covered all 75 tips for the TI after party. Now, you're ready to go find a new team and be the guy everyone wants to talk to. And that's everything you need to know about your first time at the International. Hopefully, now you won't get ganked by any problems and keep true sight of your goals.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, so not the most entertaining video in the world, but hopefully y'all learned something and you could every year Gabe is gonna be pissed. What can you do?
What a fantastic piece of content, of course, looking behind the scenes at exactly how our first-time TI players are introduced into the whole experience of the 2 weeks that went on here.
That was very interesting that both the 30-year-old Brazilian men were dressing up as grandmas. I don't know what's is this the strat to get to top 6 in TI?
You gotta stay vigilant, all right? You never know what's gonna happen.
Probably half of the people who are like watching Dota, even though Dota is a relatively old community, are like, what is this piece of technology that they're using? What is this VHS? Like, what is that?
I was wondering if any of the young players actually were questioning what it was, or if that was just dialogue put in there.
Doesn't matter, 10 out of 10.
I think that was live. I don't think that was like pre-recorded.
No, it was a lot of fun, and it's been so much fun seeing just how far all of the new players were able to make. Of course, we just said goodbye to P-Vision, but to get third on your very first TI for Satanic 9-class Ducalis, it's amazing.
Definitely is. Unfortunately, for example, 9-class wasn't able to experience TI previous year because of the visa issue. He now gets a third place, which is a huge result. And for them to, experience the main stage of TI, they got so close. They kind of had that game in the bag as well. But I really like what they did, especially with no one, with the hugs and everything, understanding that the youngest member of the team, they need to know how to lift him up, and they definitely did. But there's a lot to learn from this as well.
Yeah, look, it's been such an absolute pleasure working with you guys for this TI. The day is not over by any means. We still have our champions to crown, a team to lift that Aegis. Our grand final will be coming up very soon, but before that begins, of course, we have our TI tradition. We're going to head on down to the stage with Tsunami for our cosplay contest.
Thank you very much. That's right, we've got some festivities to attend to. And one of those time-honored traditions is indeed the International 14 Cosplay Contest, sponsored by SteelSeries. As you can see, I've already got a bevy of judges joining me. If you don't mind introducing yourselves, I've got Marugito as Alina.
Hello.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing me on again. I loved the experience of TI at Copenhagen last year, and we have just as many amazing cosplayers to show you today. So I hope you all are excited.
Oh, they should be, and indeed, I see them already out of the corner of my eye, as well as I'm joined by Chiyu Neko as Hoodwink.
Hi everyone, it's so nice to be back here again, and I'm so excited to be back in Europe. I'm so excited to see everyone's amazing work. European cosplay does not disappoint.
And we are going to be able to see that in the flesh very soon. And last but not least, we've got Karo Inanna as Luna.
Hello everyone, this is my very first TI, so I'm so excited to be here, and oh my god, this is amazing. Can you see all these people? Can you see the stage? Can you see it all? It's awesome.
It's beautiful. And we are also going to show off some beautiful cosplays. So, shall we get started with the showcase? Lena, if you may.
Thank you. All right, first off, we have Graphomanka as Naga Siren. She has made it here all the way from Kazakhstan. It took her 4 months to make this beautiful cosplay, and she's used various techniques. And just overall, look at this amazing silhouette of this cosplay and how she's really brought the hero to life.
I love the movement as well, slithering along that stage. Next up,
we have Tanakt as Axe. This cosplayer is tiny. Look at him. In his full cosplay, he hits the ceiling and stands tall at 250 centimeters. And for all you Americans out there, that's over 8 feet tall.
Or in other words, you can stack 2 of me on top and I still wouldn't be as tall. Next up, number 3.
Next up is Chimbalos as Clockwork. Look at this beauty. This costume was planned in 1 year, made in 2 months. Day-to-day work. And as he said, it's fully hand-painted and made of foam and hopes and dreams.
I love the animations as well. That man's about to hookshot across the stage.
All right, now we have Veyron as Juggernaut. To him, this is not just a costume, it's a decade of passion for the game that has inspired him to spend over 16,000 hours making this costume and bringing it here today.
And here's a little bonus fact for you out there. This man won that GG Well Played contest that we did yesterday, so he's very multi-talented.
All right, next up, we have Twisted Fate as Lena. This cosplayer came to us all the way from Colombia, and she picked this set. Because she really wanted to showcase her roots and her love for Latin American culture.
The heritage and the sophistication to go with it, it's incredible.
Next up is Marzaus as Shadow Shaman, and when I went to him to ask him about his interesting story, he said he tried to go for a realistic look of this character, but claims no birds were harmed in its making.
He's got the taunt down too!
Yes, and next we have Rehab G Naked as Beastmaster. And this is yet another beautifully crafted costume with tiny details all throughout the costume. It has intricate foam work and also a lot of sewing techniques and clever solutions for LEDs and technology all throughout this costume.
The technology and the fitness required to be able to pull off a cosplay like this. Incredible stuff.
Next up, we have Yangi as Murda. This cosplayer's makeup took 2 hours to do every morning, so appreciate that. She did it for all of you guys. She also bought her very first power tool just to make her wings.
And she's got the firearms to support it as well. Next up
is Astela as Wind Ranger, and she said it's been made in 4 months, and her favorite part is her bow that is 3D printed, has 2 modes of LEDs, and us as judges, we just loved her wig that is actually made of 2 wigs.
Give her a few more kills and she's gonna turn orange in that Arcana. And our last showcase.
All right, so our last cosplayer to be presented on stage today is Vanyusha as Anti-Mage. This costume also has several different techniques. She's used 3D modeling, foam, hand sculpting, and sewing. And please pay extra attention to her shoulders, where she has hand sculpted deep pauldrons. They are just gorgeous.
The Oni Demon. Could we get a round of applause for all of these cosplayers to make it to this final stage? This was only the top 10 after a tough selection, and everyone has done an incredible job. There is so much talent and passion on this stage right now. And in the spirit of that, we would like to take a moment to remember one specific cosplayer who joined this stage last year. Some of you may recall seeing a stunning Enchantress cosplay in Copenhagen, and the artist behind that hero was Grace Peachy Bell Bell. And she unfortunately lost her battle with leukemia earlier this year. She was a cherished member of the community and a dear friend to us all. So, Barclays Arena, if you could, please stand up and share your love, share your cheers, share your applause for all of the cosplay talent here on this stage in Grace's honor. Every finalist here shares her same passion, and we are here to celebrate that. And now, I would like all of you to keep this same energy as we share some awards with the standouts on this stage. If you may.
Our first award that we'll announce is Judges' Choice. And to receive Judges' Choice, you need to receive overall high score and, well, impress us. So without further ado, that award goes to Axe as Tanact, other way around, Tanact.
Next up. Next up, we have, oh, wait, no, it's yours.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Lena always gets priority. She's a core hero.
Yes, thank you. All right, so our next award is Best Technique, and here we really focus on the craft. So the top 10 here, this is like our top winners, actually. Everyone on stage today are winners, even if you don't get these special awards, because we've had 2 days of looking at the cosplayers before then, and they've told us all about how they made their costumes. So here we will look for high-level craft in several areas. And our Best Technique winner is Twisted Grace as Lena. Yeah, this person just wowed us when she walked in. We just fell in love with this costume right away. This has such great attention to details. She has foam work, electronics and soldering, wig work, resin casting, sewing, hand sewing. She's done it all, and she's done it all beautifully. So congratulations.
All right, next up, we have Best Transformation. As we all know, Dota heroes are weird. They're squirrels, rocks, trees, all sorts of weird things, and it's really hard to match the anatomy of that and bring that to life. So I'm really happy to pronounce this award. This cosplayer really wowed us. They walked through the door and we were like, wow. So they worked really hard on getting the perfect scale, 1 to 25 of the entire character, and they even did little tiny feet. So let's give it up for Jimbalis! Jimbalis!
The Clockwork! A full transformation on display here. And we have one last award to give out, and that is Best in Show. Barclays Arena. Gonna get a drum roll with your feet, please. And the winner of Best in Show is Rehab G Naked as Beastmaster! A full performance from start to finish. The aesthetics, the animations, the craftsmanship on display here has been impeccable. And not just for her, but again, at Barclays Arena, one more round of applause for all the cosplays, whether you submitted it and weren't able to make it to finals, or everyone who made it here in the arena. The community never ceases to impress. The International 14 Cosplay Contest is sponsored by SteelSeries, but we've got some other community efforts that we would like to showcase.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Absolutely, cosplayers, absolutely incredible to see their creativity. But they're not the only creative people in this community. In fact, we have come to one of my personal favorites of the event, besides the world-class Dota, and that is announcing the winners of the short film contest. The short film contest is so incredible because it displays why our community is so amazing. From creative builds to creative plays to, of course, creative art. Like all of the hundreds of thousands of videos that you guys have submitted over the course of the International showing your creativity. We went through every single submissions, even the AI ones, and there were a lot, but we came out with some of the top 3 from the community. So before I announce your top 3, if I could get you guys one more time to give a round of applause to everyone that submitted for the short film contest this year to motivate them to do it again. Thank you guys so much. All right, my friends. The time has come. We had so many good submissions this year, and the top 3 was harder than ever to find. But we do have our first one. In third place, no stranger to the short film contest finalists, second place winner last year, and now representing South America on the stage yet again. My friends, this one should be a pretty good reason for you to remember not to make enemies out of your teammates. Lord knows I could learn that lesson. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Grudges by Night Fury. Absolutely incredible. A good lesson for us all, and what a fantastic twist. Thank you so much, and congratulations on third place. Now, our second place finalist here is no stranger to the short film contest grand finals either. Won first place 7 years ago, and 2-time second place winner. Such an incredible film with custom models, great story, and one heck of an animation. You would expect that, though, from Keller Max and their piece, Dead Inside. Absolutely. Love seeing the creativity come out. What a cool concept as we go in to our grand winner. Now, my friends, concept is key in these. You can have fantastic animations, you can have fantastic script, but a whole team of people brought together this one for your first place. Same team that won third place last year, relative newcomers to the short film contest, but this year they have taken it. You know, in this world that we live in, there are a lot of different words out there. One of them is a word for cinema that the Europeans use. It's called kino. And here, I have to say that this short film is indeed absolute cinema. Let's go ahead and check out your first place winner and see if you can get all the references. Congratulations again to our top 3 winners, and thank you again for the incredible community that we have that submit these things every single year. Keep on doing it, guys. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be able to see you guys and all that creativity shine. Now, I have to say, everybody, looking at this crowd today, those rafters are full. That main stage is full. Ladies and gentlemen, can you let them hear you from at home, every fool that did not come to this event today? There you go, there you go. I know it's a fantastic view and experience online as well, but after hearing that, you might be thinking to yourself, damn, I really should have bought a ticket. I really should have gone. Well, don't worry, my friends, because there's always another chance to go to an international. Of course, you might be thinking, where the hell is the next one? Well, we have one more film for you.
Hi, it's Gabe again. First off, I want to thank everyone in Germany for helping us make the International such a success. I have a quick announcement to make before we crown a new champion. We all share our love of the game with an international community, and I'm excited to announce that next year's International will also be returning to a previous location. Hope to see you there.
What a perfect timing! We have Extreme Gaming back in the grand finals, and we are going to Shanghai with TI 2026. A full year still ahead of us, and obviously grand finals, but that is something to look forward to indeed, Tico.
I mean, 2019 when it was there in Shanghai, the arena was exceptional. Like whenever a Chinese team was playing, it was as if the whole arena would erupt. And we have a little, segment here hyping up XG.
A little?
Okay, sure. A third of the arena is hyping up XG in this corner, but it's an electric place to host TI.
It's all part of the script, Shoes.
It's like it could not be better timing, right? You have XG who make it all the way, through the lower bracket. They get better and better. They make it to the finals. It's not like they need a buff, to have even more motivation to be good and then be the crowning champions maybe next year. But yeah, Shanghai, Chinese TI, insane.
It's just beautiful for Dota, right? The idea, right? That we have China, and I don't know. I just love when we have all these regions able to step up and show it to the world.
Yeah, and we have to also remember that it does give. I mean, I think Extreme Gaming being in the grand finals gives it as well. It does give a big boost to Dota 2 as a game.
Exactly.
And that is indeed, Effie, perfect timing.
It really is, because there's this pattern in TI when a region just does better than they were expected to. It reinvigorates the entire region. All of a sudden, players get to scrim these teams that have placed so highly in international tournaments. Everyone gets excited to play. People who thought that there wasn't a viable path for them suddenly think that there is. So we'll probably see even more Chinese teams next year.
I mean, I believe that I'm speaking for everyone that we're all happy to see like the West against the East again. It's been a long time. This used to be kind of the norm when it did come to the finals. So I'm really happy to see China doing better, Extreme being in the finals, and then the next TI being in China. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I do believe it has come full circle, because if you're talking about that trend, Kezu, it used to be, you know, a Chinese team wins TI and a non-Chinese wins TI. And it alternated for a little bit. And the year that broke that was 2019.
Yeah, and that's
Full
like,
circle.
that's already like so long ago, and it has taken this long for it to come back. We're literally just going full circle.
Yeah, we are going full circle, and we are also going full circle when we head back to the stage, because we're gonna check in with Slacks.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. It is good to see you again. Now, this year, we have decided to do something a little bit different, something that we've never done before. Dota 2 has had so many incredible faces in the International, and we have decided to give a little bit of thanks to one of the biggest players that has been here since the beginning. Now, I could tell you all about this person, but why would I want to do that when we can go straight to the biggest legends of Dota all time and let them know who they think is one of the most impactful Dota players in history?
If you ask me who's the greatest of all time in Dota history, well, there's a lot of history. There's not many of us left that still competed at the first TI a decade and a half ago, right here in Germany. So many names, so many faces that defined entire eras. But if it had to be just one person, there is no one better, in my opinion, than John Whipples.
Back at TI1, a lot of us didn't think it was real. $1 million prize? Well, come on. But I remember this German dude, John Whipples. He was all about it, crazy guy. He was sure Dota 2 was gonna be the next big thing, so he wanted us all to join him for it. I mean, come on, he's the guy who discovered Dendy.
Would I say John Whipples taught me everything about life, about patch? Absolutely! Every day I would watch his replays, and one day I saw this fountain hook bug, and I asked Papi, can we do this at TI? And Papi said, no, it's bullshit. And I said, well, John Whipples used it. And he said,
motherfucking John Whipples is doing it? Then I'm doing it. Guy gave me my first machete. Called it the rapier.
Tongfu had that game. Is that balanced? You hook a guy with Aegis? Fuck John Whipples.
Whipples was an icon, man.
Back in the days, we didn't have all of this fancy shit, these Dota Pro trackers.
Liquipedia or Dota Buff. If you wanted the meta, if you wanted the new stuff,
you wanted that good shit, you downloaded some John Whipple replays.
He had all the best strats.
Thank you, man! Ravage on everyone! The black hole as well! Light of Evan turns it around! Ravage as well! Stolen by Dendy! Are you kidding me? It's the John Whipple strat!
He was a decent player back in the day, but never really TI material. But then when he started coaching, it started getting really bad.
First, this guy rage quits during TI4 Grand Finals. Then 2 minutes later, starts fighting with his teammates. Then he started sucking up to NA teams, gets hired by Complexity, but after that incident at TI5, ooh, man, ooh, sheesh, ooh.
You really think I should drop my yulls, John Whipples?
It's the most efficient play. What would Envy do?
Oh. Fuck.
Oh, man. Even the NA teams wouldn't touch him anymore after that.
We hired John Whipple to be our coach on Wins. 我们当时都以为他很牛，因为当时所有人都告诉我们 John Whipple 是最棒的。We asked him what to draft. He just throws darts at the board.
Punching techies already. All right, boys. Wings deliver.
How do we win with punch techies, John Whipples? 他根本什么都不懂。We won because we were good. John Whipple does nothing. John Whipple 真的不是人啊。
After we saw what he did with drafting for Wings, we were really impressed. Like, I invited him to my room to talk Dota. He took my suitcase, all my clothes. For the rest of the event, I have just one pair of shorts. I can't fathom what kind of a freak would do that.
Yeah, man, it was dark days. Times were tough. Times were really tough. And when things looked the most bleak, like we lost everybody, we needed a manager, coach, half a team, John Whipple gave us a call, and he didn't have the best reputation stealing those pants and stuff, but he gave us everything. And before TI10, when Seb lost his retina, he told Seb, take my eye and go win a third TI. And yeah, we got 6 and stuff, but that's okay. That was pretty nice of him.
One day I was playing like knife in handy, of course with Yatra, and I really fucked up because I stabbed myself right before the TI finals, and I said, like, we cooked, boys, it's over. But out from the crowd, this one-eyed man said, take my hands, Collapse. And I took his hands, and I won one TI with one hand. And I took the second hand, and I won the second TI. Thank you, John Whipples. Thank you, John Whipples.
When John Whipples said he started the Dark Tome of Oscarwatch to help us finally beat Gaming Gladiators, I believed him. But I told him, if you do this, they might never make it to TI again. And I thought, that sounds pretty good.
And he looked me in the eyes, and he said, I already did it.
It did work, though.
Did John Whipples ever make it to the International? No. As a player, he was terrible. But he always watched. He always supported us. He always played pubs and told his friends. And in the end, it's not the players at TI that make it special. It's about people like John Whipples, the viewer, the pubber, the brother. That's why we do what we do. People like you. People like John Whipples.
Guys, because of you, we can play this beautiful game and live our dream lives as a Dota players. And thank you so much. We love you.
感谢大家的观看，也感谢大家15年来一直的陪伴。
Thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks to all the Dota fans.
Thank you, fans, for the 14 years of support.
Thank you very much for making this game a reality.
Thank you, Dota viewers. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
You guys are the heart of the community. This is the greatest tournament. We're looking forward every single year, and I hope you guys enjoy the show.
And now, to achieve his Lifetime Achievement Award for all that he's done in Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Jonathan Whipples! Oh, he's sacrificed. Any words to say, John Whipples, to the crowd?
Thank you, Dota. And TI, you're amazing.
All right. Any other words, John Whipples?
China?
We have to get to a grand finals before we can do that, my friend. So thank you so much to him and everyone like him who's been supporting the International for so long. It is truly the fans, you the viewers at home and here, that make this what it is. Thank you so much, everybody, and let's get on with the show.
Oof, how to follow that up. Ooh, I just want to echo his sentiment real quick there. That was incredibly wholesome, and I do want to just sign that bottom line. Without you guys at home, and obviously without you guys in the arena, we would not be here. We would not see this beautiful game play out the way it does, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just feels like kind of fake until you get to like a real life event. You see the people, you see the crowd, you hear the emotion during the game, you see the game unfold. And all the people too that we saw in the video, like they're all just legends. Sometimes you forget, you see them again, you just get so happy. So yeah, thank you to everyone.
Yeah, being part of this space is such a privilege, and I couldn't imagine life in any other way, and it truly is thanks to the fans. Like, without you guys, there wouldn't be any Dota.
It's just a beautiful game. I mean, it speaks for itself. I mean, the way that the fans interact, the players, every time you talk to a player and they talk about the International, you can see how much it means. Like, even, we interview Snaking on the stage and how important this event is. Like, again, the Dota, it speaks for itself. It's beautiful. The fans are great. Everything's great. I love it so much.
Yeah, and we just saw a lot of TI champions talking on camera. We're going to see potential TI champions, well, definitely 5 TI champions on stage play. We are going to head into our grand finals very soon. And both of our teams, they do have a lot of experience here at the International. I know there's even 2 TI champions already playing. They are still two-time hopefuls for the TI championship. Let's take a look at all that experience that these players have. I think we start out with Falcons, Effie. This team only started 2 years ago, came fourth last year, wasn't what they wanted, but they're back here in the grand finals.
Yeah, they had a bit of a turbulent year in the sense that if you compare it to the year before that, where they were winning everything, they didn't look as good, but they peaked at just the right amount of time. And we talk about them being a newer team, but it's a team full of veterans. Crit's been chasing the Aegis forever. Snaking has been playing since the olden days. You've got Coach AUI 2000 as well. And yeah, you've got some of the newer players in Skeeter and Mallory and ATF, but with the veteran experience, it feels hard to call Falcons a new team.
I mean, also, like you were saying, I think it matters a lot. If you look at last season where they were so dominant, they went into TI being kind of the favorites, at least to me and many other people, and I don't think that really helped them. But if you look here, they weren't in like their best form or like really considered the favorites going into this TI, and I feel like that was an absolutely huge buff to them because now we see them here in the grand finals, and they've played so well all throughout T.
I mean, the mentality of this team to be able to go from like the favorites of the last year to then be, not even in contention a couple of times, it shows that there is such a good kind of system around this team to be able to shine, and they shine when it matters.
They do shine when it matters, although today it matters most of all. So we're going to see if they can make their dream a reality here by taking this Aegis. Snaking and Skeeter have done it before. Being two-time champions, of course, would mean a lot, but I think our attention maybe goes a little bit out more to the players that have not yet won the International. I think if you guys were here the entire day, which I hope you were, you would have seen a fantastic list of accomplishments by Crit, in particular, being the player with the most consecutive TIs in a row under his belt. And this is his first time, Kezu, in the grand final.
Yeah, it's taken him so long. It's like what he's been chasing it since like 2015. Like this guy is one of the most consistent players when it comes to like top tier Dota. Another one that he reminds me of is like, the likes of Zai. That he's played so long, always like top 2, top 3, doesn't matter what hero you give him, always does well, always makes it happen, but has never won TI.
I mean, we keep saying uncrowned king for Ame, but I feel like there's the same sentiment should be going the way of Crit. Like, at some point, it is inevitable. And in this grand finals, one of them, be it from China or, Western Europe, will finally get the Aegis they've been hunting for.
Yeah, and focusing our attention on their opponents because, as T just mentioned, there are multiple players that have been in grand finals before, but never quite reached that pinnacle there, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard though. Like, for them being so close every time, I think that takes a different level of emotions than what Falcons are currently experiencing. But these players are so deserving of this. Ame, he's been in 2 grand finals that he very well could have taken. XXS, who's been my personal MVP of this tournament, you could feel how hungry that he is for it. And it's about time that this team is here again.
Yeah, and actually, he was so cool in the interview. He was like, he was asked, do you have any nerves? Do you care? He's like, nah, man, I don't feel anything. I'm meant to be here. I'm meant to play in the grand finals. And like you were saying too, Effie, about Ame, like, I just watched a True Side from a few years ago where I believe a Chin Q calling him, well, I guess you're just the king of fireworks, because he always gets second place, loses 2-3, and he gets to watch the fireworks from the losing position. It's heartbreaking.
I mean, he has to live up to those words, though, right? To say that if they weren't in the grand finals, it'd be a 3-0. I'm expecting, based on that, it has to then be a 3-2 grand finals to either side, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that would, keep up the track record.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Oh, no.
That would be really painful.
Don't talk about it, please.
Wait, God, that's for like game 3 content, not yet.
I mean, we talk about Crit and a lot of consecutive TIs, and you could make a case for calling him or Zai or any of the other with a lot of TIs under their belt, calling them uncrowned kings. But it's Ame that gets called that because he was there twice, so close, and not just, he made it to the grand finals, therefore he's close. No. Those grand finals he played in, Effie, those were nail-biting.
Absolutely, they were almost his. Like, that's what I mean with the emotional recovery and how hard it is to think about that and how hard it must be for him to know that, like, it's one of those moments where you just can't sleep that night. You just play it in your head over and over and over again. Like, what if I just did this differently on Tiny versus Spirit? What if I did this differently on Morphling? This time around, I feel like third time has to be the charm, right?
No, right.
Si gila tu mati apa? Ke si gila tu mati apa? Ke dia pergi main?
Ujul dah.
Dia dah kojol. Bini dia buat dia jadi kojol. TI ni habis dalam pukul 12.01 waktu kita, Syed. Macam tu. Ni kau main game apa ni?
Apa?
Kau main game apa?
Dema Dema Cina.
Oh, sambung lagi. Bawa berapa persen?
Dah nak habis lah lagi. Tak tahu lah.
Okay, storyline dia yang nombor 2.
Okay lah, best lah.
Tak mengecewakan lah. Tim Arab lawan tim Cina. Final lah. Last. Tahun depan dekat Shanghai. TI ni. Kau boleh tahu lah. Ni si topek ni baru hidup apa?
Tak ada lah. Baru masuk.
Ni kau pergi blender je. Tadi daripada siap.
Dah start ke ML? Belum.
Apa yang dah start?
Dota. Dah start belum?
Apa start apa? TI?
Bukan. Kau main turbo ke apa?
Tak ada. Kau tengah tengok final punya TI. Baru main.
Turbo?
Tak ada, tengah tengok je.
Alah, mampu dia lah. Bukannya turun. Jom lah. Mana Syafiq?
Apa lah gila.
Huh?
Kau apalah tengah motor.
Si topek ni cakap dalam spender ke apa?
Aku dengar. Tapi sapi je.
Pun sama lah. Aku dah maksimum lah korang punya nama.
Kepala kontol dia.
Pakai ni lah.
Kau punya
kau tak pakai headphone kot.
Bukan. Dia punya mungkin audio
setting dekat ni Discord.
Bukan Discord, dekat dia punya PC punya audio. Dia tak kuatkan.
Tak tahu lah. Jom main, tak tengok mampu dia final tu.
Tak boleh. Dia tengah main game lain gila.
Benda dah beli. Buat apa main game free?
Memanglah Dota ni free habis.
Habis tu aku dah beli dah, aku tak main.
Esok main.
Esok kerja.
Esok kerja tu. Baik. Saya tak main Dota, saya main ML.
Apa gila tengah potong. Kau main dulu segame. Kau main dulu segame, aku potong ni.
Dia letak spender kat mic tu.
Siapa? Topek.
Topek.
Aku tak tahu lah, macam mana dengar pun.
Mic dia dan spender tu. Aku dengar dia, cuma entah kau, aku tak tahu kenapa Topek kau dengar macam
dah sini. Ini macam gitu ah.
Letakkan dalam tekak terus.
Jadi tekak terus.
Kau punya apa?
Kau beli mic yang buat mukbang tu lah.
Mic sepit tu.
Orang buat mukbang.
Letak tekak apa bunyi je orang punya. Apa dia? Aku ingatkan dia tanam mikrofon dalam tekak, rupanya dia letak mikrofon ni dekat dengan tekak. Mai tahu dulu.
Dekat tekak.
Apa final? Mail apa final? Final siapa lawan siapa ni?
XG lawan
Team Falcon lawan Extreme Gaming.
Team Cina. Amir tu kan selalu tak menang TI. Tengok tahun ni macam ni, dia menang ke tak menang.
Sumel.
Enigma Galaxy. Kalah.
GG sial.
Orang dah tahu gameplay dia macam mana, so orang boleh counter dia punya gameplay ke tak.
Aku rasa team dia bukan pasal dia. Dia power doh, dia carry power.
Dia boleh main, cuma team dia tak boleh main lah.
Team dia tak boleh nak ikut.
Dia beban lah, dia carry beban lah. Beban dia carry lah.
Dia macam asyik aku habis korang buat apa dia macam mana. Asyik aku nak kena ni minum arak pula ni. Mampus.
Biar lah, bukan dia pakai duit kau pun dia minum.
ATF plus mark.
Plus mark apa mark? Cik dia hijau.
Itu tulisan benda. Tim Cina apa? Tim Cina yang mana? Falcon
Falcon tu tim Arab.
Itulah yang Extreme Gaming.
Malaysia tak ada
Malaysia tak ada. Tapi player dekat dalam team Extreme tu ada Malaysia punya player.
Siapa?
X-Nova tu support post 4.
Apa
Mushi dia coach ni. Mushi coach team apa yang ikon betul PUBG. Apa yang lambang serigala tu boom e-sport.
Doom
Boom gila boom.
Doom bringer.
Kita daripada TI berapa pun tak dapat pergi.
Tak apa lah.
Ada sekali tu je yang dekat Singapore tu kan, tak silap aku. Ada sekali tu je yang dia buat kat Singapore.
Ni balik semula dia buat balik dekat China pula tahun depan Ogos 2026.
Nak pergi China pula, mampus.
Buat apa ni China? Tunggu dia buat dekat Singapore lah balik.
Iyalah itulah kata.
Pergi Singapura jauh saya pergi China.
China dekat lah.
Yeah.
Mampus.
Thank you Luis.
Smooth operator.
Lagu tu asal dengan lagu tu aku memang selalu dengar lagu tu.
Kesian lagu tu.
Asal Max
Bloomberg F1.
Kena copyright nyanyi lagu tu.
Bodoh. Luis, how about your tire? S now, S now. What S? Oh, operator macam serius. Orang serius ya. Pit tu tengah tanya tayar macam mana. Kau tengah race ya. Babi belum main ni.
Habis kau tengah race kau dah lah stres kan, nak laju kan. Memang tak ah kau nak ni kan. Tak ada masa nak orang dah tanya kita lawak-lawak kan. Tak tahu nak kejar opponent depan tu bapak laju kan. Blind spot race car lagi teruk je aku tengok. Memang lah. Race car mana main reverse. Main apa kan? Tegak je kan. Mana? Mana tengok blind spot je.
Mana ada dok.
Kan?
Lamborghini yang paling banyak blind spot.
Ya, betul. Tak sesuai lah. Tak sesuai, macam tak relevan lah. Kalau Lambo tu bawa jalan-jalan pergi beli kedai Aceh ke. Tak sesuai.
Mampus. Kedai Aceh bawa lambu
Kereta juga. Betul tak?
Lepas tu beli YouTube.
Dia support lokal. Kau kena faham.
Bawa kedai ni beli YouTube.
Itu kira okey lagi.
Beli apa nama dia? Suria Batang.
Kalau beli batu batang macam mana? Lagi bisa.
Member apa yang counter tu pandang yang tepi. Ferrari bang. Takkan batang lah.
Tak apalah. Tolong juga kedai tu dapat untung enggak. Kau ingat tak kaya dia jual runcit macam tu? Kaya meh? Macam tu. Mana si gila tu top kan? Dia pergi main apa?
Tadi aku pergi top band dengan family belah, dengan adik-beradik belah ni awet aku. Lepas tu kat situ ada bundle apa semua. Kan aku masuk dalam group kalau kau tengok dalam group kan.
Kalau
si gila tu si Intan lah call aku, "Pek kau kat sana lagi ke?" Kan. Aku on the way ni. Kau dah kat mana? Dah separuh jalan dah ni. Lepas tu aku dah gerak dah ni. Sangat kan. Lepas tu banyak baju ni banyak lepas tu dah diam.
Kena sidai.
Minta on.
Dia kena melayan bini dia tu. Ya dia. Bukan dah kahwin macam tu lah. Kena layan bini lah kalau cuti. Kalau hari weekdays je lah, dia memang balik kerja tu duduk bawah PC macam apa, patung Buddha. Macam patung Buddha ke tak? Hantar pendrive. Nak pakai nanti.
Tadi kan aku keluar kan. Lepas tu aku dah separuh jalan aku cakap, "Habis aku lupa dah siap pendrive." Sial lah aku cakap.
Dah agak.
Pakai lampu ya.
Nanti mampu rumah dekat dalam lampu.
Habis kau malah nak keluar.
Betul kan? Dia dah malas. Tapi tadi aku pun terfikir kan nak pergi rumah kau. Lepas tu rupanya kau tak ada. Baru tahu kau keluar. Tak rugi masa aku pergi rumah kau, Bek.
Sebab pendrive tu aku letak kat dalam bag sandal, bag sandal aku tu kan. Selalunya aku bawa bag sandal tu buat keluar-keluar, ni aku tak bawa tu. Aku macam alamak lupa dah sial aku. Cina, tim Cina tu pun ada ni juga, ada Mak Saleh juga.
Mana ada? Tim Cina tu semua Cina gila.
Adalah ni nampak ni. Sekarang ni nampak ni, muka paling depan ni. Ni yang pakai kacamata ni.
Sekejap.
Ada. Ni dekat
Live.
Wall Dota live ni.
Mana ada?
Ni Cina. Cina. Tadi ada. Tadi baju hijau tu tim apa? Tim
Falcon. Falcon. Hijau Falcon, hitam SM. Kau sedap sangat ni.
Sebab tadi tim Falcon tu ada Cina juga.
Max Verstappen tu bawa ni masuk tim ni Petronas. Lewis Hamilton dah tak bawa main jentera Mercedes lagi lah. Tak, ni borak F1.
TI punya hero best lah. Masuk aku pick dia tu bukan yang hero senang-senang tau. Faham
Tak,
tak?
sebab
Faham tak?
dia dah draft band. Lepas tu memang kau nak dapat hero yang untuk counter tu memang susah lah counter.
Yelah, tak cuma dia macam contoh macam
Dia macam apa? Mumina.
Bukan hero-hero yang macam selalu kita main Destiny tu macam ada apa benda yang senang hero yang senang nak menang kau faham tak? Dia takkan pakai hero-hero macam tu. Kau tengok ada pakai
Lah, dah nama pun tier 1 punya tournament. Kalau dia pakai hero senang, tak ada prize pool sampai 2M tahun ni, Pat. Tahun ni 2M. Tahun ni 2M.
Tahun ni 2M lebih. Nombor 1 ranking nombor 1 game apa 3 juta 3M. Ya, 3 juta.
Ni game Free Fire. Free Fire dia punya prize pool tinggi ke? Free Fire lagi apa
Oh ni ni aku dah ingat Black apa game tembak-tembak backdoor apa benda? Allah, ada game tu. Apa benda dah. Game dia macam COD juga ah. Tu 3 juta nombor 1 sekarang. Price pool.
Backdoor.
Alah, ada game tu berapa puluh ringgit kat Steam.
Apa? Apa cibai je.
Patah ambil nikah.
Patah ambil nikah. Dengan topek. Amira Osman dengan topek.
Dia cakap lah macam itu.
Asal lah dia cakap. Tak cakap pun.
Kan Patah Amin kan kahwin malam ni.
Dekat ni punya apa? Unify Box ni ada iklan ni. Tak tahu belajar ada iklan ni. Yo, ada nak kahwin. Ada pisah.
Mail bila kita boleh token ni? Tak settle pun macam ni.
Sabarlah gila, belum habis lagi tournament.
Dah final lah sel.
Yelah, tapi masalahnya nak claim tu tak ni lagi.
Aku punya predict hari tu Sumeli yang betul. Yang lain
ini semua bagai.
salah sel. Itu pun Sumel dah kalah. Tak ada lah. Lepas tu tim aku macam mana nak tengok tim lah. Mana lah tim? Prediction. Oh ni prediction.
Prediction yang international. Yang tu road to international.
Ni ada international local ni kan?
Local.
Asal baru round 1 lah? Asal bukan dah final dia? Asal dia tak update
Bukan road to the international.
The international kan?
Lock.
Kenapa dia
kau tak ni ke? Kau tak predict ke upper bracket dan lower bracket tu? Kau tak tick ke? Kau tak tekan ke?
Macam ni lah?
Dah lock lah. Mana boleh nak tekan dah.
Ya dah aku dah predict dah lock dah.
Semua.
Aku punya
yang betul apa?
Yang betul Tundra dengan Wildcard.
Wildcard. Itu mana bila bodoh. Itu dah lama. Itu kau kena tengok, kau kena tekan dekat the international tu.
Bodoh bising kan. Macam mana man?
Dia macam ni. Asal
dia dah tak boleh tick. Dia dah lock.
Ya dah lock dah tak boleh lah.
Tak yelah. Lepas tu sekarang ni tak faham. Mampus lah.
Sebab pembohong. Sekejap. Apa gila. Tak cakap kau main dulu. Alah main apa? Main dulu tu kejap ni.
Mai sidai.
Jodoh mai sidai tu. Babi lah.
Apa? main game.
Game apa ni, Pit? Game apa ni, Pit?
Game bogil-bogil.
Game bogil-bogil Game besi-besi sial. Game Gundam sial. Mampus.
Dia macam Iron Man lah, dia pakai suit.
Kau main story ke?
Ha.
Game ni ada co-op.
This is Angel. Do you read me? I read you. Thank God. Is Iris
Tem-
okay? I'm fine.
Tembak, Pit. Tembak,
Ada
Pit.
tak silap aku.
Yeah. They made it. Good work out there. We've got a piece here with your name on it. Thank you. Guess we have something to celebrate.
Couldn't have done this without you. I'm just doing my job. We'll leave it at that. That said, it's not all sunshine and roses. We've sustained some heavy damage. Return to base. We'll prepare for the next mission. Roger that.
Shall we start heading back then?
Terbang, Pit.
Doing this.
Dah settle lah bos ni. Ya, aku nak kena beli base.
ni kayo. Ah. Baik, saya dengar.
You're going to smoke up for it. Falcons will do the same, not to smoke, but trying to defend their territory.
Look at the basher, freshly done on Ame. He got it off that fight. Could be super pivotal at locking down these mobile cores here.
Smoke breaks on XXS. XXS not going to blink forward. Doesn't want to go in blind. Now spot snaking, and he'll just pin him. See if they can blow him up with a break. It'll make it a little bit easier. But the heals, man, they can't even burst him down. They just used so many spells and didn't claim the 5 position. They will back out. A good stomp, though, and a pin off of it. They're going to jump in. Ame goes for the kill, and they got him. Amar does what he can, but again, the Rolling Thunder is just not enough to save the life of his buddy. He's got the Yules to defend. XXS trying to stop these kisses. A blink away, and he does manage to prevent any losses there. Falcons, they'll retreat as 4, and Extreme now own the Tormentor.
Such strong early item timings from XG, and XXS finding the spears time and time again. Just sets everything up in this fight. Malrina's not been able to play it. Other than him just getting nuked instantly.
Yeah.
And all of that was off of a casual stomp from X-Nova. That's how this Elder Titan gets you. He can throw the spirit out, he can wait for a slight, and then he's going to force you to remnant out or you get stomped, and you don't know what's coming after that stomp. Very little to bail you out of that situation. It's an annoying spell for Malrine to just be sitting under in the middle of the fight. I mean, Amar's the most farmed hero here for Falcons. He's having quite a good game. Just can't find his mark in these engagements.
Ame's not alone down here, but Falcons know it, thanks to the deep wards that they were able to place earlier in the game. Has not allowed them to take control of the match. Going back to the Ember Spirit, though, this is a hero that we haven't actually seen too much of here at TI. Why is that?
I think his early game is still good, but he kind of falls up in that mid game a little bit. He doesn't pack the same punch, and I think players are concerned about his ultra late game scaling sometimes too. Like, yeah, 6 or 7 slots, all these spirit heroes are crazy, but you compare it to things like the Queen of Pain with the sonic wave damage. It's just not the same punch, right? He's kind of an attrition hero. He likes to go in the fight, take the long fight. It feels like a lot of these fights are just decided off a jump. You throw in the nukes, you blow somebody up. It's not Ember Spirit style right now. And now his strength can be to set up for some of these long-range supports. Great hero to combine with the Hoodwinks and the Snapfires that are in this meta. And I think that's what Falcons wanted to do. They just got slowed down.
Yeah, particularly since they don't actually have a save here on the side of Extreme. There was potential for slight chains kisses to get guaranteed kills, but we didn't see too many of those, and not really on big consequential heroes. And as a result, Ame is up at 13K now.
It's also a hero that takes that mid tower very quickly, and then you kind of collapse the game to that mid lane. You make them fight your Ember when he's really strong. You make their supports engage this hero that they have trouble locking down. I think XG dodged that pretty well. Falcons didn't get a lot out of that, 5 to 15 minute mark as they wanted to, especially with some of the power runes going to Malrine.
Sure, they gave up the mid tower. They didn't actually fight for it. They even denied it themselves, limiting the amount of gold that Falcons got out of it.
They didn't bleed bad kills, which would have snowballed this game, and they won the side lanes. That was a huge component. XXS got off to such a fast start. You could afford to give up something around that mid lane and still feel good about the first 10 minutes here. And now you're cruising into this mid game, very even. Still anybody's to take in these fights, and I mean, Roshan's still just sitting there in the pit. Very tempting for both teams.
Absolutely.
And we even see the X-Nova Spirit scouting it out. I mean, there is some worry here on XG.
Hey.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Apa tu man?
Dire's middle
Dota
tower is
tu.
under attack.
Aku tengah tengok tanaman ni.
Topek dragon.
Oh, Radiant's top tower
Topeng
is
dah
under
berhenti.
attack.
Oh, dia main rank ah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dia cakap.
Sprites are with us.
Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oi. Si gila tu. On pakai telefon tu.
Kau ada ice cream tu kan kau punya. Ingat papi roti.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Come on,
tower's under attack. Dire's top tower's under attack.
Behold my searing gaze.
Dire's top tower's under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. What a mess. Dire's top tower is under attack. That force field leads me to believe that Dire just fortified their structure. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Ursa or something like that. They could go a long ways.
Could come into play, absolutely.
Level 25s are right around the corner for both of our carries. That's going to be a bit spooky as Roshan. We're in that potential spawn period. Both teams are going to be playing around this area.
High
top part of the pit.
talents for both of these carries. Like the burst damage just becomes insane. To me, if the fight goes long, this queen could be a big problem for Falcons. In theory, their answer to a long fight is, Pango Ember, bringing that same sort of attrition and just constant spell spam.
Yeah.
But the way the fights have been going is, it feels like one of those cores just gets bursted. I think you still want to jump this Sven in to almost give them better entry into the fight.
If you get to a Satanic and then Ember Spirit continues to scale, do you think that flips to the other side at some point? That longer fights can still work for Falcons because the Ember mostly?
Oh, I think they can. It's just execution.
Sure.
You kite out those little moments. Can you dodge the jump from Ame? Does someone control him when he's trying to go in and burst that target while he's committing BKB? Small things like this make all the difference. Can you find supports at the start of the engagement? You take X-Nova out, you remove a lot of the amp damage in this lineup.
Falcons not to find anything. A pickoff there could have led to control the Roshan pit. A swift blink Ame Ursa.
He's so farmed. All he needs is that level 25. He's prepared for this next fight. 50 seconds for that Roche spawn. Pretty fast one. Falcons just trying to control the vision they have. They have this one ward towards mid. They have a gem up. Trying to hold this high ground. There's a sneaky Radiant ward behind this tree line over here too. Could be really pivotal if you scout someone in the river.
Oh, yeah.
Not an easy obs to D-ward. XG just waiting. They're playing patient right now. Trying to finish up the last few items to go into this next Roshan battle. It's going to be A on disc for XM. Something to watch out for. He gets jumped by the Sven. He assembles that disc. The jump is gone.
And you pretty much can't afford a bad jump for this Sven, right? It almost feels like the fight is over if he jumps the wrong person and can't kill them.
Or if he jumps, stuns, goes to hit, Ame jumps, epistles him. That's an easy turnaround.
Sure.
Actually, you're going to throw out the Sonic waves. Arena's going to hit someone in the back. Skeeter going in here is very difficult, but he almost has to, the way the lineup functions.
Has to pick and choose his battles, and he's going to go for XM, but I think they know about the Aeon Disc. They have not jumped after this initiation from Amar. What a read from Falcons, but XM holds off on putting the Aeon Disc together. They'll TP away on the Rolling Thunder. They tried to get something. That was just such a smart play on both sides. XM, I mean, the balls did not put that Aeon Disc together when you're being sent up by Rolling Thunder, knowing there could just be a Sven that one-shots you. But he refuses to do it.
He knows Ame has his back on that counterplay. He knows if Skeeter jumps, he will pay a big price.
One night, twice the damage.
Ooh, let me tell you that Roshan, he just delivered a bunch of goodies for the Radiant. Oh my god! Four in a row. He's now dominating. He's dominating Rick.
Insane Maulring, he took so much there, but that ET amps it all up. You get hit by that Ursa splitter, one last bash from the Ursa, and you're gone. Nobody to bail you out of that situation. A deep dive goes wrong for him.
And if Extreme win this game one, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're the coach? What are you gonna do if you're the drafter? AUI 2000. Amar, he doesn't want to ban Mars. That's his hero.
You gotta take it away from him.
Yeah, you're gonna be put in that corner where you have to take it. And we may see if Extreme have answers to it, but first they have to close out this game one to make that happen. And they may have a big lead, 9,000 net worth, 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Falcons are known to be able to stall out games. XXS, he's landed a number of initiations. They'll find another one. Ame leads the way with the Abyssal Blade, and XXS follows through. Another 60 seconds where Falcons will not have all their heroes alive.
So much gold for XG in this period. I mean, they can start buying up some luxury items now. There's the refresher for the Mars. Could be another Hex on this Hoodwink. Mallory's life is just not getting any easier. It didn't start easy in this game, and it doesn't feel like it's getting any better. It's just so much control for him to play through, and this is kind of the downside of Ember. He doesn't pack a big enough punch to go in and be a threat during his BKB that XG can't deal with it. So you have to play for the long fight. Yeah. Somebody is getting caught in the control, and nobody is challenging this Ame Ursa right now. He is just running a rampage through this game. Ag's done as well. How do you kill this guy? Feels impossible.
Kind of does. I mean, you're going to have to wait 2.5 minutes because killing him is going to take some sort of initiation, and I don't think they'll be able to pull that off twice. I mean, they have like no instant stuns. The best you have is Sven, Blink, melee range, Stormhammer.
But he has
Rolling
Ags.
Thunder, Blink initiation, but
You cannot jump him anymore. It's impossible. He will always get Ags and Rage off. You have no silences to prevent it.
Yep.
Like you said, 2 minutes on this Aegis XG. They can force high ground again. They can look for that game-ending fight.
So their only option as Falcons is to make the jump on the Ursa, reset, and high ground defense is the best possible place to make a play like that, right?
Yep, especially if you can abuse buybacks. It's one way to try and force that teamfight win. They do not have a lot available right now. It's only that Ember Spirit. Sometimes it's enough with the high ground positioning. Ideally, you make a jump on somebody, you take them down, you reset, and then this Pango can control Ursa a little bit with the Basher, the Axe rolls going through. It's kind of your hope right now that ATF has a monster teamfight on this high ground.
Well, you said luxury items were coming in. They're here for a couple more heroes. XM with the Shivas. The sight device on the Hoodwink, which is not required for yet another Enchantress kill. No problem killing her now. Now that Ame is playing in the front line, Skeeter's going to make his jump. Gets off the enrage on Ame. Skeeter got that much out of him. But you got that. But you still want to be able to play with the God Strike. But they jump in anyway. Skeeter, he wanted to fight, but he didn't think it was going to start that way. With him dead and gone. And what are you going to do now? It's up to Maureen and Amar. They're going to have to pull through this fight for you. You buy back on the Sven, but he won't have the God Strength. They're kiting around Ame as best as possible right now. XM, Yules, he dodges out the Stormhammer, and he's going to have a blink up in a second. He still has his BKB. A nice pin from the low ground from XXS. A buyback's being used from Falcons, from all these heroes, but they've got nothing for it. They killed a Hoodwink at best. They took out Roadkill, and that's all.
You have to get more there for a triple buyback. The Sven one is not going to be the most impactful, but you bought both supports. You took an extended fight. For once, Maureen does survive the Hex burst attempt, gets BKB off, has some impact, 3,000 damage, but you can't burst any of these targets down. You can't wear through the front line here. Bear is just too much of a menace right now. You need more sustain, you need more damage. There's another great shard for XG to pick up. I don't think I've seen a spear miss outside of maybe the one top on that open arena. Just hit every single one. There's another Aeon disc for this Sven to deal with. No nullifier in sight.
Level 25 on XXS, 180 HP regen inside the Arena of Blood. But if they can take him out of the equation right away, no, an Aeon disc. Where is he going to throw out this arena? He's waiting out the BKBs. He knows Skeeter's going to expire soon, and now he's got it. First the sight, then the spear, then the damage that Ame brings to the table.
A dieback on the Sven. Falcons crumbling. No answer for Ame and his jump.
XXS doing his best, even an Outworld staff there. Double daggers to slow him down. Ame still finding more. He first catches Snaking. No buybacks there. He chases after Crit. Another hero to fall on the side of Falcons. Double cookies where they can. And they're chasing after the Ember Spirit on the same side.
Supports are just killing him.
Supports taking out the Ember Spirit.
X-Nova Boss just man-fighting the Falcons mid. Back up from Jin-Q. That's a free kill. Maureen did not expect the damage, but there's that magic amp combination. It's just so nasty when he's on top of you. Now Ame, he gets a free trip to the high ground. Says, thanks for the setup, boys. All clean house.
Amar broke through. He's sitting on the other side of the map going, I can't cut all these waves. Extreme Gaming, they're going to get megas out of this. They should be able to end the game. Unless Falcons, I mean, I don't even know what they have to do here. I mean, Amar, they do manage to get back to a protection up. But the mid lane is going to push in. XM's got that covered. Unless Amar can get there with a rolling their shenanigans, but the backdoor protection is going to go down again unless they can jump the Ursa now and kill him. This is going to be Megas. Try and get something out of it.
Gotta go.
Even a BKB, there goes the Rolling Thunder. There goes Team Ratio with a BKB turnaround. Skeeter, he's got to run, but he's pushed back in by the Sonic Wave into the claws of the bear. He will be pulverized. A hit in for the Rolling Thunder, but XM, he's still at Eontis to be able to work with. A shot coming in. Shin Q, not even required. Ame is all the damage you need at this point for Extreme Gaming to close out the game, and they will take the lead in the series of the TI Finals.
A confident Game 1 victory, to say the least. These guys were feeling themselves. Felt like that entire game, even in that laning phase, which is supposed to be Falcon's strength in this matchup, they won that top lane in dominant faction. Ame was getting kills bottom with an Ursa, not something you see in that laning phase all the time. They weathered that storm mid with the Ember and then just diced that pickup. So much control from Malrine in this fight. It felt like he did not exist in that mid late game.
No, he certainly didn't. And there is a lot to go over. It's a best of 5 in these finals. And the back and forth of the drafting, it's going to be a hard battle to commence.
And we'll see who wins that battle later down the line. Well, the first step has been made by Extreme Gaming. They take that first one of the best of 5 and are in a strong position to move forward in this series. How did they get to this point? That's why we got the experts to talk about it. Tigov, Effie, and Kezu. This game started fairly slow, Kezu.
No, it did, but one thing that surprised me quite a bit was how hard XG won their lanes. This usually doesn't happen when you play against Falcons. They're very good with like the lane swap, and they did do that again. They put the engine in the offlane. Crit on the Snapfire in the safe lane, and honestly, it had a very big impact on this game. Crit didn't have a good time there. He got a very late level 6. Jinkyu got a very early earn as well on his Hoodwink. Went around, got a lot of stuff done. So to me, then the mid game slowed down. But yeah, overall, XG, I really feel like they brought their absolute A game to this game 1.
I think they identified the fact that Malrine needed to be shut down. When you look at Malrine's performances so far throughout TI, at the 20-minute mark, he's only ever had like 4 deaths, 3 deaths. But this time, yeah, he has 3 deaths as well. Like, the second most deaths so far. Often it's like 1 or 2. Like, he's having such a good tournament. But XG, they identified Malrine. They killed him 3 times by the 20-minute mark, and they truly shut him down.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. He is the rock of this team. They play this early game off of the shoulders of Malrine's timing, off of his tempo, and he couldn't recreate it that game. Extreme Gaming came to win today. They played with such confidence in these lanes. Falcons are a team we're used to seeing win these side lanes, not blunder, not feed, ready for every power rune, ready for every wisdom rune rotation. Usually they're the team bringing 3 heroes to the wisdom shrines. But guess what? They gave up both wisdom shrines this game. Their Sapphire did not have level 6 for a very long time because of that, and they didn't have the damage that they usually need to get their first few pickoffs.
There were also like so many clips that we can see here too. They're about so many small things. The way XG earlier like bursted Malrine, Atos, Hex, Stunlock, you go this, then you go on XM, he disassembles his A on this, it procs, he gets loaded by someone else. And then you have a bushwhack to like save him onwards and onwards, and there's so many things. Falcons too, like snaking countless times. He lives because he goes in front, he has the right itemization, he uses himself, he delays. But the longer the game goes, at least until Falcons have like 6 slot on Ember and Pango, this Ame Ursa, he just eats you alive.
Especially later in the game when what they had to do on Falcons was to play the map, push these side lanes out. How do you do that when this Ursa has a blink Abyssal Blade so early into the game? We'd see a hero show top, instantly get Abyssal. If you're an Ember, you have to remnant out. If you're a Pango, you have to just roll away. There wasn't a means for you to control the map after that initial aggression from Extreme Gaming.
No, I feel like a lot of the theme of this grand finals would be who can XG just stabilize the early game to get themselves to this team fight excellence, right? Ame being 31-11, like the fight selection that he has is incredible. The execution of the spells from XSS, impeccable. X-Nova, the vision from his spirit and just opening up the fights. Like everything XG does is based on the mid-game timing. So I'm really looking for the future of this series. How can Falcons try and change up that pacing, not allow them to kind of cruise control to the point where they are happy to take any fight?
And XXS on this Mars, like we saw it. It was in first pick Mars.
Yep.
They heavily prioritized his hero in this draft, and I would love to see that be recreated in the next game. They didn't even care what kind of matchup they would get, so long as he had a means to take these fights for them, and that he did. He was always finding the key targets in that mid lane fight. They got the kill on Ember. It just made it easy for Ame to come in, clean up, and get his net worth up because of that.
Yeah, and you pointed out it was an overall first pick Mars, and it makes me wonder. I think there's been a lot of TI finals that have like one hero that the series kind of starts revolving around. Could that be the Mars in this case, or will it just be banned from here on out? Because that is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm going to expect the same thing in game 2. It's going to be first picked or it's going to be banned. It's already been the hero of a lot of games, and it's going to continue, I think, to be that way. But I want to show a lot of things that also happened that allowed XG to like even get to this stage. They don't have the BKB yet on Ame. They need time. So they go ahead of him. They smoke ahead to make sure they're around the Roche pit and allow him to farm. But look at this top level D-warding from both teams here. You have X Nova, they protect their triangle. Falcons are like, okay, the game is about Roche. They D-ward them again. Now, because this D-ward happened, Extreme, they ping on the minimap. They're like, yo, they must have seen me place this ward. So I'm now going to go D-ward your ward that is on the lane too. And these are the small things that actually, first of all, allow this game to delay. This is 26 minutes. Roshan hasn't died yet. 28 minutes, you have another Rosh-off. You have a fourth D-ward coming out from the teams against each other. And in the ultimate last clip, this is now 30-30. Look at the minimap. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small macro gameplay that allowed them to take the very first ages of the game. And this is really what then started a bloodbath.
Yeah, up until that point, it kind of felt like the game could have been going either team's way, but vision is incredibly important, T.
No, it is so critical. And then when you see the dewarding happening from, Kezu's clips, there's another moment in the game where they set up the map in such a beautiful way that they are able to smoke for 1 whole minute and Falcons have no information. Often when you're off map for about a minute, you're going to be identified. But you see here, Crit, he's drawing on the minimap. He's like, guys, they're on the top side. They're even using a scam. But look at the creep waves. Top's hitting the top tier tower for Falcons. Mid is getting shoved in. But XG, able to utilize the vision that they place. And there is just no good wards on the map for Falcons to truly understand. One's on the bot side, one's on the top rune. Like, the map is getting choked out from the vision game. And when you get to play a slow game, vision is critical. All it takes in Dota is one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, Tier 2, High Ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the draft was done, I was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game. And in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
Well, they lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills like left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get their wisdom shrines early on, and naturally they're just going to slow down because of that. They hit their tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their number in this one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that, even though there weren't a lot of kills, they were playing quickly on the map on Extreme Gaming. They were ready to just jump any target that showed on the side lanes.
Yeah, the early game definitely did not have as much action as maybe we thought initially, but that's okay. And the action that was there was very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early game fights after you lose your towers are so important because they beat back your opponents or stop them from taking more ground. So that's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Extreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're able to jump and spear back Mallory into the tower, and they throw all of their damage into him, basically, almost all of their ultimates. But killing him is important because he's the one that's going to be disabling, staying alive, and stopping their heroes from blinking around. So really good teamfight disruption from the Pangolier. And eventually, with this great hoof stomp that happened here, it basically oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good stomp and very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity. But Skitter jumps in, and something I want you to look at is look at how much armor he's got here. He's got 8 minus 8 right now. I'm going to do the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close to the Elder Titan, X Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that Ame jumps in with his Battle Fury. And if you take a look over here as well, he forgot to use Warcry, or he chose not to because he needed to jump in immediately to save his teammates. And as a result, he's got minus 8 armor because of his Mask of Manus, which is why he died so stupidly fast. I mean, they even used the Pavis here to give him some HP, but it doesn't really matter if you got minus 8 armor. So this was a really sick read by Extreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down 2 heroes, but we can still blow you up right now. So they took that opportunity, won that team fight, and that really helped ensure that that laning stage disadvantage that Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Yeah, very well put there indeed. And of course, both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2. Maybe different pick order, different heroes, definitely as well. And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this? Because considering it was so slow, do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malvin, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Extreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many opportunities in the game, so I wouldn't even call this an off game from Falcons. I just think XG, they brought their A game. I don't think you change too much when it comes to bring it in the game.
Agreed. I think Extreme Gaming, like, they have their momentum from their amazing win yesterday into their energizing win today into this game. They caught Falcons off guard, and now Falcons have to wake up because if you look at their draft, Skeeter on Sven, ATF on Pango, Malvian on his Ember, Snaking on his Enchantress, Crit on his Snapfire, these are their heroes.
Well, I know two people who are great at waking other people up. Slacks and Tsunami.
Hello, everyone. Yes, yes, indeed. Can we tell the future, my friends? This is the Oracle TI, in case you didn't notice, because you're dumb. Anyway, yes. Will we be able to tell the future here today? In fact, we will. You see, in pubs after the International, there's a bit of time until the next patch, and typically, people will pick whatever they picked at the International, making, you know, pro builds into very, very bad pub builds. So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games. Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello, what do you think we will see after the International in pub games?
I'll probably think of Hoodwink with Helm of Dominator, but just in general, Helm of Dominator on any kind of support. Pulling the lanes, giving us some free tasty last hits on big creeps. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely disgusting Helm of the Dominator, pause 4s and pause 5. Write it down, Tsunami. Dark times ahead. Put it on the sacred slate, please.
Slacks, I don't want to do the character. Please don't make me do the voice.
Do the voice, Tsunami. We practiced the voice for 20 minutes in the back. Tsunami, do the voice.
Oh, Sia, I shall write
God.
down Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator.
Don't do the voice anymore, Tsunami. They love it. Keep doing it. What do you think we'll see after the International?
I got a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, the runes. I've been following the decoding of the runes.
Yes.
Maybe like this Azizov character.
Let's not spoil the secret runes, young man. Maybe. Don't look at, I don't know shit. You think they tell me anything? I would tell you right now, for fun. But maybe we might see something. What else? Meta-wise. Why? He keeps looking at you, making me uncomfortable. Goodbye, young man. Goodbye. Hello?
Hello. Everybody buys 2 Dominators and switches them in the inventory.
Double Dominator switcheroo.
For everybody.
Don't write that down. Oh, he's writing it down. Oh, no. Strange people staring. Yes, indeed. Helm of the Dominator backpack strat could happen. Anyone else have an idea? Hello, what will we see in the future of Dota?
Yeah, I'm just scared to see the Bristleback with Butterfury in my pubs.
Oh, no, gracious. Dark times ahead, Bristleback with Battle Fury. Please ban the Bristleback to save yourself. What do you think we'll see?
One team will have full Helm of the Dominator, and the other team will have full Midases to counter it.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't think that worked. Whatever.
My liege, I missed that one. Say it again, please.
I'm good. No, that doesn't. It's all good. Hello. What do you think we'll see, my friend?
The heroic Meepo carry.
Oh! One person cheers, the one Meepo player in the crowd. 'Tis a good day for you, but terrible for everyone else. What shall you see?
Satanic's Tinker carry.
Oh, God! My heart cannot take it. Foul times are ahead of us, Tsunami. What have you got written down? Last one right here. What do you think?
Maybe Battle Cup Turbo Mod.
Oh. Okay, could happen. All right, everyone. Tsunami, do you like our choices?
The choices are sound, my lord, and thou shalt pick Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator. Strange people will stare at you and make you feel uncomfortable. 2 Dominators, 1 in the backpack and 1 in the inventory. We're gonna keep having Bristleback's grief games. That's just business as usual. Yuma Meepo, any love for the Meepo picks that we had during the road? And okay, now you guys are cheering because I tell you to, but I want you to be real on this one. Do you actually want to see Tinker carry?
May that be the loudest boo so much, everyone. Well, have some dark days in your pub after the International, but many things might still happen in this grand finals. So keep your eyes open, my friends. Good luck. It's going to be hell out there.
Or happy times, because if all my enemies are doing that, I'm winning with normal things. That's how it goes, team.
No, it doesn't. It's always on your team. Don't be so naive. And it's you queue for the game. You're happy after TI, and then you get every single idea in one single game.
No,
and then you
no.
still win. That's the beauty of Dota.
You see, you still win. Okay, that's all. That's all.
I was gonna put you down and then bring you back up.
No, we're good. We're good. Speaking of winning, Extreme Gaming just won that first game, so there's a lot of talk going on in the back, I would imagine, with both of the teams and how they will adapt to Go. How do you want them to adapt?
Well, I think the easy answer is the respect of Mars in the series, but I think the critical point will be Elder Titan, right? X Nova, the stand-in, he wasn't on XG until, of course, unfortunately, Paulison fell ill, and X Nova has entered the team with exceptional Elder Titan gameplay, and I feel like every clip we're gonna ever see, it will be the buff-ups of the ET, the sleep disengages, everything about this hero makes it a grand finals hero.
It is one of his best heroes. It's one of his most played heroes, and I think he used the shard like really well. Other ETs, you just see they stomp and they chill. But when he got the Ember, when he got Amar on the Pango, he went on top of them. He reduced all their armor. So Ame, he just claps you out of the game like immediately. And we must not forget, X Nova just a few months ago had one of the darkest days ever with me in OG. We sucked. There was nothing going on. But this guy, he's incredible. He's making this comeback. He's playing so well. I'm just really happy to see like the two teams playing this well and going up against each other.
He's been sharp the entire tournament, and also the TP cancel on Sven, that was his Earth Splitter early on. If that hadn't happened, they would have not traded the Quap kill for the Sven kill, which tipped a lot of the momentum in XG's favor. And the dewarding clips that you showed us earlier, there was a cool stat that we didn't get to talk about yet, but actually, Snaking and Xnova, they're averaging around the same amount of dewards per game. Both of these teams are getting around 8.8 in a game, and he was probably the only one competing with Falcon supports on that. The next one was P-Vision at 7 dewards.
They have respectful map play. I say that, and it's like very honest, traditional Dota, right? The way that they move, the way they do, they're not utilizing, Helmet Dominators to, shadow push a wave and not have to do it. Like, they're doing it the old-fashioned way, which is why these stats are so similar and why this finals, again, still should be so competitive.
What about that Hoodwink Dominator, though? They were doing a little sneaky.
A little. It was like,
play.
why? I was like, what? I'm referencing the fact that it's not 5 or 4 or 3 compared to other teams. Wink,
Just
wink, nudge,
near
nudge.
1.
One's acceptable. 3, 4, 5. Come on.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the last times that Ame played in the grand finals, he ended up losing game 1, and then they ended up winning 2 in a row, and then they ended up, losing the rest. This time, this could be the flip of the switch. You've got the script that's turned upside down.
Pulled the other grand finals that Ame lost. He won the first 2 and then lost the second 2 as well. So he has both iterations already.
I mean, at least for, the people that we all love Ame, and there is a reason he is called the uncrowned king. If you look at his top, placements, it's first at Riyadh, first We Play, first at so many countless other lands and other majors, but look at his TIs. TI 7, he gets 4th. TI 8, he goes to the grand finals, gets 2nd, 5 games. TI 9, 3rd place, barely misses out. TI 10, he goes to the finals again, 5-game nail biter, loses towards the very end again. TI 11, he gets 5th, 6th. So this could really be the one time where he can do it. He's up 1 game. They're looking so strong. I'm really looking for him to maybe do it this time.
I will say, it's so impressive to have played 6 internationals, and all 6 of them, you finished top 6 with even like 2nd and 3rd being the most common one. That is incredible on its own, let alone being able to come so close to taking that Aegis time and time again. And this time, Extreme Gaming definitely on the right track to taking this grand finals. But I'm sure Falcons has also done some homework in the meantime. There's one question I still had. When we saw in that previous game, Malrine having such a rough time, you could feel that Extreme Gaming knew to target him. Are we going to see Falcons do something with that in the sense to make him be a little bit more safe, either with more rotations possible or maybe more a hero that he has a win condition on?
They often do pick his hero quite early, right? With the Pangolin pick, that was probably going to be the case, but with that Queen of Pain, they had to find a new solution. And at that point, the bans, Monkey was banned, Earthshaker banned, Beastmaster banned. Like, they already had respected it. So, yeah, you got to slot Marine a little bit earlier in the draft, potentially.
Well, let's see if they do that, as it is time to head into the second game.
Team Falcon
fact
Ah.
that the Mars was banned out fairly early by Falcons already, they leave the sniper in for this
Minggir.
particular game, and they answer with an Enchantress.
Not just the Mars shoes, but they've just put total respect
Mati.
on SXS's heroes pool. They take out a
Mati.
Shaker, they take out a Centaur. They don't want any Dominator heroes this time around.
Mati.
A lot of the big Marine heroes
Hero.
that we're referencing are
Itu lah.
or picked. So
Mati
into
ya.
Falcons Marine will have to think about a new hero once again that he hasn't really managed to get to this position.
Lambat sangat.
My take on that last game was that
Aku
the
lupa
Ember
kau ni
would
main
look
jap.
better if the support
Serious
played
ah?
a better game. Because Ember is a hero that needs to play
Yep.
with supports, and the Snap didn't get level 6
Yep.
for a very long time, and they were feeding on the side lanes. Typically with Falcons,
Oh, kau baru gerak.
crit will rotate so
Ada
early
ni
in
aku
the
dah
lane.
dekat
This
Glacier
just
ni.
didn't happen, so the Ember
Oh.
was bad.
He also
Ah,
went middle on combo,
okay.
to be fair, like
Sampai depan itu.
someone
Nak komik
was
kau,
missing in the mid river,
Abi,
would
nak
have got
komik
tanked
kau,
by the hoodwink. Other Ember players would have been able to jump out. He wasn't able
Sapi
to
tengah
jump
main
out
game.
that many times in his career. He did play it once already at the international. It looked really dominant, but compared to his other heroes, it just didn't look to be in the same league.
I like that Falcons don't shy away from the Eng, right? The snaking Eng looked phenomenal in the entire tournament. It looked
Topek
good
kena
last
mati
game
ya.
too. So just because you lose
Topek
one,
dia
you don't
berlendi.
go away from it. You're up against the Beastmaster, but at the same time, XG, they've banned out the two best heroes in my mind that Falcons would like to play against the Beastmaster. You've got the Gyro, you've got the Weaver. So Skeeter,
Topek
other characters,
berlendi.
cares a lot about having, like his game is like important to him, but
Topek
it's more important
berlendi.
that he slows you down. So they're gonna have to look for a replacement that links well with Eng to slow down the Beastmaster themselves.
And it does give permission to XG to buy one Dominator. One Eng equals one Dominator. That's fair. It's honest Dota 2.
I mean, you know it was going to happen anyway with the Beastmaster. But Ent is one of the old school lane counters as well. Sure, you cannot enchant the Dominator, but you just take a boar on lane and you stick it to Beastmaster.
Falcons want a lot more tempo in this game, right? The way that ATF plays the Bristleback, he's throwing in himself into early fights very quickly. And we've already said it many times, pacing is what beats XG. And with the first two picks from Falcons, it's what they're going for. But once again, this Elder Titan, 5 games, 100% win rate, it is exactly what you want to see to survive. It does so much to dismantle any early aggression.
It's the same support duo from XG. They owned with it in game 1. You take it into your game 2. Hoodwink as well against Bristleback, incredibly strong. You take the break, you get some...
Apa yang warga sangat tu orang dia kahwin lah. Aku pelik tu.
They can flex the Bristleback.
Dia kahwin.
Bini aku sampai dia
But it would be a
dekat
nice
thread
answer
kan.
for you
Dekat
if
thread
you
tu
win
dia
against the Beastmaster
dia
when
ada
you play
komen
this
lah.
Bristol
Bila aku
and
baca
Edge
quote.
together.
Now Reem Primal
Si
Beast,
si
he
Amira
wants to
Osman
create
ni.
some chaos in the game. Throw in the
Ah,
Primal,
pasal
throw in the
Amira
Bristleback,
Osman ni dia
run
make up.
through
Lepas tu bini
XG.
aku
Don't
cakap
take
ah
any
dia
time
okey
to
ke
think
kalau
about
make up
laning
dengan orang
Dota,
lelaki
but
kan.
yeah, Falcons, they
Amira
want to
Osman ni
fight
kan
this
bertudur
time around.
kacau.
Make up dengan orang lelaki.
I mean, sorry, doesn't
Ya,
put
dia punya
Mallory in a
make up
position where
artist
he
dia
gets
yang tu lelaki
counterpicked
yang
by
kahwin
XM
ni
and
tak
has to
aku
worry about
lah.
his pick.
Oh.
That's a lane dominator
Tanya
hero.
situ mak
He
kena
had to go
best.
for the Ember. Primal Beast on
Kena
Mallory,
best tu
he
kan.
doesn't even go off the lane. He
Dia
just
punya
cuts the waves,
dia
drags
punya
them
track
behind
tu.
towers,
Dia
or drag them into waves, and
kita
always
ni
makes
je
sure he has
betul
his back
funara
regardless
benda.
of whatever pick we're playing.
Kelakar sia.
When there is single target jump and that big
Macam mana?
Tanya just random.
So with with the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster, he wanted to go for that explosive
Pandai lah,
target. I don't
pandai
mind
lah.
it at all.
The cool thing about Ringmaster is it forces your pick that you make
Sebelum cakap.
something different.
Sebelum cakap buat bodoh
If they were looking at a different style of carry for Alma, like another repeat of that Ursa,
Sama jap.
they can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't slot a nullifier into his pool early enough.
Always the way when
Check
there's
one.
not a lot of lockdown and pucks in the pool, XM's gonna want to pick it up.
It's just great against the backline, right? You're gonna
Okay.
show them to each other. And ET always, you want not just the physical guy who abuses your physical damage, you want the spirit with the magic damage. X and Puck, it has looked absolutely phenomenal. On Falcons too, you have the option of flexing new heroes around. I would say that Amar is the better Bristle and Malrine is the better Primal Beast, but they have options because they have the ultimate last pick off the draft.
Let's see what's getting banned out here. We got the Dragon Knight already removed from the pool. Looks like both teams want to get their carry for their overall last pick. So we'll see what fits in there. And just for my own personal mental state, we have the Puck versus Primal. Regardless of how that goes, Malrine will always have a game, right? Because his Primal, the way he plays it, he doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go anywhere else that he needs to.
Primal is one of the best cores in the game that if you have a bad lane, your ability to skip waves, farm, and recover is there. Marine has also utilized Primal in every game possible, good or bad, to have impact.
And when you look at Primal Beast and what makes him effective in an early game, it's the question of how successful will he be when he off the map, when he rotates to the side lanes, when they don't see where he is, how afraid will they be? And if you have one Hoodwink on a side lane and an ET on another, you can't really stop this Primal Beast from early rotations, from charging in and traveling over you. They don't have the lockdown to do so against him.
I'm kind of liking potentially Lifestealer, right, for XG. Sure, there's a Primal Beast to grab you, but you can buy Radiance, disassemble it later for the Nullifier. It gives you ways to eat through the Bristleback through the game. You don't really care about Ench. Like, the game kind of secures the scaling for your team.
Yeah, I'm also kind of looking, like, is there something else you have to respect from Falcons? Like, if they do go for some, you know, if they do want to flex the heroes around, is there something you have to really respect? Because Ame, he's also a very versatile player. He can play any type of carry. He has the ET5 in his own lane too to like kind of protect him and like also make it easy.
I will say, this is, I think, a rare case of where we see a team in the overall or in the last pick phase with still 2 minutes left in their bonus time. That doesn't happen very often. And for me, that shouts confidence from Extreme Gaming in this draft in particular.
And they take out another stun here for Skidder.
And they don't even need their bonus time. They only use 3 seconds of their bonus time the entire draft. That, I don't think that has ever happened before. And they go for their Clinks.
There is no doubt in their mind at all with their draft, and I respect that a lot. And we've seen Ame with the Clinks. It's a really annoying hero to play against. You're relatively tanky with your, of course, with your ultimate. Yeah, it's just insanely strong. Burst damage, very, very strong.
And he's the Nullifier hero. Clinks will buy it so comfortably. It's so important to play against Ringmaster.
It's not the easiest time here to find, in my opinion, the correct pick, because you need some type of stun or lockdown. Sure, you have like Bristle and Primal, they are mobile, but Clinks, very elusive. Puck as well. You don't have the best grab. Like right now, you need to blink and grab him with a Primal Beast. You're gonna get instantly coiled, roared, bushwhacked, or ET stomped. So I'm not sure if they want to take it here into like some offlane pick for Amar that gives you the lockdown. Do you just give him the Bristle, put another guy on speed, because that's why XG banned those heroes. You have no DK, you have no Sven.
Another option is just a carry that builds the Orchid. Those do happen as well. There's also Faceless Void.
Let's see how bad it is.
For Falcons, though, they have to make sure that when they make a move, it's a move that is their own kind of identity. It cannot be fixing an XG problem where they're skipping away, playing behind you, because like Kez already mentioned, the elusiveness of Clinks, Puck, and Hoodwink will just pick apart any 5-man ball that wants to move down the lane.
I think normally when you play against heroes that as the game progresses become very problematic, like Puck, because you lack disable, a 5-man ball can be very effective, especially if you win your lanes. You just make it so that they don't have a net worth advantage and end the game before they're too strong. And that's another way to play into these Pucks and these Storms. So if Falcons have a stronger early game, this really works. And Skeeter's Abaddon is one of his comfort heroes. He can also itemize against the Puck. He can just go Radiance Blink into Orchid into Bloodthorn, and that can be their damage plus lockdown.
The thing there is Abaddon still needs those 3 items to then feel like he can truly win the game. And is that enough time for XG to feel like they come online to take that one fight, to take the comeback? Because we're expecting Falcons to have the early game tempo. It's how quick
It's like it's why in the grand finals, it's both teams. They have what they want. You have Falcons, they're gonna play together, they're gonna tower dive, they're gonna go on you. But actually, too, I love this Clinks. It's like a very OG counter to the Ench as well. You're gonna go through the gate. Clinks is like very nice at protecting himself. You've got the ET as well. So XG for them, it's about time. For Falcons, can they kind of go one step further from last game? Their lanes were not that good, but if they can have good lanes and go into this mid and early game, I think they should absolutely have the lead here.
Because they are all beefy heroes.
Yes,
here,
like they're gonna go. If you're Bristol, what do you want? You want a Primal Beast charging, and you want an Abaddon that's helping you. You want a Ringmaster that's coming in with the Wheel of Wonder, saving you, putting you in the box. So for XG, it's about survival. Falcons, speed.
All right, let's see survival versus speed on the main stage, and also on the main stage, it's Zao8 with Slacks.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the director himself. Give Jack some noise! Come on! Game 2 coming your way, absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about stamina. Famously, coming in from the lower bracket into the uppers, that stamina starts to go down, teams start to get fatigued. I could make a wash your face joke here, but that would be immature, and I would not do that right now. Can you tell me, how are you keeping the energy up? How are you keeping these guys fighting?
在 TI 历史中，败者组打上来的队伍会打比较多场，他绝对没有想说洗把脸的这个梗，但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
face.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right. You picked that Clinks in less than 3 seconds. You know, you have reserve time. You don't have to go that fast. But you guys were confident. Bam! Locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯古弓，3秒就选了，犹豫都没有犹豫的，是谁的决定呢？
其实很早的时候就觉得这把古弓特别好发挥，然后到最后一手大家都相信 M1。
So very early on in the draft, we believed Clinks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else believe in Ame? All right. Last question for you here today. So you guys favor that Elder Titan. Only one other team did in this tournament. It was Paravision, so you've proven to be the superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
我们看你们选了上古巨神大牛蛮多次的，然后本次比赛当中只有另外一支队伍 PV 选了大牛，你们已经证明自己是更好使用大牛的队伍。你觉得为什么你们的队伍会比较成功呢？使用这个英雄？
一个是选手玩的比较好，我觉得 X Nova 的大牛玩的特别好，还有感觉对面根本针对不了我们。
Well, one thing is that the player plays it really well. X Nova's Elder Titan is amazing, and they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about that. Thank you so much, my friend, for an excellent interview. Thank you as well to Helen, our translator. And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Welcome, everybody, to game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and Falcons. We heard the words from the director himself talking about X-Nova and that Elder Titan. Now, you pointed to this hero. You said it was going to be one of the heroes of the tournament. As time goes on, people are going to remember that this hero is a beast in the late game. You agree with his assessment that X-Nova's Elder Titan is just a tier above the rest?
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the OG players on this hero. He has been playing it for years and years. He has a lot of experience on it. And you need that experience because this hero is all about hitting that stunner Earth Splitter at the exact right moment in the fight. If you mess it up, you're not contributing a whole lot. This is a really nice tool XG has brought out in this series, and one Falcons are going to have to address. They're trying to address it through the laning phase, giving him bad lane matchups, giving him supports that are difficult to interact with, also mid laners that are really mobile. Sometimes the CT can suffer with direct lockdown compared to a lot of other hard stunning supports. That game 1, though, it did not push through, and we saw some big plays coming out from X-Nova, especially with this Hoodwink ET duo. They get it again here in the game 2. Falcons did not deny this combination, so you're going to have that insane spell amp, and you have this puck to play off of it. A lot of long-range artillery coming out from this XG lineup.
It really does go to show how amazing a player X-Nova is he wasn't even originally on this roster. Filling in for Pelosin, he's managed to step up. Of course, he's got a history of synergy with Ame, and there's no doubt about it that he is a top-tier TI caliber player. But it is amazing that Extreme Gaming have managed to fit him into the lineup so effortlessly.
It's up to Falcons to fight back. Down a game, not out of it yet. They want a strong laning phase here, as the panel mentioned. A lot of fast-paced heroes in this Falcons lineup, a lineup that could absolutely just end this game going high ground at that 25-30-minute mark, particularly with this Abaddon pick for Skeeter. I think they had a couple options in that last slot.
Ame into trouble. Falcons, are they going to claim first blood this time? The Quill, not enough, and X-Nova gets the kill on Crit first. You're happy with the trade-off of support for core, but Falcons just get single digits away from first blood.
Mar would have liked that 100 bonus gold there. Won't get it in time, but still happy with the laning prowess that they're asserting. This is looking like a triple lane win for Falcons, exactly what they want with these Enchantress-oriented lineups.
And that's quite a turn from game 1, where we saw very early on, it was Extreme getting the CS advantage in the first couple minutes.
I think a lot of that was that Mars. Like, that first pick Mars, I think, caught him off guard a little. It set the pace straight out of the gate. XXS had a very fast start on that hero. He was just so far ahead out of that lane phase. The Beast is going to be a little slower here, especially into the Enchantress. Not a fun lane. You can't abuse the boards as strongly. You have to go the Axis build. Abaddon can shield it off. Not a fun lane for this Beast to fight into. And this Bristle can be annoying for the Clinks. It's one of the few melee heroes that can cause you problems because he can chase you down. He can build the stacks up. And Clinks, his tankiness comes online later in the lane, not on those super early levels.
Oh, that damage is building up. X-Nova, he's just going to work right now. Crit gives him the tonic, but it's not enough. Amar still falls. They both get dangerously low. Ame ends up going down in the end. If this dagger lands,
might go back in.
And X-Nova, him. Crit, he's got another dagger coming up, but he still has that whip. X-Nova can challenge him, especially with the healing salve going. This is going to be a decent amount of miss CS. X-Nova shows Crit on the chase.
It's a big mana from XG on this lane. You go all in with that ET, you're committed. You got to get something out of that. That was very close with the quill stacks building up. XG strike back. But Ame back in a solid position, finishes the full Falcon Blade. Malrine doing his usual Primal Beast shenanigans here.
Yes, that is what you can expect from a Primal Beast pickup for Falcons. It almost doesn't matter what the matchup is, just because he can always cut the lanes, cut between the mid tier 2 and farm up neutrals at the same time.
It's interesting, they put this deep dire jungle ward, almost expecting these primal rotations through that jungle.
Right.
I don't think it's a move Malrine would have committed to, but just getting vision on him helps you play the map a little bit better. Expecting the shenanigans, perhaps.
Malrine, as a result, is up in both CS and experience, so he might get to that level 6 first. We'll see what commences, if Falcons try and make a play off of him into the mid lane, or if we're going to see Malrine make the rotation.
I think you make the rotation this game. I think that's why you pick Primal. You can rotate these side lanes super successfully. You can just keep pulling waves. You can be off map for a long time. That move can be difficult to read. And you have some pretty decent side lanes to kill. Going in on this Clinks, going in on the Beastmaster, building momentum for your two side laners could be really nice in this style of game.
That was the first thing I thought when I saw a Clinks pickup into the Primal Beast. I was like, okay, that is a bold move, because this Primal Beast is probably going to be trying to hunt down this Clinks non-stop in the first 20-30 minutes.
It's a great target for Malrine. If you can connect once or twice, it's going to feel great here. Not a lot of defensive options for Ame if he just gets trampled on.
Be a whole lot easier if they could get a power rune, in particular something like an Arcane or Haste rune.
Malrine.
Will it spawn top for Malrine, or will it go bottom for XM? It's an Invis rune for Malrine, so Malrine does get it, but not the biggest power rune in the world in this early game.
I was hoping for something more aggressive there. He'll take it. And he's having a way better start here than he did in that game 1. And I think he's on a hero that can just impact the fight a lot more directly. We don't see Ember for a reason, and I think it was odd that Falcons ended up in a position where they were last picking Malrine's hero. Very rare for them in this tournament. If you go back and look at all the games, right, they have been just jamming his hero early. A lot of these mid-melee brawlers. So having this setup probably feels a lot more comfortable for them. They're able to draft accordingly. Lane pressure building up on the safe lane with the Enchantress. As X-Nova trying to threaten that Shrine Steal, but I think it's way too difficult to man up here.
I like that. He pulls the hard camp too early, so it'll be difficult for Crit to be able to re-pull it at the right time for another stack. This bottom lane, though, is being pressured heavily. They're just going to run over Xingqiu and set up for the Wisdom Shrine. That's going to be a double for Falcons. They got this last time.
Perfect move from Malrine. At the exact point in this game you want that mid to get over there. Set that kill up. Double Wisdom Shrine. Do to XG what they did to you last game, with Ame taking it away. And set your supports up for success here. Very fast start for this Falcons lineup.
XM will do what he can to pressure the mid tower, but it's just not the same as, say, a Dragon Knight.
Oh, not even close. I mean, his best tool is to counterplay the Malrine Beast, Primal Beast around the map with the coil. But a move like that's just too fast. There's no ability to react. And you need damage to follow up on your coil to bring him down in this game. He's already up to 1200 HP, 10 armor. Puck cannot kill this hero alone. You need support. Losing Wisdom Shrines means the damage from your support duo is going to come out way later in this game. No Earth Splitter, no Sharpshooter for a long time. More space, more time for Malrine to just rampage around the map. This could be a free tower last hit. There
Secured. Illusion rune for XM, so we're getting a lot of the lesser power runes out of here, which means it's going to be a whole lot more important to get that 10 and 12 minute one for either side. Another same defensive jungle ward there to spot out these aggressive rotations now that they've given up the top tower. Certainly going to see a lot more heroes occupying this space.
You can continue to dodge here, but ultimately you're going to have to find something to get levels on your supports. Just a little bit behind right now, and it's killing your offensive playmaking ability. There's just no threat on these heroes around the map. I mean, this Enchantress is already almost 6.5. Raindrop, full wand, Sister Shroud, untouchable, 2 points in the heal. He's already unkillable. We saw Snake King become a nuisance late game. He's kind of already there. No one's bringing him down. It's in theory going to be Ame again later on a hero that can bring the Enchantress down, similar to that Ursa. but that's a long ways away. So the King can play very aggressive in this early game.
Stomp on Amar. The puck is making its way over here.
Such a
so
tough
they can
kill.
just hold him here long enough that the puck arrives. And Orb, he jumps in, hits the coil. And they finish him off. XM going to be slowed down and feared by Crit. Good response from Falcons. Pushes XM away. The play just didn't really come together quite at the same time. The puck just too far away to take advantage of the early bushwhack.
That almost felt like the play call was, let's just kick this guy out.
Yeah.
We know we can't really kill him, but we'll get him low. We'll kick him out. It'll free up some space for the Clinks. These strength cores are going to be a nuisance to bring down this game. Back to Falcons' MO, right? Spam the triple strength core, build the EHP up, get a pipe behind him, get some auras. It's going to be an insane amount of tank ability. Yeah, that's not happening either. And this is the aggressiveness that Snake can play with for the first 20 minutes here. He's totally invincible. Just run on XG side of the map, give vision, steal camps, threaten the pokes behind the tier 1s, get the wards in deep places that are going to set up further plays for your team. This is all information that Maureen can play off of. It's all power runes that are automatically being secured from him just off the presence of this Enchantress that nobody wants to deal with right now.
Nova, he's a bit surrounded here. The daggers into the viscous nasal goo. Okay. And he can't TP out either because Crit is ready to stop that one. So his life is kind of forfeit here. There's that fear. And Falcons up 2,000 net worth. This is looking way more like a Falcons game. They get an advantage off the laning phase. Now they're going to start building that, and they're going to bully you with that net worth advantage with their strength heroes. I mean, they're already tough to kill, but you get a net worth advantage on top of that. Overwhelming.
This is what they wanted to happen in game 1. They're getting it in game 2, so now they get a chance to play their style of Dota against XG. Up 3K now, so much of that on this Bristleback. If ATF is the most farmed hero in the game, I think your chance to win it goes up considerably. This is this man in his element. He is the best in the world at playing this carry style off lane. He is in prime position to do just that. Going first item Lotus, going to be a little early tank ability and utility here. Great scaling against the Beastmaster Roars. You're almost always going to want it at some point in the game. Of course, you get a little regen to boost up your farm speed. XG still looking for the supportals here, man. It's just been mega delayed.
Yeah, without that, they simply do not have a way to stop this Bristleback from farming right in front of their tier 2. They need Jin Q badly to get to his 6 and get the sharpshooter for the extra bit of bursting damage, for the break mechanic. There's so many things that it provides. Same goes with the Elder Titan, right? The biggest damage spell he has is that Earth Splitter. The fact that their Wisdom Shrines got taken away from them is causing them more and more problems.
They also, again, going straight Helm on this Hoodwink, potentially for Jinku. They have a Helm on the Beast. They do have some split push stall mechanisms, right? If you can get these items up, start pushing the lanes into Falcons, make these immobile cores show on parts of the map they don't want to, that can be a way to slow this game down and just get to some more scaling on your tri-core here. Especially if you can defend this tier 1 mid. Biggest pressure point on the map right now, tier 1 mid for XG. Can you keep this tower alive, protect Ancients for XXS, protect the upper jungle area for Ame as Amar starts to assert his advantage. He finishes this Lotus, we might see that smoke towards mid, especially with the Primal Beast blink.
Have you ever seen a Helm Dom creep on a Skeleton Warrior?
I don't think I have. It's not the
Big
strongest
Brother
boy.
Skeleton, man.
It's going ham. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, not the best play considering it does time out. XXS will need a few more seconds to grab another one, but fortunately because of his double Sage's Mass, he just doesn't seem to run out of mana, so he's just throwing wild axes around non-stop. So despite Falcons getting that early advantage, it does seem like Extreme are prepared for this kind of grind. They're just playing very efficient jungle right now.
But are you prepared for Arcane Rune Blink Primal Beast smoking at you on the map?
I'm not sure if anybody is prepared for that much.
I mean, this is where Maureen can break the game open. If he finds a couple big 4 kills,
backs away, but they know where he's going. He's headed to farm some neutrals. Just outside. He just used an orb. Perfect timing. Get the grab on him. While the orb is done, chain up the disables, push him into the wheel.
Nice connection, perfectly executed. That's an Arcane Rune, so all your cooldowns coming up again in 20 seconds here. We could see another fast play come out from Maureen on the map.
I think the funniest part about that is that play is disguised by the fact that the Enchantress is hitting your mid-tier 2, or tier 1. So they're not sure if there's a smoke play behind the Enchantress where if somebody shows they're going to get jumped, or if they're actually smoking around the map variously.
I mean, look at Snake. He's once again just posting up solo in this triangle, daring XG to come kill him. Knows there is no response.
And apparently Skeeter's going to do the exact same thing. A push to X, but a hurricane to push him back into the shrine. Crazy little micro plays going on. Snaking slowed down by XM, but it doesn't matter. They simply just do not have the damage anywhere on Extreme. They have to land a stomp and then follow through with all the setup that they've got.
And there's the bristle rotation to mid ATF. He gets it for free here. All the attention drawn to another lost Wisdom Shrine. The XP difference in this game is insane. We are already up to 7 levels, 27% at 14 minutes. What is that?
This is
disgusting.
This is turning into a very one-sided affair.
But you're about to have both these Radiant supports the same level as your hard carry on the side of XG. That is not good news for the team fight. XG, it's almost getting to the point where you are desperate for any sort of kill just to gain some momentum in this game. Trying to find it with XM on mid, but this is not the man.
Not even close. Not even close.
This is the last person on this map you should be going into right now. He is the hardest to kill for the gain you're getting, which is extremely minimal. Snaking just controlling so much of this mid area. XG getting frustrated with it. Just gotta play for your Beastmaster Ags, Deso on Ame, and try and go with that damage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later on, Ame, he'll be able to take the Enchantress off the table at the start of these fights, whether it's, you know, through the break into actually attacking the Enchantress or through the shard later on where you could bypass that untouchable. But for now, it's simply not a solution. And as a result, Falcons, they've got full control of this game. They're just running around, picking off heroes. Extreme are fighting for scraps. They little guerrilla warfare. They're hitting these camps variously and hitting the mid lane and just running away as soon as they can.
They have heroes that can solo show on waves, and there's not much you can do about it. The Enchantress is one, but also this Skeeter Abaddon, he has just been chilling out here the whole time. Nobody can force him off this wave. Absolute free farm. The Radiance is done. He's going into Manta. He will give you the lane shove because of how aggressively he can show. XG need to assert some sort of threat on the map right now to regain control. It probably starts with the puck into the support ultimates. Looking now bottom, but again, this is another tough target to go into with this Abaddon. You cannot prevent the ult going off here. And that buys a lot of time for Falcons to support him off of the tier 1 that is still standing. All 3 towers available. In fact, this tower is basically 100% HP down here.
When you make this sort of play, the slower it is, the worse it gets. Mid-tier 2 is being pushed. Top tier 2 is being pushed. Nobody on Extreme is showing except for Ame. And I think Skeeter and Maureen, they've made a read of this. They know they're going to go for Skeeter. And this is going to go real bad, potentially. They get the grab, and already the squirrel is gone. And the Abaddon is back up to full HP. Extreme Gaming make their first big move of the game, and they're going to lose 3 heroes and get absolutely nothing in return.
And a double kill for Maureen, 5-0. This is basically going to finish up that BKB. This has been clinical control of the map from Falcons. This is what they're known for. This is their style at Dota. They just give you nothing. They present an unkillable sight across the map. You want to go on this Bristle? Be my guest. You want to go on Enchantress? Good luck. Go on the Abaddon? The play's too easy to read.
Why is this game 2 so much different than game 1? Because last time, Ame was just able to play his own game and has nothing really to do with carries, right? Extreme were able to run around as 4 and do a lot.
I think it's the Wisdom Shrine difference, right?
Yeah.
Supports for Extreme got their ults faster, were able to make more plays off it. They had a faster hero in the offlane to enable it in the Mars versus the Beast. That just sets everything up way better. The laning phase went better for them. Here, Falcons, they got the better of the laning phase. They got all the shrines. Their supports were able to assert dominance around the map a little quicker. And all these small things add up immensely in the highest pressure situation. The map can close real fast on you.
It feels kind of weird because we have seen this trend where these games are going so late. Teams are adjusting and trying to make sure that they have scale in their squad. But it seems like this matchup, it's going to be both about scale and laning phase.
You can't ignore it. And it's a trap. Like, you want to play for the scale because that's what's going to make you feel comfortable, especially in a grand final. But you risk getting run over. You are going to sacrifice some of your laning. You're going to sacrifice some of your ability to fight back around these tier 1s. And Falcons are not a team that's afraid of taking advantage of that.
Oh yeah, they're just going to do Roshan right in front of your face. And Extreme,
no response.
I don't think there is. Yeah, I think you have is the Spirit going in, slowing him down every once in a while, and every single time he does, it comes at a risk. He might get found by Maureen at some point.
Items are just way too fast here. I mean, BKB done on Primal, Crimson for ATF on this Bristle. That is a debilitating item for Ame this early in the game. Yeah, you have the Deso to kind of punch through with some minus armor, but this Clinks is not dealing big DPS like an Ursa or a Sven. He needs more right clicks to get the job done, and this Crimson is just going to completely take you out of the fight.
Now we're going to see some of this classic Ame and Yatoro Clinks where once they pick up the shard, they're going to start bursting down waves and then disappearing off the map. So it will start to become harder and harder for Falcons to maintain control, to keep Extreme locked on their side of the map, to keep them down in net worth.
We are seeing it flatline a little bit. I mean, they got a lot of this bottom half of the map back in their control. Got to start ratting it out of it. No way you can take a head-on fight right now. X-Nova looking to steal this. He's set up here with a ward.
I don't even know how he would do that with Elder Titan of all heroes.
I mean, we got to pause right as the Spirit hits. If I'm Crit, I'm like, yo, where the hell is the Spirit coming from right now?
Yeah.
Maybe they just don't care, though. That's a nice little shard for the Ringmaster.
Do you think they buy an early gem? They just start looking around. I mean, anything to take wards off and find the Clinks as Ame's moving around. I feel like that's the only thing that really can stall out the game for Falcons and stall out their progression.
I could see early gem in this game, particularly because you have cores you can give it to that are invincible.
Yeah.
I mean, the Enchantress can always hold it, but if you want to put it on the front line with the Bristle or the Abaddon, maybe even the Primal, they're such an indomitable threat right now. There's no risk of losing this gem in your mind. I would love an early gem here. Take the vision control like we saw XG do in game 1. Choke them out on the map, threaten the Clinks even more in the team fights. You just aren't going to be able to get those good angles.
And what's the timing here for Extreme to actually, take a team fight? Is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now? How long do they have to stall this game before they can finally fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not losing a net worth advantage, in other words, if you are trading farm evenly on the map, you do that for as long as possible.
Okay.
Like, I don't think there is a clear point. It's just we need to stall this game, use the DOMs, get to a point where we can start to threaten cores in this game, because that's your biggest problem. And that's going to require a lot of damage.
We didn't do much to interrupt the Tormentor, but he did leave Falcons on a little merry chase. And then after that, his ward spotted out this smoke. So they go through the gate, they try and chase after these heroes, but Extreme are all vacating the area. They're not going to be caught in this. Well, maybe their Helmet Dom creep will. But even Jin-Q, breaking more smokes, playing underneath the Watcher. Very smart.
You cannot lose Double Shrine again in this game. Ame needs to get this one.
Okay, maybe that was sticking around for too long there. He already broke the smoke, but Jin-Q, cheeky as always, was trying to play inside the trees. Does get found. That is the advantage of the Primal Beast. He can cut through these trees anytime he wants to.
Very nice hero. Define these rat around the map. Even scaring XM off this mid. Just so hard to get the lane control. Swill pick up, though. I mean, you have an incredible lineup to split the lanes up, right? Between the puck and the Clinks, very elusive, very hard to catch here. Even Hoodwink can contribute a little bit, especially if he goes the Helmet Dom build. There's some decent hope if you're XG to just stall this game out and not let that lead build.
And Amar takes some tier 2s. You take that tier 2, you take the outpost, more and more map control. I do almost wonder, would Falcons be strong enough to just hit high ground and say, you have to fight us?
I think Amar is strong enough, honestly.
Yeah, well, we saw he wasn't scared of the high ground whatsoever. Farmed a creep wave underneath the tier 3, joins his team to the mid-tier 2.
The thing is, Falcons can absolutely go high ground. They've built all the early utility. You have sustain from Enchantress. You have shields from Abaddon. I think they will make this play. And that is the downside for the rat action from Extreme. You're not going to have time to see this style through. You can keep farming the side lanes. Puck and Beast are on the edges of the map. Your base is dying. You have to take this fight.
Somebody's got to kill this mid-wave. And then somebody's got to cut the next wave.
No one's in position to do that.
No. So then the other option actually play to fight.
Falcons got what they wanted. Everybody back to the base. Except for this XXS Beastmaster stayed out. They will try and hunt him, clear him out of the map.
Yeah, he's getting so close to BKB, and that would be a really big upgrade to their team fight potential.
He's going to run into crit. Try and roar and kill him here?
Yeah, Maureen, he's going to jump in, and he gets grabbed on XXS. No roar goes out just yet. The roar's still available, though. XXS, he can throw it out now, and he'll TP away. The whip is going to be there in time. The TP, ill-advised for XXS. He tries to chase down crit, but it just will not work for him. Kited out by the constant daggers. Meanwhile, Lamar still hitting your tier 3s. He's chipped it away just a bit more, and now that there's no Beastmaster, it feels like the gates are wide open.
They're trying to stall his damage, but he has just planted himself here. Truly invincible on this front line. Still 20 seconds for that Aegis. The early itemization gives him so much tank ability at this point in the game before the late game Plink scaling comes online.
And there's the gem at 24 minutes. Snaking buys one. We'll see if he passes it off to somebody else or if he holds on to it.
I mean, take your pick.
The Aegis does expire, so Falcons, they won't get Elena Barracks out of this Aegis. Likely to wait out for the second one. That has been Falcons' MO. When they get in a lead like this, we saw it in the road to TI. I mean, they are willing to just build up an absurd net worth lead. Doesn't always work out for them, but it usually does.
I think this will be a little bit of a difficult game to do that if you just play the map straight up. If you're constantly forcing XG to respond to something, either a high ground or Roshan, Torment, or whatever it is, that's what's going to build you the lead. But you haven't seen them catching the big cores on the sides of the map. The Bristle's not equipped to do it, the Abaddon's not equipped to do it, so you're really relying on the Primal Beast, and he also has to keep his farm up to continue scaling here. It's just very difficult to catch the puck and the Clinks out on the sides.
We get to BKB on the Beastmaster. We get to Nullifier. That's going to be the item choice for Ame. The panel brought this item up as a crucial item in a matchup against some of these Falcons heroes. Does that change the narrative a little bit?
You remove the escape act presence. You remove a lot of the buffs that are going out on these heroes. Does let you more confidently single target focus a hero down with Nullifier plus Primal Roar connecting on somebody.
I mean, you stop the save, but can you threaten the hero in the first place is my question, I guess.
Well, that was actually close. I mean, if you can't threaten him, then the team fight's just out the window anyway, right? So you have to believe you have enough single target DPS, and this will set you up to convert that single target DPS into a guaranteed kill. I think it is the correct idea here. There's always going back to X-Nova here on the ET as well, right? Like, if you need damage, this is the hero that can give it to you.
Yes.
Now, BKBs can be annoying. It's blocking out a lot of your aura. You know, you're going to have to get through the Abaddon life. You're not probably going on the Enchantress. But some of these other heroes, you throw that Earth Splitter and you amp them up. You get on top of them with everybody. Sharpshooter through, break the Bristle. Interactions like this, you can bring a target down in this game and open up that fight. Refresher already done on Maureen. He loves this rush Refresher build.
Yeah.
A bit tight on the mana, but if you're getting every power rune, you got a couple Arcane Boots behind you, it absolutely can work in the fight.
And Extreme Gaming, they bought their own gem, and we're thinking about their own push outside of the base. Maybe to catch Falcons unawares, but Falcons, they're already kind of grouped up. They're playing off the smoke of their own and clearing through vision and getting some very good high ground vision themselves. Running into the Beastmaster. You see him at a distance. XXS making a break for the base. His Hawk will take the dagger, but his body will get grabbed. Maureen starts things off, forcing XXS to use the BKB. There goes the tree cut. That's going to be a constant annoyance. Not only is the Hoodwink going to be hunted down inside of the trees, but this trample cuts trees down, so we can't really rely on the acorn shot to plant a tree and play off of that bushwhack.
Very few reliable stunts to play with in this game outside of that roar. And of course, there's Skeeter on a bat. You just run in, shield whoever you go on. Have a good day. Now I'm hitting your base. All the ults were used. What do you have left in the tank? No Nullifier yet for Ame. No BKB for XXS. He was your strongest team fighter. And a lot of his net worth got taken off that little gank up top. So this is just a free lane for Falcons.
Yeah, this is looking like a real sad way to lose one of your games in this TI Grand Final.
Or a very comfortable way to win it.
That is also true. Falcons, everything is going to be undone if they can close out this game from that Game 1's mistakes. You're sort of going to feel like you have a potent draft of this sort of situation if Extreme haven't managed to answer it here. Oh, good initiation from Maureen. Almost caught XM. They could have chained that with crit and the whip. Would have been beautiful, but hey, there's going to be plenty more opportunities like that. You do not have to rush things too much here.
XM did get to Lincoln's. Is worth pointing out here in case you commit some big spell on him.
Sure.
A little defensive capability. I mean, there's already an Orchid for Skeeter. He's immediately trying to answer it, put more threat onto this puck, and there's your ticket high ground. Second Roshan available for Falcons. They will instantly clean it up. And this will prompt a smoke from XG. They feel like they have a better shot contesting this than taking that high ground fight against the Aegis. Scan goes out. Falcons leave the pit.
Ame's also about as strong as you can ask him to be at this point in time.
Yes.
Level 18, nullifier done. If they can't make it work now, then you may just have to accept that this is a GG call. Both teams aware of the positioning.
That's not the guy you want.
They try and go for the nullifier, but the grab, no, the roar. It's going to stop him. Ame gets a bit of distance, and the Earth Splitter does good damage. Maureen kind of has to retreat here. As tanky as he is, he backs away. Now chasing after the Hoodwink, doesn't get that either, and they got the ultimate out of the Skeeter Abaddon. This is going pretty well for Extreme, and now with the break, they go after the Abaddon. Escape back to help protect him. No nullifier back up for Extreme just yet. Maureen with the refresh, though, goes back in with a BKB, and a second round. No roar to protect him this time, and Skeeter on top of him. What a bushwhack, but Ame simply cannot output the damage. These heroes of Falcons, they are just too big and too bad.
That felt like a fight where XG executed it absolutely to the limit. You couldn't ask for more. They popped so much early, and they will end up losing basically everybody. Just too much sustain, too much tankiness in this lineup. They are too far ahead off the lanes, and that is likely going to secure Falcons' game to win. And if it does, and you're XG, you're going to have to make some big adjustments going into game 3, because this was the kind of pace and laning phase you were trying to avoid in this series. This is one of your weaknesses this tournament. You cannot give this team this kind of start. They just completely run away with it.
Relatively low death timers because we're just so early into the game. It's only 30 minutes in, and Falcons are threatening a second lane of barracks. 14 seconds seems a bit too long to protect this one. Extreme will have to hold out on that third lane. Protect against Megas, but Falcons, they can take this. They can back out. Roshan is open for the taking now.
You also just finished up pipe on Enchantress, limiting that ET presence, limiting that Hoodwink magical burst damage.
Yeah, this is looking like just disgusting Falcon setup that made them so dominant in the previous year's regular season.
Just max the early EHP across the board. Damage test your enemies. And if they fail, the game just ends.
A scan reads what's coming from Extreme. A desperate 5-man smoke to get to the pit in time. But Falcons, ever patient, will back away from the Roshan pit and force Extreme into this uncomfortable position where they watch as the mid lane and the bottom lane push into their base. They want to contest Roshan, but how long can they just hold this position to do so?
They cannot hold it forever. Meanwhile, Falcons, they will sit on this hill until something happens. They are in no rush right now. They know they have this significant 5-on-5 advantage. They have the auras in this early game. They have the tanky frontliners that XG has to jump. Just put ATF on the front line and dare XG to jump him.
Extreme definitely going to be put to the test of that bend, don't break style. Practically doubled over.
Oh, Ame, he wanted that amp
Skeeter's just going to go for it. He blinks right to the middle of them. And Ame's just got to keep on running. XM hoping to protect him here. Now there is the roar stopping out Maureen, but look at the Enchantress threatening Ame. He's running away from a 5 position who gets saved by the escape back, plus the Aphotic Shield. They've got so many things to bail each other out. As many spells as Extreme can land, as many hits as Ame can do, it just doesn't even make a dent in the Falcons' armor.
Too much sustain. Way too much sustain for this lineup to punch through this early into the game. I'm sure they dealt like 6, 7, 8k damage there. And what did you threaten? Half the Enchantress' HP pool?
The sad part is it's just getting worse and worse. They might be dealing more damage, but they're dealing a less when it comes to the percentage of Falcons' HP pools. It just looks like they are tankier than ever.
Sages could be a killing blow in this game.
Ame, he picked up a Crystallis, but I mean, it feels like you need a Daedalus and another item to even come close, but
need a Divine Rapier at this point.
Yeah. He's cutting waves best he can. Amar playing totally isolated because he can, because even if they could kill him once, he's the one with the Aegis, and by the time they threaten him a second time, feels like his team will probably be able to make the move to support him.
I mean, I love they gave him Aegis here twice, right? Like, just let him go ham on the front line. He has this scene read. He's going to deal a crap ton of physical damage. He can threaten the tower, and then all you have to do is worry about shielding the Primal Beast if he gets jumped. And that's it, right? There is no threat to the lineup other than that.
Yeah, you don't have to put the Abaddon on the front lines and play that weird game where it's like, oh, they got borrowed time out of us. Now we have to reset a little bit. No, just let the Bristleback do his thing, man.
And there's Enchantress passing a core. I feel like we would see it at some point in this series with how well Snake King plays the hero.
Quite sad for XXS, who has had a wonderful tournament. But this is a rough game for Extreme Gaming as a whole, and that final push is going to be coming their way. 3.5 minutes to take one lane of barracks. Falcons. This looks free. I mean, how does Extreme, can you even come up with a scenario where they actually win this team fight?
Yeah, 5-man coil, 5-man bushwhack, landed ET stomp on top, Earth Splitter goes through, you amp it up on everybody. ATF disconnects. It's definitely doable here.
Okay.
Excellent.
Well, if the Elder Titan isn't alive, now what do you give the chances of that happening?
A lot lower.
He does have buyback, and that is certainly what Extreme are going to have to play off of. Lots of buybacks, as many as they can get. The Beastmaster and the Hoodwink with the other two to have it. Maureen just trying to make Extreme Gaming flinch at this point.
There's the banner drop. Let's get whittled down quite a bit, actually.
XM is trying. Whittling it down won't cut it, though. Extreme, they're going to need to do a whole lot more because the damage that Amar is doing right now, it's about to become permanent. You can't handle Megas this early into the game.
No shot. You have to take the fight here. Have to find some sort of crazy jump.
Trying to wear him down. Shin-Q finally does take away that banner, but who cares about the creeps? Amar, he is more than enough. He doesn't need creeps behind him. The buildings are almost gone, and Extreme have yet to make a move. They're just going to concede this to Megas.
There's no move to make. There is no target to jump. You see a Bristle with Aegis, you see an Enchantress you can't kill, and there's an Abaddon sitting behind everybody. The move just does not exist in this game.
And I feel like it's almost insulting. Amar's just gone back for a 36-minute blade mail.
Why not? That's it. I don't know. I mean, is there even any damage going into him to reflect at this point?
I guess he's saying at some point in time, this Ame Clinks will have to try and all in him. And if he does, he'll have the blade mail to respond.
I think you just get the Shivas up on Maureen here and go for that game-ending push. You're not going to need anything past that.
What do you even talk about if you're Extreme? You're sure you're holding on to the game, but you all know that you've lost it. You're just talking about plans for the next one?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Adjustments, what went wrong here. Got to plan something out to deal with these heroes, right? And it was going to be an issue in this series. Like, the tempo Falcons can set the laning phase they have is a lot stronger than what XG have shown. They get the upper hand. It's scary. You can rat it out. You can stall that game. We've seen XG do a tremendous job at coming back from these situations. This game is just impenetrable.
The Aegis Bristleback is already here, and the Shiva's Primal Beast is now behind him. So 40 seconds.
All right,
to get Extreme to respond. Here comes that all-in attempt onto the Aegis hero. Can't even kill him the once. Maybe with a stomp. No Earth Splitter yet. They gotta wear through this first life before they use big spells like the Earth Splitter. But the tier 4s are dropping pretty fast here. There goes the Shivas. Maureen tries to make his jump out the grab onto the Beastmaster. Can they blow him up, or is the Primal Beast the one in trouble? He reframes the Earth Splitter. It actually interrupts him. That world step. Whoa, look at that! He goes right to the middle of them, and Maureen takes 3 down with ease. Falcons go into the Extreme Gaming base. And Extreme, they fight out to pretty much the bitter end, but they will call it quits, and we have a tie series now. The
been some time without a 3-0, but we will get it here at the minimum. And this should be quite the entertaining series because you have to expect that XG are going to make some adjustments going into the next game. They will not want to give Falcons this kind of start with these kind of heroes that just become so tanky, so fast, they take you out of the game completely. It doesn't matter how good your team fight execution is. If there is no team fight to take, there was not a single opening to exploit for XG in that game too.
A complete strategic victory for Falcons in game 2.
As Dota fans, you love to see it, a tied series in a grand finals, meaning we are definitely getting at least 4 games. And this one, although if you're an Extreme Gaming fan, this one might have been a little bit too one-sided for your liking, T-Guff. This was brutal.
Yeah, this was the methodical beatdown that I'm expecting to see at least once in this series from Falcons. And of course, XG probably going to learn about how it happened. But yeah, the snaking and Enchantress, the way that they just break this map is so scary. Marine Primal Beast as well. Incredible game from them.
When Falcons woke up in this game, the first thing that I want to start talking about really is that the side lanes went better. That offlane from Amar and Crit, they completely beat down on the Klings. Like, it wasn't on screen very often, but the lane was constantly pushed into their tower, and the Klings could not walk up. He couldn't contest for any of this wave or go to the big camp that was constantly getting pulled because Malrine was off map so often too. So Klings not off to a good start on the side. The supports of Falcons able to come to the runes, able to go to the shrines. And Malrine, of course, rotation after rotation, he nailed it.
No, like honestly, they just played really well, and I like what you're saying because Crit in game 1, it looked a little bit shaky. So not just, getting this win, making it easier for your team, but also to like boost your confidence, get that momentum for yourself, feel good about the game because they did nearly everything flawless from start to finish. This Skeeter Abaddon, this is his type of carry. He helps Marine, he helps Amar that they can go into the fight, make it happen. Snaking Eng, back to back, flawless game from him, perfect itemization. If you're Extreme Gaming, you have to find a way to slow down this Falcons train that's hitting you in the later stage of the lane, these first moves around minute 10, around minute 12, because they're like this Beastmaster and like playing into the Eng. I didn't really feel XXS in this game, to be honest.
They just had complete map freedom, Falcons, right? Like every single highlight, you see the map progression. You go from one clip to the next. It's the tier 1 towers are fallen. Marine's ganking the map. When Marine's ganking, you got Crit behind him or Snaking's there. You've got Abba farming one side. Amar literally didn't care at any point in this game. He's just chilling. Like the fact that it was zero pressure, even if XG went for a smoke, they optimistically tried to kill an Abaddon at a tier 1 tower, trying to layer the break in the science, but it just didn't work. You cannot allow Falcons to do this.
Oh my gosh, look at that scoreline as well. I mean, I know, of course, that Extreme Gaming only got the 2 kills, but to see it like this in writing is just bad.
It looks bad.
Yeah.
I feel like this has never happened before. You've lost like a game.
On the main stage in TI Finals?
At TI Grand Final, you have 3 players who they weren't involved in a single kill. They're like 0-4-2, 0-2-0. It's not pretty. So absolutely, Falcons full beatdown start to finish, and they've got the heroes. They did have this in game 1 too, but I would say the execution wasn't there. But in game 2, they do it nicely. They come in clean. Man, Malrine on this Primal Beast, Effie.
He was so good. I mean, this is why every team playing against Falcons is trying to shut him down, is trying to camp mid, ban his heroes, put him in unfavorable matchups. Because if he gets off to a good start, Falcons look unstoppable. He is always ganking these side lanes early on, always going to the Wisdom Rune battles. He got it this time, giving Falcons a double Wisdom Rune, and he's just a threat on the map, making it so that Extreme Gaming, who wanted to draft for a later timing with their carry Klings, could not reach it at all.
Yeah, they just didn't have the damage, and we thought it was going to be okay, but I guess the advantage that Falcons got in the start, T-Guff, it was way too much.
Yeah, they got it so quickly, and we're going to look at some clips here about how they kind of set it up, because Falcons, when they make moves on the map, they always make sure that the one guy making the move, someone comes in behind to ensure that you're not really wasting any time. Marine, he comes to bot lane, he pressures the Hoodwink, Skitter's here, they're securing the rune. But Enchantress, after taking the Wisdom Rune, also stays here for a little bit longer, farm that additional camp, apply that additional pressure, and critically, Malrine, he's actually going to go through the Twin Gate eventually to go back through top to then apply pressure to the top tower. And then Snaking, he's going to take mid tower. So every single move they make within about a minute or two, it's just constant, just take the XP, take the farm, whittle down your opponent, don't over-waste your resources, because Malrine's taking towers, Snaking's leeching the XP that Malrine's sacrificing, but because of Malrine going to bottom, both supports got the double wisdoms. So everything is getting injected into Falcons, and it's only a 1k lead there, but the double wisdom, breaking the tier 1 tower, giving Snaking mid XP, free farm on Skitter, that is the recipe to snowballing a game.
Yeah, and they definitely did a good job at that, which we can also see a little bit later down the line, Kazu.
Yeah, because we have to compare, what happened with the net worth and how did, some heroes do against the other, because I want to highlight Amar. Amar versus Ame. The story of the game is a lot of the time that how much damage can the carry actually deal, but we already touched on the laning stage. Amar and Crit did incredibly well. And if we look at the itemization, at this point in the game, 22 minutes in, Amar already has Crimson Guard. He's playing this against a Desolator Klings and a Dragonlance and a Beastmaster. These two heroes basically deal about 0 damage. Not only that, he has a Lotus Orb to protect himself, protect his team. So there is so much pressure on XG, on Ame to like try and carry. And yeah, sure, they try to get to this nullifier timing later on, but now snaking. He has a pipe. They have more Lotus Orbs. They've got more HP. You can't kill them, and this is one of the big reasons why XG, they end the game with 2 kills.
I mean, that Cling Strike, while it is cool on paper versus Enchantress, really did not work out in this game. Like, you saw the pressure that was going to come out of this Primal Beast, this Enchantress, and you think to yourself, you need a carry that can build this Nullifier because Ringmaster caught them off guard. There weren't many left in the pool. Sure, he could have picked a more lane-dominating hero like the Ursa, but then they would have suffered versus the Ringmaster. So XG chalk this one up to a bad draft. Go next, but don't reconsider the Clinks unless it looks like a perfect Clinks game.
Now, we have already touched upon the Enchantress a couple times from snaking, but it's time to do a deep dive on Enchantress with Purge.
Thanks, Cheever. It's one of the keys to the Falcons' strategy consistently throughout their games because it controls the map so effectively. But there's other pieces of the puzzle that really tied together and made this game so great for Falcons. I love their double ganking combo, the Primal Beast, as well as the Ringmaster that's putting Crit on a high damage disable layering hero so that they can do these crazy side lane ganks deep into enemy territory. Because if they do these quick, nobody's going to be able to respond to this. And at the same time, they end up going bottom afterwards using the Twin Gate. This is when they contested the Wisdom Shrine here at 14 minutes. They basically scare their opponents away from it, guaranteeing even more level advantage
regard. In fact, it's going to be
look at this.
Extreme who are going to get aggressive. Triple raise on an Ancient stack. That was the one point where I looked at Falcons saying, okay, they've got a little bit of net worth lead, but if they also have the stack advantage, that could really build up into something. But most of those stacks have just been robbed.
This was a really nice play. This is getting value out of that regen rune, right? Not normally a 6-minute power rune that you can use too aggressively. Here, beautiful usage of it. Go steal some stacks, slow down the Beastmaster, accelerate the SF, and he's still going to be full resources out of committing the raises. Puts XM in a very solid position. This is one of his signature heroes. I mean, people think of the XM sniper, but he's also been playing this Shadow Fiend for a long time.
Q gonna run into Snake King. A pickoff perhaps? It's gonna be up to Snake King if he can get off a Decrepify that's good enough and make a run for it, but they should just be able to tail him. Nobody around to help him out. The Gyrocopter's not gonna join in on this. And especially if XM, they do have the Beastmaster. They're trying to sandwich this right now, but it's 3 heroes. So it's not so simple as Maureen just running in for the roar.
Can't go in on XM there. He's way too strong. And you have to think about the saves that actually have too. If you're Maureen here, like you go in and roar a target, that target gets disrupted, that target gets slept. Your teamfight presence is going to be mitigated for a while, so he has to make sure his game is good. He's continuing to scale. Don't take too many bad early fights into the saves here.
Yeah, there are actually so many interactions here that Extreme have the answer to, right? The Rolling Thunder is going to come in. They have Fiend Script for that. If there is the single target stuns coming out, they have Disruption or Nightmare. Then you've got the Demonic Purge countering the saves from Snake King and from Crit, right? You have Escape Act as well as Decrepify that's going to be countered. There is high potential for Extreme to be able to outplay Falcons, but are they going to be able to get there? As an early game does seem to favor Falcons for now.
Got some decent support levels, a lot of playmaking available. Their lineup does seem a little more straightforward to execute if it gets rolling. It's kind of the one upside for them, particularly if the Gyro can join fights and have a higher impact before the Sven comes online. That could be a real point of contention.
Snake King, if you show here, it might be a triple raise in your future. Disruption, he's too far back. XM will not be able to catch that. They'll just make sure there's no deny here. Mid tower is claimed by Extreme, and the SF, well, he's free to move around the map. He relied on X-Nova to get the sleep, but he doesn't. Oh, he does get in range.
He just got level 5, levels it up to 3, extra range.
And now it's going to be a stun into triple raise, potentially. They let him get off the shield crash, though.
What was that?
And because of that shield, where was the stun from Ame?
That was just bizarre. I think there's a world you absolutely bring that Pangolier down. Shouldn't be hesitant to Requiem in there, but a little misexecution from XG off a beautiful setup from X-Nova.
Very awkward. God Strength now being on cooldown, and a bit of the surprise spoiled Falcons. They'll bring numbers to this bottom lane push in Extreme. I think they're likely just to give this one away. XXS is having, you know, a fair time at the top lane. He's playing solo right now and chipping away at a tower, so there's really no need to risk fighting at bottom lane.
I thought the early portion of that lane was rough for XG, but they eventually kicked Skeeter out. Now he's the poorest core out of this lane phase. This Gyro just found almost nothing in terms of fighting after we saw that double kill that Crit TP'd into.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any Ancient stacks to fall back on when he does get the farm for it. Now, there's still plenty of time before that comes to fruition, but
this is great for XXS. He was struggling, now he gets a free lane. And XM, another Ancient stack going to this Shadow Fiend. This is one of the best Shadow Fiend starts we've seen.
Yeah, this is actually just disgusting. You have a mid-hero who wins his matchup so hard he takes the tower. That allows him to go into the triangle, and he's a stack clearer. That just means he's going to be playing both sides of these triangles.
Very influential tower to lose early in this game, particularly with the mid-beast, who wants to protect those Ancient stacks. Going to give a lot of freedom to XG here, and we are not seeing that same kind of run over from Falcons in that game too. You know, I think there were probably some concerns as Falcons just going to do a repeat of that game.
Yeah.
And just run it back all the way to an Aegis. And the answer seems to be no. They have run into a brick wall here. They will not find the same momentum. Doesn't mean they can't still build it if they start getting some good team fights going their way, but it's getting to the point where you're going to have these early fighting items on the side of XG, and as long as you protect this Shadow Fiend, he's kind of a beast in the fight. No one's challenging him. Especially, you can't just all-in war him because the saves are behind.
Yeah. There's certainly always going to be a massive difference in Falcons and their tempo, because so much of it, faster tempo is played around Maureen. If he's playing Primal Beast, he wants to run around, get kills.
He's playing Beastmaster. He's going to play far more to neutrals, a slower game. He wants to get his Aghanim Scepter first before he risks too much. And we're seeing the impact of that.
12-minute. An Invis room. They do have the Sentry in place for this one. Can X-Nova get the right Nightmare?
Oh,
Mark got himself stuck. Can he get out of this? The shield crash is stuck, and now he's going to be Fiend's Grip. Just to make sure the Shadow Fiend gets away, X-Nova will die for it, but he sacrifices his life to make sure his mid laner does not go down. That was the most farmed core in this game. And Falcons, they should have had that kill.
Not the place or time to get stuck on the Pangolier.
No.
Reset that mentality and try again later. That's a botch kill on the SF. Good bailout from X-Nova, though. I think he might have been able to bail him out even if that Pango didn't get stuck. That's very close, though. And you do not want to die on XM here. I mean, he is so farmed. For him to go down, you lose that presence on the map. That would be a huge blow to XG. That's why Falcons were prioritizing him.
Yeah, with this Kaya Yasha, he doesn't need a Blink Dagger to set up these Requiems, right? He's got X-Nova, and he's got... I mean, both a Nightmare and a Disruption are probably good enough for him to get off a Fiend's Grip or a Requiem of Souls that leads into a double or triple raise, and anybody's going to die to that.
The thing is, all that goes out the window if you just get going on.
Yeah, absolutely, which means Falcons can't afford to separate too much, which is maybe part of why Extreme has set up the draft the way they did, right? They have solo kill pickoff around the map. Falcons will have to play a little bit more cluttered than they were able to do in the past. They can't rely on just the tankiness of their heroes in this game.
And Staking, you are not on Enchantress anymore.
They spotted and Disruption to stop the TP. They can give the kill to whoever they want. XXS will nab it as he wants it. The faster, looks like Shard is the build-up for him next. So he wants to be the tanky one in this game.
I think that's the fastest they've ever taken Snaking down in this entire series.
That's true, yeah. He's no longer on the Enchantress.
It's like,
this do a lot for you.
This is how ganking a 5 is supposed to feel.
I love this. Look at the XXS is hiding his Blink Dagger.
Oh,
it's sitting on this courier, just hiding in the trees.
We get some value out of this. There's that dire ward up there. Might scout it, but...
Yeah. I do wonder if it saw the courier at any point in time or if it sees him.
That's a way better start for XG, though. Game even for them out of lanes, I feel like that's a slight victory for them.
Do you think that favors them draft-wise? Not as a team, but draft-wise, do you feel like this is a draft that as long as you come out even, you're actually favored? I think so.
I think for the mid-game, yeah, because your Roche threat is so high with the Sardo, right?
Yes.
You get one core pick-off, the thing's just going to insta-die. Meanwhile, Falcons are like, yeah, nice Roche. We're going to take it way before you're expecting it.
I certainly wasn't expecting this. I've got free vision. And they're actually going to do it. They're going to run into crit. They're going to chase after this kill. But that means Roshan, it goes the way of Falcons.
What a snatch in this game. You'll gladly trade a support to take this away from this Sardar lineup.
Extreme had literally just gone for their, okay, we're strong enough to go for a smoke. Any sort of pick-off will lead to Roshan. They were ready for that move, but Falcons one step ahead of them and taken away a critical objective.
That was very clutch on the timing. They got the Beastmaster eggs, they go in the pit, they read the map, absolutely on point. And if you don't run interference there with the Ringmaster, there's a chance that smoke just goes into the pit and you just jump it when it pops, right?
Yep.
4 minutes on the clock here for Malrine. He can now push a little more aggressively, have a lot more presence in the team fight, work towards his scaling with that BKB, try and create some space on the map for this gyro to recover. I mean, you're still looking at Skeeter as the poorest core here. Not a great sign on this hero, especially when he's up against so much debuff piercing damage in this game. You gotta wonder how easily he's gonna be able to join the fight, but he can absolutely recover very quickly here. Malrine gets some action going. XG on the hunt.
They're going to fight into Malrine, but Crit and Snaking are behind him here.
Yeah, it's
give him the heals, wait out the Demonic Purge, and the Escape Act is ready now that the Demonic Purge is gone. Not required, though. Extreme do not force anything. Seek few heroes, no reason to fight into this Aegis.
Yeah, that's not the target you want to go on with your single burst lineup. Hunt this Pango? Sure. Hunt this Gyro? Absolutely. They're eyeing him up. Look at X-Nova on the back. Can he get him off the haste, though?
Oh, he's so close, but a blink away. Out of range and now out of sight.
That was some sick positioning. That is not a move I think Amar expected. He doesn't have haste. He goes down there for sure. He just gets slept into Requiem.
Well, we haven't even mentioned the two carries too much in this game. Ame is certainly getting the better of the situation. 9,300 net worth on him. The Gyrocopter is struggling. Axe is cutting down, chasing after him.
That was so awkward with the tumbler toy. Didn't get over that little cliff. Dude, the little river cliffs causing Falcons problems. It's game 3.
You know what's funny? This Aegis that they got for themselves, they almost got it too early. Just because they won't actually have it when the Tormentor spawns.
I mean, this was not an Aegis they take for their lineup. This is an Aegis you take away from XG.
Sure.
But it does mean you'll have to contest the faster Roshan cycle in this game.
Got the Nightmare on him. Team is teleporting in. And yeah, Falcons say that is not even close. Oh, XXS, what was that? Bungled the stun there that should have gotten them the extra kill.
That was almost harder to miss than hit.
It really was. He had to walk away from his blink. Whoopsies.
Extra life for Falcons to play with here. I mean, it's still a good rebuttal from XG. You bring Ame into the fight, you just decimate the Pugna. Gotta feel good about that. This Sven is excavating the map right now.
He is so far ahead of this Gyrocopter right now.
I mean, just look at the levels, right? Level 15.5 on the Sven, level 12 on the Gyro. XG have the 2 highest level cores in this game, and it is the Sven and the Shadow Fiend. Those are good levels to have on these heroes.
Aura goes out, trying to blow up the Slardar, and they do manage to get him. X-Nova not there in time for a Nightmare save. And they know they've got strength that's on cooldown. The Sven may be in this area, but not likely to fight. So good call for Falcons. A pick off there, and pulls that net worth almost back to even.
I think XG didn't expect him to linger up here this much. They had 2 wards up on that top lane. In theory, a lot of information, but Falcons played to the left of it. They waited for a hero to show, and they want to take that tower down and occupy this part of the map because you are looking towards that 20-minute Tormentor. Another easy objective for XG to take if you don't take it first. If you control this part of the map, could set that fight up a lot easier, and we're still seeing Malrine just camp this area. He does not want to give this corner to XG while he has Aegis for another minute.
X-Nova spotted by Malrine. They get, no, he's faster with it, gets off the Nightmare. Still though, the Nightmare is traded away, and Malrine does not have to roar to get the kill. He just casually runs him down. 40 seconds left on the Aegis, 20 seconds left on his roar.
Absolute Tormentor control here for Falcons. Playing the objectives well, giving up a little more farm to XG to do it, but they're okay making that trade if they can continue to slow down the Slardar's game progression.
I like this though. XM, he's reading the positioning of Falcons around the map and is trying to take objectives where he can as a result. If he can pull some heroes down here, then maybe that means Extreme get the better control of the Tormentor as it spawns.
You're also just trying to get as much XP off the map right now, because if you can get to the level 18 on your 2 cores that are really high level, level 3 Requiem, level 3 God Strength would go a long way, especially when you're amping a lot of this damage up.
That's true. I mean, he gets to BKB. Blink, BKB, Requiem. I don't know if Malrine can be fast enough to Primal Roar to stop it. And if he can't do it, nobody else can.
That's your only option when this guy goes in.
Ooh, amp damage. I mean, he had an Arcane Rune before. I was wondering if they were going to make a play with that, but as you said, he's just trying to farm up as quick as possible right now. Extreme, aiming for a later timing. I am surprised that they are not willing to play for Tormentor, but this will be Falcons.
I mean, Falcons did a tremendous job controlling this portion of the map, eliminating the vision. This was their Tormentor to take, and it's kind of a tough high ground to fight into against the Pangolier and the Beastmaster.
Got a little spotlight action, so we'll see 30% miss chance. I mean, when you have a bunch of physical damage and minus armor.
Yeah, very true. Could be influential here.
Missing a single hit could make you miss the kill. XXS and Amar right next to each other. Oh, they both blink back in terror. Neither certain of their position in that one. Never mind, indeed. BKB. Done for the Beastmaster. I mean, we gotta be coming to a point where these teams are gonna come to a clash. I feel like we're getting all the critical items for both sides.
It's gotta be next Roche. And that's what these lineups are built to do.
Sure.
That will be where that team fight happens. And there is BKB done for XM. This is an insane pace for him. Amp damage still in the bottle.
They give them the Wisdom Shrine to get him to 18.
He is crushing it right now. And you're still looking at this Gyro, who's supposed to be your main carry, your main damage dealer in the fight that you can play around. He's just so far behind. And he can just die in 3 hits. If this gyro gets amped into Sven damage or SF damage, you're gone. There's level 18 for XM. They want to smoke it up. Try and use something with the back end of this amp damage rune. Absolutely devastating if you can connect.
Double BKBs. XXS may not have his, but all they need for him is an initiation. But Ame already has that covered. They get the jump on a Snake King and XXS. The finishing blow.
That was some overkill, but they do get the Pugna for another time in this game. And another
Arcane rune. Did he just get Arcane into amp damage into Arcane?
I believe he did. The SF dream right here.
That it really is. I mean, he's farming so fast that I feel like we're just coming down to, oh, he got his BKB, but maybe we wait for another item. As Aghanim Scepter is next up, and he's already has 1,400 gold saved up for it.
See when this Roche spawns. If it's a late Roche, he could absolutely have another item by then. Very concerning for Falcons, the rate he's progressing. You almost want a faster Roche here. They get more online.
They have kept the net worth even, though. Yes. And it may not be the Gyrocopter, but these other cores are pretty farmed. The Beastmaster and the Pango.
It's about landing the ulso. Like a lot of Falcons teamfight depends on getting a good roar without the save coming through and getting a good roll through from Amar.
Good pick. Malrine exercising some restraint. Once again, runs into X-Nova and realizes he doesn't have to roar to get the kill.
XG continuing to just dodge around the map. They're content with farming. They are scaling here. They're confident in their overwhelming physical damage eventually winning out for them.
I can't say I blame them. I mean, especially the triple BKB timing. What are you going to do as Falcons? What's the game plan? If we get to a triple BKB timing, you can roar one of these heroes. But the others are just going to run at you.
Your target should be XM. Roar this Shadow Fiend, bring him down with Gyro committing, and let the roll-through cover on the backside. Try and disrupt some of the saves from coming through, right?
Yeah. Like, you'll still have kiting mechanisms for the Sven, so you don't have to worry so much about him.
I mean, you have to worry about him. You got to pick your poison here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of physical damage dealers. Decrep might bail you out a little bit. Escape Act might bail you out. Depends when that Demonic Purge comes through. This ward is scouting mid, but they did not. They barely saw
XM and Ame.
See ya.
He is not playing games. He is not being coy. He just goes straight to the sport, takes the kill that he can get out of it. Use the God Strength for that. Unfortunately for him, it is a late Roshan spawn. So Roshan is not up for them to take. And Extreme Gaming will still have to play a 5-on-5 for control of the pit.
I think they would have just manned up for it there if it had spawned.
Certainly.
We'll have to wait another minute, but they will have God Strength up for it when it spawns. So Falcons want to try and sneak that away a second time. They absolutely will contest it. And Skeeter just has to get BKB here and pray he can survive in the fights. Timely Decrep could bail him out. Escape Act to do the same, but if Demonic Purge lands on this Gyro, all those options go away. He's just on his own, and he does not have the armor to survive the physical. So that connection, pivotal for XG as you look towards this next Roche fight. And yeah, that SF Ags. It's coming real fast here. He's just out of control. It's almost level 20.
Falcons put into position where they're just going to have faith in the outplay capabilities. I mean, the funny part is they have saves on both sides. All 4 supports in this game have options for saves, so the initiation, it's going to be messy. You never know if that jump is actually good or if you're just going to be playing into the enemy's hands.
But that's where the Shadow Demon comes in. He's that balance breaker. Throw Demonic Purge on the target, you jump. Falcon saves don't do anything.
Yeah, but that also requires the Shadow Demon to play forward enough that, you know, maybe he just gets jumped by the Rolling Thunder hit and 100-0'd by Amar.
Definitely a possibility. It's Pango. He has Lotus done. He can go in verse the Grip.
About it. How many heroes are in these trees? He doesn't know. The boar is scouting out for him.
He cannot go in too deep. The Lotus will buy him sometime against the Grip, but it's not infinite, right? And if Nova's positioning is really good, then you get Grip deep in enemy lines. You're going to really sacrifice your team's formation here. Nonetheless, Roche is up. Ags is done.
Level 20. Aghanim Scepter Shadow Fiend.
He's a monster. He's just a straight monster right now. You have to tag this guy in the fight.
I feel like we've been hyping up this Requiem for like 15 minutes. And it's just getting better and better, but with when is Extreme finally going to pull the trigger on it?
This is at the point where you have the BKB on the starter. You have everything you need to fight. It puts you in a position you have to just force the Roche if Falcons don't want to give you that 5-on-5. If they want to buy time for Skeeter, you do it incredibly fast. They got scouted on that again, I think.
Yep. These aggressive wards from Falcons.
They might still catch. Oh, if they find Amar.
It would be massive. Oh, that would have been the perfect pickup. Take away this big initiator. It could threaten the Bane and the Shadow Demon in these fights, but they do not break. Come so close to him, and instead they will just back up. They've cleared out the area. They know that Falcons isn't around. They think this will give them enough time to do the Roshan. We'll see if Falcons contest.
So XG, they kill the boars. They know Falcons are going to respond. They'd rather take the fight than get low in the pit. Ward plays from Crit, trying to see anything for the jump. But XG, they take the high ground. It's going to have to be blind here from
Seeing
Amar.
some heroes. The Rolling Thunder. Amar holds off on it.
X-Nova making some moves on the left. Going up blind, looking for an angle.
XXS.
Oh, he might just run into a
running
bar.
right up there, and they managed to find the Pango. The Pango's the one in trouble. He gets the roll up. He's Demonic Purge, so he has to Rolling Thunder now. XM goes to the Requiem. It doesn't get an easy kill. They chase after Snake King. They'll get that one, but they've blown a lot for this. Meanwhile, the Roar, it gets used on the Sven, and the Sven's at half HP. He's got the BKB. What's he gonna do? Can he turn and fight? Oh, yeah, he can. He brings out Maureen. The Beats grip. He takes out Namor as well with XXS chasing down the gyrocopter. Fun Falcons down.
What a clutch turnaround from Ame. Held that BKB. Disruption buys him some time. And Falcons overextend, trying to bring this king down. Extreme take a 6K lead. They'll put an Aegis on this Sven, and now they are cruising in this game. That is the one team fight they needed to break this one wide open. The damage is only going to pick up from here. And that Requiem wasn't even the best it could have been. It was almost a zoning Requiem to break the fight up.
Yeah, it did not get a quick kill like we were theorizing it could do. It pushes Snake King in a bad position, but yeah, most of Falcons dodged that damage.
Yeah, the damage was not effective. It was just a zoning tool, but Maureen, he found his mark on this ward. Did a significant chunk of
Yo,
damage,
what's up?
you can't finish him off. This is the gyro problem, right? Skeeter doesn't offer you enough physical burst because of the game.
Look at those crits, man. He got like 5 hits in and 3 crits. 1,600 damage apiece.
Yeah, sit back and relax. It's going to be a long series.
Oh, man.
I mean, I'm sure Falcons can feel it. This game is just not the same as that game, too. You do not have the same punch. You do not have that same snowball momentum. And now you are stuck going into that mid-late game against a team that has rarely lost those types of games.
Rushing down the lanes. Maureen trying to hunt for some farm and pull back. He was running into 3 of Extreme, though.
This beast has to do some heavy lifting here. It's still going to be time before Skeeter can deliver a punch equal to what this lineup's doing, which means you have to rely on the Beastmaster's damage. I mean, he did a significant amount of damage to Ame. If he has one more item there, you might just be able to bring him down. The save came out a little slow because no one was really looking at that part of the fight.
Says a lot that he feels like he has to go back for the Satanic rather than completing the Daedalus.
I mean, Satanic on this hero is also a lot of damage. If you can stay alive, that means you get a second flak hit off, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the damage you're looking for, but you're never going to have the same burst punch as this XG lineup.
No, never. Extreme Gaming, second Tormentor of the game. And now we have a Demonic Cleanse on top of a Demonic Purge.
A little bit of extra sustain, why not? They found Snake King again, just been hounded.
Gets there on just the last half second, and that will help XXS complete his Aghanim Scepter. So he was
so tanky now.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, 4,000 HP. And you're just not even talking about the extra armor and regen he's going to get out of sitting in these pools.
If he is in a puddle when you go on him, it feels like you lost the fight in a way, right? Especially if you commit big ults onto him. Especially with the status resistance on top of that. Ame hunting.
They have a scan on him. Ame, not worried about it. He says, this kill isn't even worth me chasing. You guys can have at it, though. X-Nova Jin Q. They'll hunt down Crit on the sides of the map. Oh, they'll leave the kill to XM. So nice. Nice dodge. And it means that X-Nova will end up taking the kill with the poison.
Yeah, Ame, he doesn't have time for it. He's got better things to do here.
Yeah, he's got 2 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. Time to do some damage.
Take a tier 2, push towards your 25. And he is so far ahead of Skeeter on this gyro. It's not even funny. It's just not a fair fight.
No, it's not. He's almost got a 10,000 net worth lead on the opposing carry. It's ridiculous.
This was an important game for XG to strike back in, especially with this draft, because, again, you're trying to answer the problem, which is Falcon saying, we've banned all of XXS's heroes. We took out all his tempo makers, his jump stunners. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to pick? Their reply was the Slardar. If you win a game with this, you might have to change up a lot of your bans. Maybe you can't target him as much. Zero has been pretty effective in this game so far. Just forcing awkward moves out of Falcons, especially around that Roshan pit, because of the threat on objectives it gives you. And now you're getting to the part where it's going to give you benefit for the scaling.
I would also point to the mid matchup, right? XM having this Shadow Fiend, this will do wonders for them in this matchup because most of Malrain's heroes are these melee mids. If he keeps on being abused by a Shadow Fiend that takes his tower so early and still continues to keep up by farming neutrals as well, you've got a bit of a problem.
What's a big factor this game? Limiting the lane damage Falcons were able to put out. And now they're on the back foot. The lead is continuing to grow. This was a beneficial Aegis period for XG. Ame still on the hunt, looking towards bottom lane. Wants some more. Get him. Didn't get crit either. Falcons in dodge mode and dodging successfully right now.
Gonna have to make a lot of moves like that. And Amar, well, gets the roll up. Now the Rolling Thunder and the Lotus Orb. And the teleport away. He's good.
There's a chance you bash him there. It's not impossible.
XXS didn't have the numbers for it yet. But in the future.
Quick gate top, look for the hero farming the other side of the map. XG just playing really aggressive right now. They just want to find anything. And another amp damage for XM, almost level 25 himself. Lincoln Sphere done. Can't even go in and roar this guy easily anymore.
It's just flat out a guaranteed ultimate. Oh boy, Falcons. Well, Satanic's done. Back to the Daedalus for Skeeter. Stall, stall, stall. Maybe Skeeter gets to a point he can get a Divine Rapier after the Daedalus. A Swift Blink done for this Sven. That's nasty. Level 25 with a Swift Blink. The attacks are going to come real quick, and they're going to be doing well past 2,000 damage. You add in some Corrosive Haze on there, some a little bit more minus armor from the Shadow Fiend. You might see 3,000 damage crits.
Have to instantly respond in the fight. Bash from Pango, roar from the Beast. There's a good blink out from ATF, not getting caught there. XG will go unrewarded for this move across the map. Closing in on that Shivas for the Beastmaster. In fact, they have it. So that's a huge item. Little armor mitigation here. There's all this minus armor from the Slardar SF. I just think this gyro build-up's awkward. Like, this is a game you must have wanted Butterfly in. And you just could never fit it in because you were too far behind. So you don't have evasion, you don't have bonus armor. It just feels like you're food unless the team bails you out.
XXS is hunting. He's not going to find anything. That's because Falcons are sitting 5 inside their base right now. That's where we're at.
Okay, the point where you just have to smoke out or something, regain some map control. Do have a gem on Malrain, so if you move out with him, should be able to get some D-wards. See if he spots this ward up on that top lane. They all run past it, but it does not get scouted by the gem yet. Giving XG a lot of information to play off of. Another power rune for XM. Just been gobbling him up in the river.
I mean, at this point, Falcons, they can't really know this, but the side lanes are being heavily patrolled by Extreme, but it's just XM in the middle part of the map. When you're trying to rat like this, you don't usually want to go to the middle part of the map, but that might be their best opportunity to create an opening. Just they get the Shadow Fiend off the map, that gives them 60, 70 seconds to work with.
It's that's just not the logical jump. Like, you don't see this SF city mid and they say he's alone. Let's go just smoke and jump him, and it's going to work out. It does not feel comfortable to play this map right now, and this ward is still available top for XG, just scouting a lot out. Also a great ward for Falcons. Amar, he's like, I want to use this, guys.
Seeing XXS. I just can't see a world where they go on the Slardar, and it's good for them, and instead Amar's going to be the one jumped. A roll up and a rolling thunder. Away he goes, hits a bash, a little bit of damage, and blinks away. It's XM, actually now. XM's in trouble. There's a disruption save, though, and Ame right on the front line to bail out his Shadow Fiend. The hit's coming in. Maureen, he can't survive. 28 damage, and more's coming for you. A good whip from Crit will keep them off of Skeeter's tail, but that damage had to put fear into Falcons. Snake King, he delays it. One tapped by Ame. That's what you're dealing with right now.
This is the definition of overwhelming damage. You don't have time to respond. You got the roar on the SF. As he went into you, kind of the best scenario. Yep, but there's disruption to bail you out. That's the beauty of this lineup. The aggressive damage dealers can go in with confidence because there is no turnaround potential unless you check that back line. And Ame, he is just unleashed here.
Man's on fire. And XM is fearless, man.
Refresher done for the Shadow Fiend. If you thought it was bad before, add double ult with Dazoon Bloodright with Timeless on top of it.
Yeah, AC for the Slardar as well. I mean, the advantages just keep on piling up.
This game is starting to feel as out of reach as Game 2 was for XG.
It's starting to. I mean, for me, it's felt that way for like a solid 10, 15 minutes. Just felt like Falcons were in this position where they couldn't actually play active. They couldn't go for kills. And Extreme were just building up this late game that it feels kind of unstoppable. This much physical damage, this much minus armor.
Need more late game survivability to punch through it. It comes down to the gyro. Like, can gyro take a jump in this game? So far, the answer's been no. He does finish off a brooch. He disassembles it. Once Daedalus here.
The banner down, and Ame starts going to work.
There's the gyro Daedalus. This is some damage for Falcons. I mean, this is a Hail Mary.
It is. They've got to somehow find the initiation, but if they're going to do it without Snake King and without a mid lane of Barracks. Trying to deal with the banner. Skater, oh, man. No good. No buyback available. Requiem, just for the fun, just for the hell of it. He's got another one. Why not?
No God Strength, no problem. Just blinks on plays for the attack speed, daring Amar to jump him.
They do manage to get that jump on XM, but there's the Lincolns. Now a refresh. You have to go through another Lincolns. You don't have a roar to do so. XM jumps, hits the back line with the Requiem, runs down Crit. Full heal, back up, and this is completely dumpstered. Extreme Gaming. You thought that was good in Game 2. You thought Falcons, they had the advantage, that they made a statement. Will Extreme come right back and make a statement of their own?
And you have to wonder what is going through that man's mind right there. Ame, he is now one game away from a title that he has sought for so long. And he has been here 2 times before, right on the precipice.
The back and forth between China and the international teams lasted for 7 years. It's been 7 years since Ame was at that TIA final. And once again, he is just one game away.
You can just feel it. Like, this team has momentum. I cannot tell you how difficult the road has been to think of what they did yesterday. They had to play another series today. The quick turnaround, going into a BO5 against a very tough team. They have not had the easy road. I'm sure they are fatigued. I'm sure they are tired. But this is a time to push through it and claim that Aegis, because you may never get another chance.
One more game. Can they do it in Game 4? Let's head back to the panel.
Oh, match point for Extreme. It's really getting hot now here in the Barclays Arena. They are so close. Of course, Falcons will have another shot of pushing to that next game. We're going to find out what they come up with in the next game. But first, we're going to break down this game because it was a beauty. It was like a combination of both games in one where we started out fairly slow again first, Tigo.
Yeah, it's kind of like the discipline of the early game, right? You have to concede a little bit of the map, but then take it back when you can. And, I think critically, Arme, right? He loses his early tower on the Sven, but he then just defensively farms. He just chills. He knows what he has to do. He identifies when and, where to enter the game. And I feel like every time we see XG win a game, we're going to be overly praising both Xnova and Jin-Q on the supports, the SD, the Bane, how much work they did throughout this entire game to ensure that Falcons, anytime they want to enter a fight, Army's fully protected, enabling XM as well. The supports in XG are just incredible.
Yeah, and it's also, I will say it's a little surprising to me that Falcons decided to pick these supports into the SD. I feel like XG had a really good idea coming into this game. You take out the Chen and the Eng, you know that the Pugna is very likely to come out, so you take the SD already as the first.
Had good lanes, they were able to meet Falcons in a stalemate in that mid game instead of get run over and eventually find a jump with their superior team fight, with their superior net worth on their carry, take the win. In that game too, they lose the lanes. The map just becomes completely out of control. For XG to win this in the next game, just stabilize the lanes. It worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, but also, I think Maureen, he's been a talking point in all 3 games now, right? In game 1, shut out on the Ember Spirit. Game 2, MVP on the Primal Beast. Coming into game 3, he's a Beastmaster. Lane goes well, but he farms backwards. I think Falcons, they need to identify Maureen. He needs to play into the map, break open the game. When he's farming or shut out, Falcons look to struggle, and it gives so much time for XG to come online.
I would say he farmed backwards because of how well XM and the Shadow Fiend played. Like, we sang our praises to the support duo of Extreme Gaming, but XM on the SF, he was like big man on campus those first 10 minutes, played the lane incredibly well, got the rune control, stole stacks, went to that top lane, kind of did the reverse Malrine in terms of taking enemy farm and taking the enemy safe lane tower.
It's just good. I mean, sorry, snaking, but it is good to see that he's also 1-9 in this game, right?
He's human.
Yeah, he's human. Like, the way he was playing the Enchantress, it was like, he's untouchable, literally. It's like, how do you stop this guy? He's played Pugna, he's doing the same thing, but when he goes to that tower, when he goes to the jungle, when he's trying to be that cheeky little devil that, wins him a TI, he's getting shut out this time. Like, they're stopping snaking from thriving in this finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, stand out, you have Jin-Q, he does it so well on this pick, but I will say Falcons, in my opinion, they played into this pick quite a little bit.
It does feel that way. And maybe they're so used to their snowball strat that they don't care too much about counters. I mean, you look at that draft and you think, okay, if they get their lead, they're going to do what they always do, regardless of, Shadow Demon purging the escape back, purging Decrypify, regardless of Sven's burst. They thought that they would get the lead, but it just didn't happen this time.
Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about those supports because the supports obviously is what makes cores do really good. And in this game in particular, XM was doing really good, Effie.
Yes, I just wanted to point out here how well Xnova and XM played together at the start. So here, they're doing a rune secure. XM gets the regen on the side, but the key here is that Malrine actually roars him, which then enables XM on the SF, because he knows roar is off cooldown, to walk into Malrine's triangle and take his stacks. XM taking Malrine's stacks here is what really slowed him down. It's what caused him to farm backwards, as T mentioned. Like, you take this away from Malrine, and that's like 1/2 of the combo to beat him up. Afterwards, they do a smoke top, and they're going to take that safe lane tower away from the enemy gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this is really important for the Falcons draft. Like we've talked about, they care more about what they get themselves as opposed to countering you. Because picking Gyro, in my, like, I would not be calling for a Gyro cutter, but if this is what my team needs from me, if this is what we want the tempo, we want to do this. Because if you fall flat or you go even and XM made this happen in the game, it is an incredibly hard carry to carry, or even, carry to minus armor strat matchup. I would not want to be in his shoes.
Just look how proactive though, in all these clips, is XG leading the charge, going first, right? The supports, like Effie mentioned, they're the ones diving behind the tower, enabling XM. Then because they've enabled XM, he can then go top. Like, all of these things compound to XG feeling like they've accelerated their entry into the game. Like we mentioned, they need items. You play early game like that, the items are going to be coming to you very quickly.
Yeah, and then everything is set up perfectly for the carry Arme to come in and just steal the show.
Yeah, just like that. And I wanted to do a head-to-head between the Sven and the Gyrocopter, right? Because picking Gyro, it's a Slardar into Sven, right? Big counters to your hero, bursting you, forcing you to go butterfly. You're expecting there to be some aggression or some logic behind it, right? But for Skinner, his lane was good, but when you look at the 18-minute mark in the game, he hasn't really entered the game with that big damage or anything like that. Like, sure, Gyrocopter can be a greedy carry, but he also can play the twin gate. He can actively go towards the early tier 1 towers with the cooldown and enable his team. Maybe play with the Pangolier, but he didn't do that at all, right? He took bot tower and then just farmed. And then in a farm battle, I just don't think Gyro is the correct carry to win a farm battle against the likes of Arme, because look at the net worth difference. It was, night and day.
It's also like if you look at the hero damage, Gyro thrives off of aggression, doing stuff on the map, going through the gate, killing some heroes, but he had 3k hero damage at minute 20. That's not what you want to have. This is not how Gyro wins games. And as he said, the farm battle against Sven, yeah, you're going to take the L there too.
Yeah, and we now mostly shown skirmishes because, to be fair, it was mostly skirmishes until the Roche fight, Kezu.
Yeah, because this is, in my mind, one of the things that XG also do the best. Like, they bait you in, they like make you, like really whittle around how you're gonna make it happen. So here, it's very important. We're gonna keep our eyes at the start on XXS and XM2, because the Requiem, maybe it looks a bit weird, but you have to imagine this fear right now. It pushes everyone back. Now, let's let the fight play out, because Malrine, he actually roars up Ame here. And Ame only lives with, what, like 40% HP? Disruption, he gets saved, he turns it around. But without these other things beforehand, XXS going in to cause chaos, XM with the Requiem to fear people away. Ame would not live with 200 HP here and whack everyone into the ground. He would be dying. But instead, positioning, spell casting, he gets to turn it around. Team fight over, Amar wants to quit, free Roche.
The positioning there from XG, they have the high ground, right? They're big time chilling, right? I think that's what Amar realized after the fight. It's like, what are we doing here? We're a low ground team trying to fight high ground into these heroes. We don't even know where Bane and SC are. And instantly, I think hindsight kicked in for Amar there, where it's like, that's not the fight for Falcons to take.
Yeah,
So, go for it.
another standout thing was if you looked at the net worth graph during that fight, Gyro was 5k below this one, and they took the fight anyway. It was tough.
It was a tough game for Falcons. Previous time they had a tough game. They did come back swinging. We're going to see if they can do that too soon. But first, we are going to check out what Slax is up to in the crowd.
Hey, everybody, we are back in the crowd once more. Crowd, we still awake after that? All right, they're still here. But a somber tone here as we have a lot of Falcons fans. But don't worry, my friends in Falcons who are sitting right behind the stage right now listening to this piece, because I will find some fans to cheer you up and get you motivated. Do you like Falcons?
Dude, I saw at TI5, I saw him win. I want to see him again, but you got to take it on the summit, which it's not easy to win at the TI finals.
This is not motivating. You don't say it's not easy to. We're supposed to be motivated. You can do it. Let's get some noise. All right. I need to find a new Falcons fan. Give us something. Come on, they're listening.
Just get better saves. They got their good ones, but they got. It's not easy.
They do not need your fights. They don't need advice. They need hype. You're not the coach. This guy won 2 TIs. All right, I'm moving on. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Falcons fans. Anyone a Falcon fan here? Oh, okay. He's standing up. This is an official broadcast here. Any words for Falcons? Can you hype them up?
Hype them up. Okay. Snaking, love your zoo, love your healing, amazing. Skitter, please, no nature's prophet out of position.
Okay, that's flaming. That's not what we call hyping people up. You need to give them motivation to win.
Okay, you guys got the experience. You're amazing. Amazing draft. Good team fights. You guys got this.
Okay, that I will accept. Thank you very much, my friend. You a Falcons fan as well? Thank you. Thank you for the light applause on that one. I appreciate it. That guy right there applauding. You were the only one. I appreciate you back there. All right, advice. Please, hype these guys up. They need it.
First of all, go Falcons! But we must not...
Great start. That's what I'm talking about.
But let's admit, the situation is dire. We are losing.
You are losing me. You did. Okay, please.
We need one touch. We need Amar's positive mental attitude. So do some out chat, hit enemy in the morale, and win the fucking game.
Yeah! All right. Okay, I like that. Like Goku in the Dragon Balls, we need to put together all of our positive energy and send it to Amar so that he can factory that up and turn it into toxicity. That is a good idea. How about you? You said you were a Falcons fan, correct?
Yes, yeah, of course.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance that Falcons has, and this is the last chance this crowd has to not cringe, all right? This is all on you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your name?
I think they should pick heroes for for Malin. He need to play a game. And believe in him. He can do this. And Amar to play.
The question was, what's your name? But I'll take that. Fantastic. Give it a round. I like that. All right. One more. Does anyone else a Falcons fan? Do we have a rousing speech from the back? The person in green coming down. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Laura.
All right. That's a good step one. Fantastic. Okay. You have to hype these guys up. Please. I'm going to do something I never do. I trust you. I'm going to give you the mic. But if you betray me, I will snatch that mic out of your hand so fast. Give it to us, please. They are listening right there. Aoi 2000, I saw him, he's in tears. He doesn't know what to do. This is up to you. Take it away.
Thanks. Guys, can I hear it for Falcon? You can do it, guys. I believe in you, no matter what. You're the best.
That I will say, well done. They are motivated. If we don't see another game win from Falcons, I don't know what to do. Thank you so much, crowd. Can we please put our hands together for both of these incredible teams one more time? That was a good speech, that is for sure. Let's see if Falcons indeed will strike back and push us to a 5th game of this Grand Finals. Now, with this in mind, we did see them come back after that first game, Effie. What did they need to do this time around? Because last time when they came back from a game, we saw them setting a high tempo and crushing those lanes. And we now know that for Extreme, all they need to do is stabilize the lanes. How's Falcons going to stop that?
I think for Falcons, they took second pick in that last game, right? But then they used their overall last pick to pick Gyro into Sven. Maybe a little bit more respect towards Extreme Gaming and their late game. Give something to Skeeter that will actually do well throughout the entire game, regardless of how that early game goes. Some security.
I think there's a couple things you could do depending also on the pick priority. You could switch it up, go first pick yourself just to, well, put yourself in a different position, right? You're down 1 and 2. I would say it benefits Falcons a little bit more to make a switch up. Another hero I'm looking at, Sven has won, I believe, now 2 out of the 3 games, has looked incredibly strong. So just try to keep it simple, and the worst thing they could do right now is overthink. But luckily for them, you know, they have AOI, he's been here before. He's going to make sure that they're, you know, chill and in the right zone, because just go in, you got to play.
And if they do end up taking second pick again, maybe save it for a Mars hero. Like, get that surprise factor in, because again, saving second pick to give to Skeeter in a losing matchup, that wasn't the correct choice, but I'm sure they've identified that.
I would imagine so. We did hear AY on stage just before the game started that they chose and opted for a second pick because we did have the same pick order 3 games in a row, which is kind of unusual, but it fell that way because Falcons identified that Extreme Gaming had a lot of success as second pick, and they wanted to take that away, T-Golf.
Yeah, it feels like coming into this 4th game, I'm expecting to see a shift, right? If Falcons have the choice, then maybe they go to first pick, right? Want to change up the pace, because I think Zhao shown, that the bans are really good now, right? The Chen, Monkey, Ench ban when XG are first pick feels like they've not broken Falcons, but it simplifies the draft for XG where they aren't under that pressure. Knowing that you aren't going to have this issue of the little honest zoo running at you, I think is a really critical thing. But to highlight the 3 drafts that we've seen so far, I've said it before, but I think Maureen needs to be very aggressive, right? Ember is a hero that can be aggressive, but will shut down. Beastmaster needs to farm the jungle, has his stats contested, but naturally also wants to farm jungle, so doesn't really break open the game. So I'm hoping for Falcon's sake that they can find a hero for Maureen that wants to just explore the map, play into the game, because snaking can't do it, because those supports are getting banned out.
Yeah, and it's also like their supports are so important for them on Falcons. Like you have snaking, you have crit. It's a different reason also why I would like first pick for them. Like force Extreme to also ban your heroes. You want to get your hands on the snaking Chen, on the snaking Ench, to maybe get the Malrine Sand King and also this Monkey King. Like there's only so few heroes they can ban. Do something new for you, because skill-wise these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I will say also we're coming into territory where it is a best of 5, and teams generally do not play a lot of best of 5. So the meta evolvement that we're seeing within the series, it is extra important and extra interesting to look at as well. And I will say that when it does come to experience in Grand Finals, now we do know the experience of Grand Finals at TI, but this year in particular, Falcons has had quite a few Grand Finals. Extreme Gaming has not sat in a Grand Final this entire season, team.
It's still why it's so shocking that when maybe not shocking, but that's why, you know, this tie is so magical, predicted them to be a 4-0 team. It was, not their year at all. But when they turn up to TI, they surprise everyone.
And it's like I'm just trying to pay attention also to like the players to like try to like read a bit between the lines.
Yeah.
I think, and I know also because I've been around Aoi before, he's very good in like these type of moments. He knows what he has to say. He knows what needs to happen, because the thing is, if you don't get your hands on the first pick that you want, like you need to be aware for every scenario. Like if we change up to do this, you already know that Extreme, Zhao, he's talking about and thinking about what are they going to change? How are we going to be ready for those scenarios? So for both teams, like critical and clean thinking is really important right now.
Yeah, each of these teams have adjusted very well and shown that they adjust quickly. An adjustment that I really liked that Extreme Gaming made last game was their support duo. In the first two games, they run the ET plus Hoodwing support duo, an aggressive pair. And what ended up happening was in the second game, that Primal Beast ran them over. What did they do in the game 3? They got 2 enabling slave type of support duos, one with a BKB piercing disable, anti Primal Beast heroes, anti Sand King heroes. These heroes, Bane plus Shadow Demon, they stop the way that Malreen's hero pool wants to play that first 15 minutes.
We also do know that Malreen has a massive hero pool, though. He doesn't have to stick in the trends that he has been playing this tournament. Surely his arsenal, Kezu, is larger than that.
No, absolutely, but I think it's a very good and very fair point, because I was looking at the SD more looking at like snaking with like, he's gonna pick Pugna, you're gonna be very good against it. But when we think about the other heroes that Falcons like to play and have shown us, Primal Beast is definitely up there. You had SD Bane against it, makes it very hard. But it's not just that, there's a Pangolier too. Pangolier does not enjoy Bane at all. It is one of like the worst support matchups. So this is absolute something else to take into account. So for Malreen, he has to think, okay, what are other heroes that I can pick into this that make it very annoying? So maybe he wants to look for something more elusive, like a Puck himself or a Void Spirit, get in the back line. I'm not quite sure where he's at right now in terms of like his thinking.
I mean, that's going to be the pressure though, right? Going into game 4, XG being 1 win away from, securing their Aegis, finally for Arme. These are the questions that I think between ATF and Aoi, they're going to have to, try and find common ground on, right? Aoi has been saying that ATF has got a lot more maturity nowadays. He's really grown to be, a very formidable captain, especially now he's clicking the buttons as well, right? Like, you cannot allow the previous game, him reclining the chair, like that cannot bleed into this next draft, because one mistake, it will be punished.
So how much do we feel like Falcons is going to change things up in that earlier stages of the draft?
And when they do change things up, it'll be little things, like one small matchup here or there. I think that they truly do believe in their style of play and the heroes that they play. I wouldn't even be surprised if they ran back the Pugna, just not versus a Shadow Demon. Like, they lost that game 1 with Enchantress, they picked her in game 2 anyway. The same thing could happen here, but more respectful of the individual matchups inside of the game.
I mean, something else I can see too, because we talk about this a lot. Malreen is very important for this team, as of course is everyone else, but they play through his tempo and they play through his lane. So looking to maybe secure his pick later, and I think Effie made a very good point about last picking Skeeter. I don't think it's like the S tier thing you can do with your Falcons. He's gonna do his laning stuff, they're gonna play through him, but you can take his hero early on in the draft as well.
I mean, it's also that thing where you can kind of bait XG to go for the saving supports, and then Snaking just suddenly plays like a silencer or something, right? Like you can draft a way to take away the fight, but again, for Malreen, he's not getting access to his Sand Kings, his Shakers. Primal done really well in 2 games ago, but not really opted this time around.
And it is also like important to know that for like in the incoming games, like even if Falcons are to win this game, I think that the pick order, and not just that, but also like the mindset that you go into these games with is like incredibly important. Because of course the gameplay matters more than anything else, but it comes from your emotion, it comes from how you feel. Do you trust each other? Is there any disbelief? Do you feel like you're getting outplayed even though the game is even? Things like this cannot be in your head.
Yeah, and if the game is going to be even, it means we should be having an even draft on our hands. But let's see if that is the case. It is time for the draft of this 4th game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming. Grand Finals. Game 4.
I'll repeat myself. It's match point for Extreme Gaming. 1 game away from claiming the Aegis here in Hamburg. Let's see if they can get off to a good start with the draft here in this 4th game. We got Extreme this time on the Dire side, Falcons on the Radiant side, and it is, once more, Extreme Gaming with first pick, Falcons with overall last pick. And in terms of bans, so far, nothing changed.
Yeah, we've got the same, and I believe that it's XG who have priority. I believe that, like this, the game, it begins outside of the game. They had choice, they take first pick, they know Falcons want to swap something up. I don't really see XG changing much, and I believe that Falcons didn't change anything either, even with their last 2 bans.
Correct. That is the same. It's also, okay, we're just running it back. Yeah. That's what's happening.
It's the same draft as of yet, but that's where it really shows that both Aoi and Zhao Wei, they identified that obviously their strengths from the previous draft, and I think for Aoi, it's like one key hero change, and it can all change. Like the silencer, for example, I just mentioned. If you have disruptions and saves and all this early skirmish, you cannot do it into a global. So maybe that could be an option later down the line at least.
I mean, the only problem, because I like Silencer too, but the hero seems to have like fallen off for some people. I don't know exactly like what the reason is. Other fives are perhaps stronger. There it is, right on cue, brother. Gets his Sand King.
So, of course, they opted for the Pangolier last game in the hope to find SD. This time around, it's Sand King, it's explosive damage. It's going to be good, but you have to respect Disruption can fully break apart a Sand King's jump. So another way to find the SD would be quite nice, unless you're always jumping SD with the Sand King.
XG will be very happy to run back the same support duo of Bane plus Shadow Demon. It looks fine for them, but I wonder if Falcons are gonna respect the SF that came out last game, because on paper versus Sand King, it should do the same thing, if not harder. It can win the lane, if not harder, than versus a Beastmaster, and go into a triangle contest stacks.
There's also something interesting, like there's a high chance that Falcons, like the reason why they perhaps would not want to go for Pangoli here is that they feel like they just cannot squeeze in a Bane ban. Like they're not allowed to. In the first phase you can't, in the second phase they only have one, so it's like, okay, maybe we want to play this hero, but it's honestly too annoying against what XG are gonna propose to us.
And also, the game is very open, right, with Sand King. From the mid lane, you take stacks, you get Blink Dagger. Marine's very independent. In hard lanes, good lanes, he doesn't really need that much help other than crit making the stacks. So now they don't have to focus entirely on mid. They can really, hammer home that aggression on the side lanes.
But that's where it matters, right? Then they don't want to give XM a favorable matchup versus a Sand King so that they can just leave Malorine alone. They don't want to have to input more resources into him.
Yeah, we got the Pango banned out. It took a little while to think about it. It was, of course, the first change for Extreme Gaming, who banned out the Sand King in the second phase last time around. Now they ban out the Pango that Falcons went for instead of the Sand King in that previous game. At this point, it was Falcons removing the Ursa, but they let that in. Respect that Bane.
It's respect on both sides, right? The fact that XG still banned the Pangolier, right? They know what the hero can do against their playstyle. And then Falcons, did they want to use the one ban on the Bane? Yes, they did in the end. They know how much X-Nova's doing on it. But with the Leshrac pickup, this is just damage.
This is very, very strong. Like, Lesh alone, already we've talked about it so many times. XM Lesh is an absolute menace. You have an SD that's going to buff him up, maybe give him even more HP. You have a disruption save as well, and you continue to play forward. He clears your stacks. You're going to be incredibly heavy. If you're Falcons, you have to answer these heroes.
By the way, that was Ahmad's sister in the crowd just now, and she looks so nervous for him, but he doesn't seem that nervous.
I mean, you kind of have to be nervous. Like I'm nervous watching them.
And of course, the classic ET, right? We've seen the combination with the Lesh and the ET. We've seen Purge segments on it. Very, very strong combination.
So how are you going to break it if you're Falcons?
No, I think Falcons are pretty happy to get their Sand King plus their Hoodwink anyway. They win almost every game on this duo of heroes. They just need to make sure that they're targeting this Shadow Demon first. In the last game with the SD plus Bane, you couldn't go on one support because the other would save them. This time around, there's only one save support. If you can focus your attention as a Sand King on the Shadow Demon, just burst him with that sharpshooter, you're doing fine.
You also need to make sure Falcons have ways to itemize defensively very quick. Don't allow the burst potential of XG to shine. And that's where the Tusk, I think, comes into a big part here. Where with the snowball saves, it can do so much work. And I'll be interested to know, will Tusk actually maybe even go for the drinking buddies just to get the repositioning to save heroes? We don't see it often, but again, Arme running back to Sven to punish the gyro.
Yeah, his Sven is so damn good. Like, okay, so Falcons make the switch up where you get the Tusk with the gyro. They might think, okay, we had the Pugna with the gyro. It wasn't good enough. SD, he can suffer in lane. So you pick the more aggressive support. Okay, like, I can definitely get behind this. The problem is Sven has looked incredible, and gyro doesn't really man-fight you. Even if you get jumped, we have a similar situation. You might get disruption. You're going to pop your BKB. You turn around, you slam your sword, and you're very likely to kill a couple of heroes.
Falcons need to make sure that their aggression is directed to breaking Leshrac to then go find the Sven. What happened in the last game was they were so busy reacting to all the aggression, Arme had complete access to the jungle, complete free farm. So Falcons, they have the tools to take the fight, but they can't waste time at this Leshrac who's going to have a target in his back and try and bait Falcons away from what Arme is doing in the jungle.
It's also annoying for Falcons. Slaughter is a hero that you would like on your hands potentially against the Sven, but they pick out of phase. They've shown it to you in the game just now, so you also have to ban it.
They're just banning all of the stun heroes on XXS. They don't want to give him an easy blink initiation.
Gyrocopter doesn't really break the lanes of an offlaner. So then Dawnbreaker, a hero that we kind of lost favor in, could come back here. You have the Solar Guardian. If Arme jumps in, if Leshrac jumps in, now you have a core enabling the other two rather than always relying on the supports. Supports positioning in this game can be scary, with Tusk jump, Hoodwink catching you or stanking. So I like the fact that a core could maybe take over the defensive capabilities in amping up the fight.
I'm with you on that point. The issue is Extreme Gaming looked so good last game because they had like that short cooldown blink initiation from XXS.
Yep.
You go for Dawnbreaker, suddenly you're playing on longer cooldowns. You don't have that same means to go in and out of a fight.
I mean, I'd love to see a Batrider, but the lane into Tusk Gyrocopter is, that could be scary.
I think that Batrider is actually playable. I mean, one of the reasons why I like it is that Batrider, like, they're playing a lot of snowball safe at the moment from Falcons. You cannot snowball safe a Batrider, and any 1+1 kill combo is available.
And actually, I take it back, it can be played because of the Shadow Demon. When the Tusk Gyro want to go aggressive, you get one disrupt on either of those heroes, you're going to survive and reset the lane. So because of Shadow Demon, I actually think, yeah, maybe the Batrider is playable.
I mean, other than that, the more likely archetype of what they're aiming for most often is like the strength guy. It's gonna give you team fight, goes in first. The thing is that like 8 to 9 of those heroes have been taken out.
And Lycan is still in the pool.
Yeah, I would maybe like it a bit more if the Tusk was something different. I could see some pressure.
I mean, for XG.
Yeah, it's very good with Sven, not gonna lie. Like if you get towards the later stage, it's really cool.
My guy's pointing. He forgot to ban it some years ago, but now he's picking it. He knows what he's doing.
He's got beef with this hero.
He's got. This is a grudge pick.
This is a grand finals hero if I've ever seen one. We talked about XXS doing that blink initiation for his team, that low cooldown, those skewer backs. This is going to be key. They didn't want to give him big cooldowns. They're going for the big plays here on the main stage.
I don't think they've even played it so far at this TI. So yeah, to kind of bring that out in a potential tournament-winning game.
I mean, the pressure is on Amar. He is the one pressing the buttons. This is his pick. And I think he's got a lot of weight and pressure on his shoulders.
This is not the Gyro to carry the game. Gyro is a kind of enabling kind of puzzle piece to bring life to other heroes. You are not outscaling the Mag, the Sven, the Leshrac, the ET. You need someone else to step up.
Keep in mind that Sand King can still go offlane if they want to set up Malrine instead. It is still a flex pick after all.
It's quite hard because you're playing into like BKB disable, like even if you go like for some Quab or Sniper to like win the lane, like they suffer later.
Maybe, yeah, if the Sand King wants to go offlane, run back to Primal, at least have a hero that buys Blade Mail, can cushion the blow of the Leshrac, you keep running into the jungle, Amar then gets...
Oh, it's a bear though.
Oh.
It is the Ursa coming out, a hero that's been banned a lot. The offlane is Amar playing the Ursa.
Let's go.
Okay.
Not a single soul in this entire arena would have ever gone, you know what, Amar in a potential, losing game to a, is picking offlane Ursa.
Guys, you gotta respect this.
I respect the hustle. My guy's got confidence.
Listen, Ahmad only cares about one thing, okay? He just wants to win lane. He does not give a crap. He's like, give me Ursa. I will beat this Sven lane. I will not give him the game. I will be in their faces all the time. Who cares about team fighting? Who cares about map control? I'm just here to win the lane against Ame.
It reminds me of the other day where I'm looking at every hero and I'm like, nope, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. I don't know if he's going through like the same thing where he's like, okay, if I can't find something, I'm gonna ruin your game. So he's gonna do it to the carry again. I mean, they have to make something magical happen, like early game aggression. It is kind of their script. It looks horrendous and it's weird, but it can work.
Okay.
I'll say, Amar has played some Ursa before. Back in 2023 when he played carry on Nigma Galaxy. One game and he lost, but it doesn't matter. He has that one game of experience. And the thing is, Amar, he plays like the offlane Slark 6-7 months ago. He wants to be annoying, like Epi mentioned. If you can win the lane, sure, he likes to be chaotic. I respect it. He wants to be different. And I think being different in a potential, elimination game, that's what can potentially win it for you.
We talked about how Falcons need to do well in their lanes as kind of like their strategy against Extreme as a whole. Can this draft do it with the Ursa offlane? It's unusual.
I think it's weird. It's weird as hell, but it can.
It can do it, and I can see them snowballing potentially, but let me tell you, their windows are so tight.
Yeah.
Like, their frame of error are so little. The Gyro is going to get outscaled by the Sven. They have less team fight than on XG, and the high ground is going to be really hard versus Magnus. That's the issue. You want to snowball off of lanes, you're going to go high ground early.
Sven
You're playing against Magnus.
Sven Magnus on main stage.
The timer started, yeah.
Oh, well, they need to do all these things, and they also need to beat the tricky one as well. Let's find out what's going to happen in this fourth game. We are maybe crowning a king after this one. It will definitely happen if it was up to this guy. Let's head over to the stage. It's Zhao Wei with Tsunami.
We'll find out what the idea is right now. Game number 4 time, where things are getting interesting. A last pick Ursa, but it's an off-lane Ursa. What do you think Falcon's idea is?
事情变得非常有趣了，对面选了最后一手拍拍熊，而且是3号位拍拍熊。你觉得他们的主意或者思路是什么样呢？
我觉得他们会像区一样的输掉。
I think they will lose like a maggot.
Whoa, strong words! And I also want to know about your offlaner. Magnus has a lot of history. How do you think XXS's Magnus compares to a collapse Magnus, perhaps?
我们想问一下你们这边的3号位，你觉得 XXS 的梦马跟 Collapse 的梦马相比怎么样呢
？XXS 的猛犸也是世界一流水平，我们训练也玩过非常多。
XXS, his Magnus is also world's top tier, and we played it a lot in our scrims.
And we're going to see how good it is in a potential championship game. Hamburg, put your hands together as we get to this game number 4.
Extreme Gaming had the chance to exercise the demons of their history, to right the wrongs of the past. And in the face of all that gravity, Amar says, screw it, let me carry.
Give me the bear. I'll show you how it's done. From the off lane, the man in his element. I felt like it was XXS having his hero pool challenge. It was Falcon saying, how many more cards do you have up your sleeve? And Amar, he got backed into the corner. He had to pull something out. Nobody could have predicted this pick in the world. It is absolutely out from left field. He does have experience on the hero. But man, what a pick to bust out in an elimination game in a TI Grand Final.
Avery, I trust you to give it to me straight.
Yeah.
The panel said it's possible. It's possible. Well, anything's possible in the world of Dota. Is this actually going to happen, or is this just cope? What good is the off-lane Ursa?
It's a hell of an Ursa game.
Okay, break it down for me.
I mean, it's a great Ursa game. You know, he has great core matchups. Not a lot of control against him. Demonic Purge is probably the one spell you're most annoyed by, but it does relieve a lot of that carry pressure that was on the gyro. And it just felt like that gyro pick was not going to get it done. We saw it suffer in the last game. Falcons felt like they needed more scale. They were not going to tempo this game out. This is the pick to do it. All eyes on Amar. How much did you learn during your brief stint as a carry?
How much did he learn? How much did Extreme learn? Taking the Magnus in match point.
Whew. This hero, man, it always comes back in a TI final. The playmaking is too good. The displacement is too valuable. The potential for the big plays in the team fight is always online. XXS is a Magnus master. I agree with Zhao Wei. It's a very underrated hero of his. We often forget about it, but man, it's only going to take a few good skewers in this game to break it open. Terrifying hero to play against when there's everything on the line. And there's not really a good counter to it. If you look at the Falcons lineup, your best interrupt is if you can land one of these stuns, but you know, it's not that Rubik lift. It's not the insta-hex.
No, it's going to have to be a blink, snowball, or punch from Snake King, I think is their best option, or like a quick burrow from Sand King.
But if he has BKB mag, there's almost nothing stopping this game.
Then there's only blink punch, and that feels nigh impossible.
I do like the Tusk pick, though. I think this is a hero that has worked really well for Falcons in the past. Both of their support players are absolute masters on it. It could have gone either way. And it's a hero that gives you that BKB pierce that I think they felt the pressure of lacking in that game 3. You know, when Ame goes in on this Sven, and he is just threatening to chunk you down, what is the interrupt? What happens to stall his BKB duration out and be able to turn those fights around? Tusk is a hero that can give that to you with punch plus the snowball save. It can do a lot here. Ursa can be a hard hero to jump. It's not as straightforward of a Sven game. That said, you always have the Magnus to bail you out if it really comes to it. Another just terrifying scaling lineup from XG. Another game where if you're Falcons, you want to get out ahead. You do not want to fall behind against this lineup at all.
No, certainly not. Feels like a lot of pressure. Like, sure, a lot of attention on Amar
doing this secondary carry and off-lane Ursa. But doesn't this just put a lot of weight on Malreen's shoulders? He has to take the burden of all the initiation and all of the early and mid game for Falcons.
Does have his Sand King to do it, though. I think this has been his most explosive hero relative to the rest of the pack. He has really stood out on the Sand King here. He will get it in this pivotal game 4. And they went for it over that Beastmaster into the Shadow Demon, which I think was the right call. I think playing the Roars into the late game against the Disruption just felt terrible for him. This time around, he's a lot more AoE damage, way harder for Xin-Q to go in and stall up his presence in the middle of the team fight. He can still scale like a beast.
Burrow striking away, but XM still gets a good amount of Diabolic Edict damage on this Sand King. And it's going to be one of the struggles. Malreen won't be able to just exist inside of Sandstorm. He will be outdone by the damage over time from the Leshrac.
So Falcons get their Hoodwink Sand King combo. This is a combo we've seen them abuse before. With the amp damage from the Boomerang into the Sand King damage, Sharpshooter on top, that's enough to take anybody out.
Disruption in the bottom lane, being run down by the Gyrocopter. Shockwave trying to separate the two of them, but Xin-Q is slowed down by the Blood Grenade, and the first blood will be taken by Skeeter. In turn, he's skewered back into the tower, but XXS not enough to finish him off. And just now noticing that Snake King opted for drinking buddies over the tag team.
This is their combo with the Gyro, right? Drinking buddies him up, let the Flak Cannon go to work. Really nice damage buff for this hero. They have really strong combinations in this game, plus an Ursa. I'll let you decide what that's worth. Just had to throw that out there at least once.
We'll love to see the combination with that Ursa and how it happens. Epicenter being used. XM didn't expect this little bit.
No way.
No. He's stuck inside the Sandstorm. There's no way he survives a Blood Grenade just in case they finish him off.
Nice pickup from Malreen. Getting aggressive, has the level advantage, hit the level 6 burst off some nice laning. Takes it straight to the Leshrac with a timely rotation from Crit. Probably called it over. And now Crit, he can go straight into the double stack with the Ancients, defend it against Nova, look back towards lane, and then look into that Wisdom Shrine. Very nice sequence for him. This Sand King is going to be fat. And this laning phase turning once more towards Falcons. This series has just been back and forth, both in the draft and in the first 10 minutes. It's been super pivotal for what Falcons want to do here with their lineups. They're winning this one across the board. Triple lane win for them. Gotta be happy about that.
And got some Ancient stacks, and the fact that they got that kill at the time that they did, it meant the Leshrac wasn't there to contest for the Power Rune. The Power Rune means that Malreen can either very efficiently clear out these Ancients, or he can hold on to it and make another move on that Leshrac.
You take Ancients, give the mid lane to the Hoodwink. XM's not going to be able to kick Crit out of your solo. Just super efficient early game here for Falcons. And you have a safe lane that's not easy to contest. Like, we saw the Gyro getting forced out of the lane in the game previous because that starter had such a good matchup. The Mag is not going to do something similar here, especially when you have Tusk with early drinking buddies to back him up. These are cores for Falcons that are going to stand on these lanes, and they're going to stand on them for a long time. If you're XG, you're going to get forced into the jungle. You need to look towards the stacking efficiency here. It's going to be a defensive game from them.
Everywhere you look, Falcons max efficiency. Malreen's going to join them here in the bottom lane. Goes after the Shadow Demon. They've got him. Burrow Strike underneath the Sandstorm. He'll try and disrupt. He can't even get that much off. Malreen does too much damage. He didn't even pop the amp damage. He'll use it now to put pressure on this offlane tower, knowing that the Magnus is not ready to contest.
That's super nice. Not normally a tower you want to prioritize early, but against the Magnus lineup, you open up both these Ancient camps. Or both these side camps and the Ancient camp. It's going to feel great.
Make a run for it, Crit. He slowed down a little bit. Amar challenging XM. With this early level 6, he can stand up to the damage of the Diabolic Edict. Crit, though, he tried to make his way, weave his way through those trees. Too many heroes from Extreme Gaming up here, though.
I think you just let Amar exist up here. Like, you have to expect XG are going to bring some numbers up here a couple times. Try and punish this offlane Ursa, but it's also not the best hero for you to play through if you're Falcons.
With that Enrage on cooldown, Extreme have to punish him. He comes forward to try and collect some CS. That is greedy.
Need another
Will
poison.
he pay the price for it? One more poison should do it. He managed to juke that one.
Can't juke this one.
Xin-Q, he gets a little bit. No, he jukes it. He gets down to the low ground. Dodges the stomp. Now he dodged another poison. He is breaking ankles left and right. Extreme will go home empty-handed.
So much time wasted. So much God Strength time wasted. And Malrine just soaking it all up, putting more tower pressure. That tier 1 bottom fell. He's now putting damage into this tier 1 mid. This is not a lineup you would have expected to be taking tier 1s this fast in this game, but they've just forced heroes off the lane. And now the rotation's coming through. Skeeter TPing into mid with this gyro, wants to secure the objective.
Yeah, Malrine backed him up in taking the offlane tower, and Skeeter will return the favor to Malrine.
And XG, they're just stacking jungle. But this is a jungle that might go straight into the Sand King if you can't defend your own side of the map.
Yeah, you have two different stack clears between the Sand King and the Gyrocopter.
Imagine Falcons get in here right now. This is the recovery for XM. I mean, he's just trying to clear through this so it doesn't get stolen. He's just low mana.
Malrine so close to a Blink Dagger. Once he gets that. Xnova, I think he made the read there. Snake King taking down the tree for a more optimal ward, but probably gives a sign to Xnova to what's going on here.
They do clear through most of the stacks for the Lesh.
And now they're hunting for Ame, but Ame's already backed out.
This Sand King already has Blink, 20 gold. Another deep ward place. This is all to set Malrine up around the map, let him control the plays. Every jump from this Sand King with support follow-up should be a kill. Battle Fury Ursa. I was wondering if we were going to see maybe some fighting builds. You know, there used to be like Diffusal builds of the past or something, but yeah. No, I'm just going to carry this game. Don't worry, Skeeter. I'll put you in my backpack.
It's just so Amar. XXS chased after a missile and a snowball, and now the ultimate over the top. Double ultimates to secure the kill.
Beautiful connection there. This is why I like the Tusk for them so much. I almost think they forgot about this hero for a little bit. They're like, oh yeah, we're super good with this hero. We have some of the best Tusk players in the world, and it'll give us a lot of more scaling comfortability. Nice combinations with our cores, great catch around the map. This hero gives you everything as long as you can get it through the lane, and they did just that.
Similar play, Malrine has been hiding his Blink Dagger for about a minute here. Finally picks it up as Crit is ready to smoke him to a part of the map that Extreme Gaming are inhabiting.
This game is just flowing for Falcons right now. You can feel it. Everything is just coming together. And they have an Ursa. Smoke. Smoke is coming. Two-man team looking for Ame up here.
Malrine, he knows.
They are going to go
Crit had to go back to pick up Amar in this smoke, but Malrine, he's got the vision. And in Mame, there's no way out on this one. The kill will be taken by Crit. But it doesn't matter who takes the kill, who gets the bounty for that. The important part, shutting down Extreme Gaming's carry.
It looks like XXS was debating, can I go the Helm? Do I need to rush the Blink before I even go Helmet Dominator on this mag? I think he would have really liked to just get Helm and start farming up. If this game were a slower pace, that might have been the play. Now he's just considering I need a Blink and we need to go do something.
I agree with this. Things are escalating far too quickly. You have the Blink Dagger on the Lesh rack. You can get the Blink Dagger on the mag. You can actually push back against some of Falcon's aggression.
They're looking to do just that. Gank the Snake King Tusk mid with the fresh Blink Dagger.
Tagged him with the poison.
Hesitant to go.
It's just a fine position, guys.
They're going to smoke instead. Look for a bigger target. They want to core off this.
Well, I'm not sure if they're going to find one. Crit is in prime placement here to break that smoke. Extreme Gaming have actually just pinged on him. Shinkui's not even going to get in range. They miss out on that. And Amar is backing away. This is going to be a smoke entirely whiffed.
Just awkward timing too because your Magnus Blink just arrived. So you're trying to make a small play with the Slash, but you do commit the smoke to it. And now XXS sitting here like, guys, I rushed the Blink. Time to make a play.
Yeah, play around me.
You just don't have much map control, and we saw the stacks being cleared through by the Sand King. I mean, the stack differential in this game must be insane. How much that triangle was built up for the Sand King here. He gets an Arcane Rune on top of it.
Well, Malrine has already secured the early game for Falcon, so he can think about his own scale, which we've seen these Sand Kings. They just get stronger and stronger as the game goes through. This Aghanim Scepter allows this hero to do so much more in the late game than he used to. A lot of times, strongest period being that level 12, level 2 Epicenter plus Aghanim Scepter. That's what he's working towards. Falcon's taking full advantage of the fact that they own a good 60 to 70% of the map. Playing behind Skeeter and playing for that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Extreme, if they want to be able to contest this, it's going to have to be XXS pulling out a sick play. He's got the distance. He can maybe pull them into that tier 2 tower area.
Got to scout with the ET Spirit here. Gain some sort of vision advantage. Scan lands, they know they're there.
Malrine, he blinks backwards. Skeeter, he's the one that can play on the front lines. Gets a little vision. Spots XM. XM, he's in danger of being blown up right away, but holds the gyrocopter. He's pulled back with there. CRB lands a 3-man. A skewer to finish off one, but the damage is not done yet. Malrine fighting underneath the sandstorm, and Ame behind the shards can't get to his ally.
He's blocked off.
He is blocked off, and now Falcons start making their retreat. Nova desperately with the stomp. He gets
so
two.
good.
Ame, here comes the hammer. Malrine, he makes the bro strike away. Malrine's out. They'll try and get Snake King, but a shards to block him off again. Ame, he tried to show up for his team, but the path was blocked.
6 shards from Snake King there, salvaging that engagement. As Sven gets in there, you are all done.
And Amar is absolutely right. That was a 4 versus 5 fight. I wasn't sure. At first he was talking about the Sven, but no, he's talking about himself.
I was just about to say the same thing. That was a fight without the Ursa there. That's the fight you're supposed to win. You landed a massive RP. The only downside of that is he skewered him out of the Earth Splitter. He was trying to get him closer to Ame, but you ended up dodging the Earth Splitter's damage and then pushing them next to Ame. Didn't pay off because he got stuck behind the shards.
I also think in that situation, you cannot afford the Leshrac to be the one to jump first. He does the most damage, and he rushed a Blink Dagger. He is not tanky at all.
He just sacrificed himself on the front line to try and get the clump, which he did do. I don't think that's a terrible recipe for the team fight. They just couldn't clean it up. And Amar laughing all the way to the bank. He just gets the free farm the whole time. Well done, team. He's learning what Skeeter feels like every game.
He kind of is. 5,000 net worth lead, 7-2 to the favor of Falcons. Another 1,300 gold for that Aghanim Scepter for Malrine. Another 1,200 for Skeeter to get his own Aghanim Scepter.
This Ursa is forcing heroes off the map solo, man.
Yeah, just existing in this part of the map is limiting Extreme's ability to farm. And soon he's going to have a Blink Dagger and be able to join his team if he chooses to do so.
XG, as always, though, will keep farming. This team, pretty hard to force them behind unless you just completely route them off the map. They'll always find something. You have a lot of cleave mechanics to go to work, so got to keep Honey here with this Sand King. Keep putting Malrine's strength to use. Combine it with the supports. Look for the big key pickoffs. You lost some vision off of that fight. As usual, X-Nova on point with the D-warding.
I like that Falcons went back to D-ward that high ground. Clearly in that team fight, Extreme Gaming played around a high ground ward. They take that off the map and just make it a little bit more claustrophobic for Extreme, who are currently huddled around each other in the mid lane.
For good reason. This gank coming through bottom would have landed if you're farming around in this area.
But then what about the top lane? You can't just let a solo Ursa continue to bully you.
It's a nice Ursa game.
It's a nice Ursa
game. Very nice Ursa game. Not a lot in XG's lineup that wants to run at him for a very long time. And in fact, this is the flip side of that matchup we saw earlier, where it was the Ame Ursa against the Sven, right? He absolutely took it to Skeeter in that matchup. Falcons now reversing the script.
Well, at this point, it feels like Extreme are just going to forfeit Roshan. They're going to forfeit Tormentors. I mean, if you're not playing anywhere close to the river, it just kind of guarantees that Ursa's going to be able to take all these objectives for Falcons. Extreme, are they just already ramping up for the high ground defense in late game?
No, you can't give up that much in this game. They almost died on this ward down here. Oh, they're going back in. I don't know if this is where you want to be right now.
X-Nova sacrificing his life to get some information, and it will be his life. Without a doubt.
Better him than a core.
That is true.
But you are continuing to give more momentum to the Sand King and make those objectives harder to contest whenever Amar feels the time has come.
How many more Helma Doms does Extreme need at this point to be able to rat the map?
Only have the one for now.
The
Will
duo.
go a long way.
Amar and Malrine. Just checking out the top part of the map, seeing if anybody's here, anybody's farming up the Ancients. They are limiting control.
It feels like XG want to make a move with Ame's Blink. I mean, you can fight if you bring the Sven into the play, and he's part of your initiation. But it's a very risky move for Ame.
Yeah,
if that goes wrong, his game just gets thrown down the drain. And it's going to be an instant Roshan or whatever from this bear if that fight is a disaster.
Oh, certainly. Without a BKB, there's a lot of magic damage in these team fights from Falcons. It pretty much means that you have to get a sick initiation if you're Extreme, if you are going to take this fight.
Especially with Ags done on the Sand King. Maureen's timing perfect here. Just as XG thinking about gearing up for a move, the counter punch arrives, and it's a big one.
Maureen plays off the disruption. And Jinkyu and a Helmadam creep will die.
I think he was disrupting to send his illusions out to scout. They saw him on the ward.
Yeah.
It's a self-setup right there. Maureen says, thank you very much. That's the kill we needed, straight into the Roche pit.
Yeah, it wasn't going to really take much, that's for sure.
Now, the real question is, who takes this Aegis? Carry 1 or carry 2?
It's time to determine who the true carry of Falcons is, and it's Amar.
He asserts dominance here. I think he is the better Aegis carrier.
You know what's funny? On the road to TI, I asked Amar, said, should I put you or Skeeter for my core in fantasy? And he said, if you get good stats for farm, take me. That's coming true. Man had a plan, said Skeeter's going to be the one making space for me, and it's happening in this Game 4 of a TI Grand Finals.
I mean, space is one thing, but he's also top net worth on this gyro. Like, both these guys are getting a lot right now. And this Drinking Buddy's Tusk is still likely going to go into the gyro. There's a lot of problems for XG to solve in this game. This is not the same gyrocopter trajectory we saw in the previous match. He's going to have a lot better time in the fights. He has better matchups. He has more survivability. This will be a 5-man smoke move from XG. This has to land. I mean, this is a massive committal. You're down 12K at 21 minutes. If you whiff here, it's going to be a long road to come back.
Oh my God. Skeeter, he's backed away. It's looking like they're not going to get, I mean, they can maybe, with the position, take the safe lane tower, but a safe lane tower at 21 minutes?
Doesn't feel great.
No, not at all. I did kind of like the timing of that. Was interesting. It was right as Wisdom Shrine was going to spawn at 21, which Maureen, he went for, so he was nowhere in the neighborhood as a result.
Quick smoke from Falcons. Now they're looking to punch back. Not a bad idea. Once this smoke play fails from XG, it's very likely they split up across the map to return to the farming patterns. They will just miss XXS on top of that hill.
Yeah, Snake King shoving them back. And on the other side,
Maureen
and Crit, the true threat is here. The two-man power team. So much burst damage with this epicenter. They've got the mag dead. He tries to skewer away, but he cannot escape. And now, X-Nova, he can't escape the bear as well. No, wait, the Purge. It slowed him down just enough, but even worse, it's XM. Snake King, now he arrives back into the fight, gets the stun, a Burrow Strike to finish him off. 2 cores dead on the side of Extreme. The supports limp back to the base.
I mean, XM went in there, he finds Crit, but he pays a big price for sacrificing his positioning. No way you're fighting this bear with 2 lives. Basher already online. He's a catch hero now, too. He's a problem for the Sven. This pick has worked out beautifully. It's just dissuading Ame from joining any of these early fights. And both of these carries are getting massively overfarmed right now. Maybe you take down one, but are you going to be able to take down both? It seems incredibly unlikely. Back to the Magnus pick. You're going to have to make some magic happen if you're XXS here. I mean, this has been a player that XG have gone back to time and time again in their run to this finals. And he has made the plays. And once more, it'll fall on his shoulders to find the skewers or find the RPs. Looking towards BKB Ags of his own would give him a lot more capability to do that.
I'm telling you, man, it's just high ground defense. I think Extreme Gaming don't really have any other options but just playing defense. And that's not going to feel good against Falcons, who are not known to speed things up.
I was just going to take the entire map, continue to hunt you, build an insurmountable lead. In theory, your lineup is great at high ground defense, but I don't care how good your lineup is. You're down 30, 40K. It's not going to matter.
XXS, gotta get something here. Snaking, he'll make it as costly as possible. Stormhammer dodge, and he blinks away. Ame trying to get the cleave hit on him. Does not get the timing for it.
So is Ame's BKB as well.
And Snaking, he watches XM take the amp damage, tries to catch him in the shards. XM does manage to sidestep that one, though. So, a tool to use for the next 2 minutes. An amp damage rune on a Leshrac. He just needs BKB. The sad thing is, he is still a ways away from that.
I mean, does BKB even help him that much? The bear gets on top of you if you get punched by the Tusk. A lot of physical damage in this lineup, particularly with that drinking bundy's amping you up. You might get a taste of the bear right here. XM, that's not who you want to run into.
Amar hunting him down, got a bash. Not required, but Crit will lend a helping hand. Thanking Amar for the kill.
I mean, I think this is thanking him for that pick, because this is just working beautifully right now. XG do not have an answer to the off-lane Ursa. Was not on their bingo card.
Avery, tell me, what's the answer? It's the enemy team drafting 2 carries.
I've been saying we should do this for years. I'm from the NA region, Austin. We play with 3 carries. We were well ahead of the meta. I don't know why it hasn't been done before.
Is that what Extreme's going to have to do if we go to a game 5?
It might be. I mean, you just have to escalate, right? If they pick 2 carries, you got to pick 3. If they pick 3, you got to start building Midases. It's the only way you can go. That is the inevitability of Dota. And right now, XG, they would be loving some catch-up gold here, because the lead is just spiraling out of control, man. It feels like every minute this game goes on, that graph is accelerating.
Well, the upside for Extreme, if they ever do find a 4th kill in this game, they'll get a lot of comeback gold, as they are currently down 19,000 net worth. Another 2 minutes to Roshan. If Extreme is going to make a move, I anticipate it's going to be around that. Looking for any items that'll change the nature of this game. It's still XM's BKB.
I think Daedalus for Ame. Give him the big crit, empower this Sven. If you land some clutch stuns, clutch RP, clutch stomp on the Ursa when he's enraged, stuff like this, slow that fight down, let Ame go to work. This hero can output the DPS. You can bring anybody down.
Maybe he can kill Skeeter before the Satanic allows him to heal up, because that is what Skeeter's going to have. If Ame has Daedalus, Skeeter will have Satanic. And we aren't even going to talk about what Amar's going to be able to have. A level 20 Ursa with an Aghanim Scepter.
You have to kite somebody in this lineup. And it's likely the Ursa try and take down the Gyro. Like you said, if Skeeter gets to Satanic before this next Roche, which looks really likely here, man, he is tough to bring down too. Then you're going to need to get some good skewers here. Abuse the scouting from Xnova with the ET Spirit. You can find somebody, skewer them in, look for the RP, and then you have Disruption to bail out the return jump from Falcons. That kind of team fight can maybe out-execute.
Yeah, and you, on top of all of that, you have the Elder Titan to fish for the Magnus, right? He can keep on, if you're going to push into them, it's actually just so obnoxious. Stomp after stomp, if you ever do get hit by that stomp, you might be get skewered back to the base, and then Demonic Purge and everything else you said.
There's that punch interrupt. I mean, Snaking can always bail these situations out. He's having a really good game on this Tusk, so he got a very early blink in this game. He's going to be farmed. Looking for a Yules, that would be another interrupt. Of course, Magnus BKB prevents a couple of these shenanigans, but the punch can always land. They're the BKBs for XG. I mean, this is their best time to strike back, right? Triple BKB core timing, long durations on all of it. If you can try and land an RP, all in some of these heroes, yeah, Amar is strong, but he can't power through everything.
Against seemingly insurmountable odds, Extreme Gaming, 5-man smoke, push out. If they get somehow a pick-off or a team fight that works for them, a fast Roshan could allow them to start changing the narrative of this game. Amar, though, he's fearless. He just jumped straight to XXS. Look at the damage he did. Both to XXS and Shin-Q, who was in the way of that Battle Fury cleave. And Xnova is way out of position as his team got jumped. He hides away in the corner, gets a good ward down to contest Roshan, but he TP's back. But now Ame spotted. He really doesn't want to have to use his BKB here.
Amar looking for another entry. Has this deep ward on the lane. Ult is up. That's an Ags ult too. Can't go on him first. They will get the D ward though. Valuable D ward here.
Information might just be their greatest advantage between getting the D ward and having their own wards up.
These 5-man smokes are just usually not the ticket. And we're seeing XG all in their base again. When you're in this position, it's very tempting to just pop that and look for something, but it almost never works. And you're still closing in on this Daedalus for Ame. You really want that item to try and make this comeback possible.
You know, Avery, it's kind of fitting. I feel like there's been a lot of nostalgia at this TI, and I'm really feeling it looking at this kill score. 12-3, 29 minutes in. I feel like I'm back in like 2014 Dota.
It's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Quite a different set of teams here. We were back that far. Some of the same players, though. Does take around 10 years to win a TI, unless you're Thompson.
Very few Royal Roaders in Dota's history, that's for sure. All right, Falcons are the ones to have the smoke. With Roshan at its almost max spawn point, just another minute for that. They know it's guaranteed. They know it's coming their way. It's going to be in this bottom pit, so they're going to clear out this area. Get some good vision down. Extreme, they only have this one ward to play around. It doesn't really see that much for you.
Just glimpses in that river around this bottom pit. Falcons, they don't want to reach too far with this smoke. Just clear the area out, secure the objective. Don't force a bad fight into all this turnaround potential. Yeah, you have an insane gold lead, but it can vanish in an instant. All this crazy scaling in AoE.
Put Extreme in a position where if 5 people inside their base to play for Roshan, they'd have to just go for a Hail Mary 5-man smoke. And you've only got one more smoke left for the time being on X-Nova. So Extreme say, just play for farm. Get an Aghanim Scepter on XXS. Get that Daedalus you were talking about on Ame. This Roshan will give them a solid 30 seconds, maybe even a full minute to get some farm. Ame maybe could take a Tormentor if he's real quick with it.
I think you gotta get something right here. Aegis onto the gyrocopter. This time around, Skeeter takes it. He will siege the high ground with that item.
The harder hero to get a good skewer back on, right?
100%. And even if you do, he might be able to survive through with Satanic. There's the Daedalus, though, so big crit's gonna come through. That's an empowered Sven. Almost level 20 as well. Does have the gunpowder gauntlet. Insane amount of burst damage coming out in those first few hits. Might just decide the fight.
Yes, he may be behind the gyrocopter and the Ursa in net worth, but the Empower adds so much. The epicenter fine, gets the Magnus though. And there goes all the initiation. Ame is going to try and chase after them, but they're already out. They're up to the high ground, and you cannot go blind up there.
I mean, also the Magnus is your catch. He gets found first, your chase potential or looking for anything else goes down the drain.
So God Strength used, 70-second cooldown. What is Falcons going to get done in this window?
Go high ground. At least threaten it. Look for some opportunities on the jump from the Ursa while the gyro hits. No Magnus, you're not afraid of the skewer play. Drinking Buddies gives you the flak. No one can really approach here. And awkward glyph timing too. That was not the greatest.
No, with the wave not even there yet. And Octarine done for this Ursa. He's getting to that untouchable state where he gets to 25. He's jumping around with the Earthshock all the time. He will just be perma-enraged.
Look for the skewer.
Got the skewer back. No save this time. Snaking trying to pull him back. Shockwave dilutes him a little bit deeper. XXS got to be careful though. The second carry almost dies to Amar, but the demonic purge is there from Shin-Q. Good responses from Extreme, but it simply doesn't feel like it's enough.
Gotta find ways to output damage, and that means waiting for God Strength to be back up. If Ame's available for that jump, there's turnaround, but he's still waiting on the cooldown. 2 seconds left for this ultimate. Gotta fish again, gotta find another skewer.
Skeeter getting closer and closer. Ame goes to challenge him, and he's pulled away a little bit by the Drinking Buddies. Now he pops the Satanic, and it's Ame's turn. Ame's low, corner HP. He needs to be able to hit something. It's finally gonna be Snaking. Gets that kill, starts backing away, but here comes Malrine with the epicenter to slow him down. They take out Ame. XM in trouble outside the base. He'll be run down as well. 2 cores on Extreme, neither have buyback. And Falcons in a
just a game 5. It is over. Extreme, call it early. They say that's fine. Touche. We'll see you in game 5.
This series will go the distance. I don't even remember
Touche.
we had a game 5 other than those Spirit series going way back to those TIs.
Yeah, that was the last time. TI-10 was the last time we had it.
I mean, we've just had so many one-sided grand finals. I think everybody in this stadium is just thrilled to have a game 5 between any two teams, let alone these two. That is going to be an intense single game of Dota with so much on the line, so much legacy, so many first-timers that would love to lift that Aegis.
A couple of 2-timers in there, a 3-timer potentially.
Don't forget about AUI looking for that third Aegis.
I just cannot believe that this has actually gone to a game 5. This is the most one-sided game 5 finals I have ever seen in my life. It's completely one-sided every single game, and I have no idea who's going to win.
It comes down to draft, it comes down to laning, and it comes down to those final few adjustments you can make as the clock strikes midnight.
Has there ever been a finals that has felt so draft dependent? It is just insane how one-sided these games are as a result of that draft, and that is why it is so crucial to take as much time as you can, figure out what strategy you need for this final game. One of these teams is going to be lifting the Aegis very soon. Let's head back to the panel to break down what we could be seeing this upcoming game 5.
Oh, it's crunch time, all right, for the teams for sure. I can't even imagine the pressure they must be feeling. But we're going to take it slow. We're going to break down the game we just witnessed because it was kind of one-sided. Effie, we did say that Falcons, they had a shot if they did well in the lanes, and we were wondering if that Ursa was going to work. It worked out.
It worked out so well. Not only did they win their lanes and just do the typical Falcons, farm the entire map, choke out the enemies, they made no mistakes, right? The issue would have been if they were going into that Magnus high ground too early, if they were playing into team fights maybe at the wrong timings, if they went to an incorrect side of the map. They just had so much discipline in this game on Falcons.
I mean, the confidence of Mar, right? Your final pick in the draft, you know that your carry gyrocopter isn't going to be able to outscale your opponent, and your offlane is getting banned out. So then you go for, you know what, I'm going to go for an Ursa. He doesn't play it competitively. He plays it in his pubs. I'll give him credit. He's using his knowledge of his pubs that he doesn't want to show in competitive. And randomly, second competitive game on Ursa, this is it. I'm offlane. I'm into a Sven. I can combo break the Magnus. But who else would truly draft in this style to break away from all of your team's logic, your entire team's approach to this TI, and then you're going, you know what, Amar, what are you doing in your pubs? A week ago, a month ago, 6 months ago. Yo, it's working out. Let's try it in a potential elimination game against XG, and then to dominate like this. He even said it himself. He's 45. He did nothing. His team did all the work.
I mean, I'm kind of shook, and I wouldn't be surprised if XG, at least during the game or still right now, have like a little bit of this feeling going on. Offlane 24 pick Ursa. This doesn't exist. This is not real, but it just hit you and it destroyed you. Like, they win all their lanes, and I will say it's not just Amar and it's not just the Ursa pick, it's everyone. Malrine on his staple SK, he destroyed X and mid. They played so well in their early game, and they go for the thing that they do whenever they win. They go for all the lane winning stuff. They take the tier 1s. They play the map. XG, they looked a little bit hurt in this game.
I love the fact that Snaking also went for drinking buddies on the Tusk, right? They turned this lane into such a dominating bit of aggression, right? You apply the drinking buddies onto the gyrocopter, you can chase down the lane. You also then have the saves throughout. So if the game was difficult, Snaking would have been able to step up. But it was so snowbally that we didn't really get to see it shine. But changing up the facets, playing for the offlane Ursa, I don't think XG was ready for any of this in this game.
It was just so funny to me watching the Ursa just play in the bottom left corner of the map while the rest of his team was fighting on the other end. He just bought a Battle Fury from the offlane, but here we can see Malrine as one of the standout players. We can talk and talk and talk about this Ursa, but the real factor of this game, which is what it has always been throughout all of Falcons wins, if Malrine gets his Sand King, if he gets to pair up with Crit's Hoodwink or Crit's Snapfire, they take over the entire game. In contrast to the last game where he had his stacks invaded by XM's Shadow Fiend, his stacks were untouched, he hit all of his timings, and he took over.
I think a critical thing Falcons identified during the draft is that Leshrac, Sven, Magnus, all these heroes, they kind of farm the lane and then go farm the jungle. They keep doing farm, right? They're never overlapping their heroes. They're never really fighting. You might throw like a Stormhammer here, or Lesh might rotate, but it's not as explosive as the likes of the Sand Kings and the Gyrocopters and Tusk. Like, they want to sweep through the map, and I think XG that farm game has been punished once again.
I mean, to me, like what I see also is I think this game is a good indicator of that gold can fix kind of everything for you. Because I wouldn't like this is not a traditional Dota 2 draft. But this also goes to show you that this game is so complex. You can do so many different things. Because I'm pretty sure if you ask a lot of people after this draft, I did not think the Falcons draft was gonna work out. I'm not gonna lie. And that's one of the beauties of this game where you don't know whether it's gonna work or not until you actually see it played on like the highest level.
Yeah, and we've seen Sven so dominant, so I also thought, okay, this Sven's going to be a tough puzzle piece to solve. It didn't look like it, Kezu.
No, and it's like, it's honestly so crazy. Like, I'm still in halfway of like disbelief, but we have to show. And guys, quick reminder, this is not carry to carry comparison. This is offlane guy, Chad, you know, last pick calls for like some Amar Ursa against the Ame Sven. Because Ame on this hero has looked incredible, but at this point in the game, look at his hero damage, 1500. He hasn't dared even to touch a hero in this game, probably apart from the laning stage. Amar, higher net worth, perfect items, got the axe to break him free, the Basher to play aggressive. Yeah, I don't know where to go from here. I'm a little worried for XG.
The fact that he was just farming so freely on the Ursa and Key, he had the gem on him, right? Because Amar, the way that he played this Ursa is when, you know, he had that short stint playing offlane Slark. I just had like deja vu watching him. Like, you basically get 2 or 3 items, you run through the map, you keep the warding, you're inviting the enemy onto you, right? That's kind of a Falcons thing, right? Some player at some point, if they're thriving, tries to bait their opponent. And when Amar got the gem, got all this, he was doing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you might have thought at some point that it looked like a carry Ursa, but it was a frontlining tanky Ursa.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a very brief clip to kind of summarize what I was, or show you what I was talking about just there. But yeah, the way that Amar played it, of course, they have a 20,000 gold lead. It's easy to kind of say this is good, but even if this game was closer, Amar would be playing in the same way. If this was a 4K lead, 3K lead, a 100,000 gold lead, he's still going to do the same thing. He's going to run in, use the gem, jump the backline, and in the pressure of the draft to identify how do we stop Magnus and have additional scaling. Now that you think about it in hindsight, of course, it's like, oh, this is a really cool pick. So again, props to Amar and Aoi to kind of collectively come together and find this very, very, very niche pick.
Ursa aside though, and again, it was so cool, very fun to see it on the mid stage from the offlane. Falcons did what they always do to no punishment in that early game. Before Ursa could even be a factor, the best thing that he did for his team in that first 15 minutes was win the lane. That's what he picked the hero to do, right? But still, you got this Snake King on a save support, different than the ones he's been playing, but he got it. Malrine, he got his Sand King. Crit got his Hoodwink.
Yeah, it was very good looking for Falcons, and we keep mentioning they had a very strong early game. And what exactly happened in that early game, Purge?
The Ursa got to do whatever he wanted, and that was the entire point of this pick. They were trying to dismantle the laning stage for what XG had, and a lot of that comes down to the Elder Titan here. He's supposed to be able to punch and fight his opponents, but because Ursa is stacking damage every single attack, in a lot of cases, X Nova just stopped hitting him. This was actually one of the few times in the entire laning stage that they ended up trading. And from there, Crit basically messed around over on the right side, trying to stop pulls and things like that X Nova's trying to do. And then eventually the supports just left the lane. And no joke, we are 8 minutes in. You remember this gank that happened where Amar dodged a lot of stuff and they played the music and all, that where he actually got low? Look at this tango in his inventory here. That is one of his 3 starting tangos, and we're 9 minutes into the game. That is how little harassment there was in his lane. He hit creeps, and Ame hit creeps. So it was kind of just, the game was solved in a lot of ways based on him just picking his hero. He got to get his Battle Fury on time, he got to get his Blink Dagger, and then he just became a normal hero. The game smoothed out because it was a bit of a farm fest. And then, again, the best things that Falcon got was they got the Malrine Sand King, which is ridiculously expert. I've made so many segments like this where Sand King does this stack clearing, then he goes into a teleport, into a gank lane, which he does very expertly here at 7 minutes. Usually goes to the off lane, but this time doing the safe lane. They kill the Shadow Demon. They take the tower with the Sandstorm. Very broken stuff. You know what he does next? He always takes the second tower. Here it is, 10 minutes in. So they get the lanes they wanted to. They get the ahead Sand King that they wanted to. They get the Blink Dagger at 11 minutes. And then they take their first team fight and they don't get crushed in it. And from there on, the game is basically just in their hands. They have a gold advantage, they have map control, they have the heroes they want, they have multiple carries in this case, which made it even better against Sven. They basically just took the game in their hands with that Ursa pick.
Thank you very much, Purge. That was a very strong Ursa pick. Very good game from Falcons, and definitely something we're thinking about for Extreme Gaming going into game number 5. But we should talk a little bit about game number 5, because after that game, we will have a new champion for the International. And I want to focus a little bit on the people that we have on stage. You can make a great case of why anyone deserves to win the international if there ever is such a thing, but I want to just quickly touch upon one certain individual, and we might do some other ones too, but I think for one certain individual, it's not the first time he goes to Game 5 of a Grand Finals. It doesn't happen very often, guys. It does not.
It can't happen again.
If he wins, it's like you broke the curse. You've done it. If he loses,
That is lifelong trauma.
Yeah. But it's not only that, like he's going to Game 5 again, it's 2-2, but it's like Magnus is also like the bane of their existence. Whether you pick it yourself or they have it, like you have to like get the hero like out of the game as a whole in like bans, because it's really in your head right now.
They just need to relax. Okay, they need to regroup. I like what Captain SVG said about how draft dependent this series has felt.
Yes.
This almost feels like coach versus coach instead of player versus player. So what we really need right now is for both of these coaches to focus on what they do best. For Extreme Gaming, what they need to think about is that mid lane. Sure, there was an offlane Ursa, but what happened ultimately? Malrine got to play Dota the way that he always does, and he set the pace for his team. When they were shutting that down, they were doing great.
yeah, Maori feels like the life of the team. As much as like Effie's mentioning, the hype of everyone else, I fully echo that. Maori has to be shut down if XG want to try and take the Game 5.
And then we also should make a case for the other side, because yes, it would be fantastic and a whole full circle situation for Ame to be crowned king with the squad, of course, in Extreme Gaming. But on the other side, I do want to highlight that there is another person that could be an uncrowned king as well, in the name of Crit, who has attended his 9th international, the longest consecutive amount of TIs of any player that is here at TI, Kezu. And you can make a strong case for him as well to take this.
You can make a case for like so many of the players on stage, but especially him. He keeps getting his hoodwink over and over. And I will say his game 1, it didn't look particularly great, but he's been stepping it up every game of the way. And he's got the experience. Like when you look at the other players like Amar and Marine, I'm sure that they give so much, not just in like your own gameplay, but how do you help them? How do you keep them cool? How do you go into the next game? So yeah, I mean, you can't really say that someone doesn't deserve it, but you have so many, like all of them, they're just playing their hearts out, and just gonna have to wait and see.
Cannot may the best team win. May the best uncrowned king win.
Yeah, I mean, for both, it is quite an achievement to get to this point, and then I'm gonna have my heart broken and be happy at the same time at the end of that 5th game. That is for absolute sure. And I do want to talk a little bit more about the coaches in the draft and how important it is, as our commentary team mentioned as well, because there is one thing that I have noticed in these last 3 drafts, and I'm not as Dota nerdy as some other people, so I look at other things. I look at how much bonus time people have left. I find that interesting because I can't compute the draft in my head as fast as obviously the pros on stage can. And some people do it a lot faster than others. The bonus time left for the teams at the end of the game generally is about 10 seconds, and sometimes 0. I mean, it's high pressure stakes, totally normal. On the side of Extreme Gaming, they seem to have come in with a plan every time, leading into 1.5 minute, 2-minute bonus time being left over.
But if you look at the drafts, it doesn't really show it. Actually, it does, all right? The Extreme have always been first pick. Falcons have always been second pick.
Every game.
Yeah, like when have you really remembered a grand finals where pick and side, or sorry, pick specifically, sorry, has always been the same way? Normally, you kind of bounce back and forth. It's like, oh, okay, they got second pick, they win. Let's take it away from them next time. Let's try and show them our strategies. The fact that we have 4 games in a row with the same pick size, or sorry, pick order, is incredibly rare, at least.
Yeah, and I think also it's like the way it works is that first pick, you set up your stuff, like you make it happen, and the second pick team needs to respond to you. And I think it also goes to show that Falcons were kind of pressured when it comes to the draft too, because they're running out of the clock. They had to go for a last pick Ursa, which is, again, it's incredible. And I think also like Amar deserves a lot of praise. Like the first time you're on the final stage, you're playing the grand finals, you bust this stuff out. This is not normal.
It is not. For the last time, give it up, people. These 10 players and their coaches. This is an absolute marathon in this best of 5. And they are heading into the 5th game of a grand finals of the international. I cannot imagine the pressure and the emotions they must be feeling right now. And the trick to be able to let it all fade away and focus only on that game of Dota, that is a trick that you don't get to practice very often, Tigo.
No, not at all, right? To be in this position, it is so rare, right? And of course, that is now going to be testament to the maturity of the players, the experience that they've gained this tournament, the emotions that they've had to harness from game 1, 2, 3, and 4, everything now comes down to this 5th and final game.
My eyes are on Ame right now. How are you feeling? You've been here before. This is not your first game 5 of a grand finals. Are you going into this one with confidence, or are you shaken a little bit?
3 times the charm, I think.
And it's also, he's not the only multiple times guy. You have Jinkyu and
Yes.
Xnova. They've also went 2 and 3 in the losses before.
I hope none of them are thinking about it though. All right, that is.
How can you not?
Impossible not to.
No, I mean, Zhao Wei's had a chat with them. He's really dialed them in.
Yeah, he found them to wash their face.
Yeah,
like, you have to go in like hardcore to like drain that out. I think it's near impossible.
You've got Crit, on the other hand. He looks locked in. Like, he's ready. They're happy with what happened.
I mean, absolutely. If I play some 4 Hoodwing and my bear is just smashing people left and right, and he alt-chats 4v5, I kind of liked it even. You know, the alt-chat is considered BM, but I think put yourself in the zone that makes you feel at home. Try to lock out that you're sitting in front of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands watching at home.
They were listening to that guy doing the interview in the crowd, right? He said he asked Amar to do some all chat to win the game, and then he did it. So whoever that guy is, yeah, shout out. You helped to win the 4th game.
It worked out. All the positive words coming from the crowd during that time. They paid off. They made it happen. Falcons made it happen, and we are having both teams on match point and only one to come out victorious. And the pressure is mostly on these 2 players. For one, it's the drafting, as we have pointed out how important it is. But we also have pointed out quite a few times actually already before coming to the grand finals, XXS for Extreme Gaming has been a cornerstone. He has been the one leading the charge to victory, and he is getting targeted in the ban so heavily.
He's been the heart of this team throughout this tournament. Like him on his Blink Initiator type heroes, especially his Shakers, his Centaurs, and what have you, his Mars. Falcons identified that they don't want that smoke. They're going to take away their playmaker. And he's kind of running out of heroes that can make the same kind of play. That is why they went for that Magnus in that last game. They wanted that hero with a low cooldown on that skewer to be able to start the fights for them. But like if your hero pool is getting banned and at the very end your Slardar is getting taken out, it doesn't leave much for you.
It's why Falcons are enjoying being second pick, right? Because they're entering the phase of the Mars ban, Centaur ban, and Shaker ban. When you look at the heroes he's played, it's not easy to craft the Slardar lineup or a Batrider lineup. But the first heroes that I mentioned, you could first pick them in any draft, and you can eventually build something to fix some of their weaknesses. But the Slardars, the Batriders, it is a little bit, more niche.
To me too, also it's 2 games in a row where they had the Skeeter Gyrocopter, and there must be something for XG also that they need to think about. Like this hero will come out over and over for Skeeter. We saw it even in a matchup where I would say it's a very hard game, but they don't care. But the thing is, with the bans that you're mentioning, it makes the hero a lot stronger.
We also did learn something where they banned the Slardar in the phase after picking Gyrocopter, and XG had the ability to pick Sven or Slardar there. So Falcons kind of told XG, like, we're scared of this hero. So if the same draft is to happen again, that could be the change that occurs, where they pick the offlaner slightly earlier to protect it from later bans.
And for Falcons, so long as they get their hands on a Malorine hero in a game where he's uncountered by XG supports, because that's what it feels like the draft was about a few games ago, they're chilling. They're the ones who are daring XG to make a move, come into our triangle, shut down the farm, play into our 7 to 10 minute tower pressure we're applying to your safe lane.
I mean, the momentum is definitely on the Falcon side. Like you go down, you learn a few things, and then you win this last game in that fashion where you gave XG a lot of the things that they wanted to. The Ame Sven, you let him open with the SD again, you had the XM, Leshrac, the Blink Initiator on the offlane, you had the X-Nova like on his staple heroes too, and you went straight through it.
All games, though, have been one after the other, as an Extreme 1 game 1, Falcons 2, vice, and continuously like that. So it seems like the teams are adapting just slightly. At this point, we would expect Falcons to also adapt, obviously, but they need to be one step ahead. They need to know, they need to get into the minds of Extreme to think about how they would adapt after that previous game.
Adapt. And that's the thing where for XG, they can't get in their own heads, right? Because we've seen before the offlane Huskar to beat out the anti-mage against BB, I think it was. And then you have, the Ursa here as well. Like sometimes in certain pick positions in the draft, you can now go, wait a second, they've not done it yet, but new people start suggesting new heroes and maybe gets a bit more, emotional because Amar is ready to do things that he's doing in his pubs, but not in pro play. That can really impact the draft.
I mean, it's also like these are the type of moments as a player, like you live for a game 5 on the grand finals. Like if you can just try to enjoy and embrace. And I think it's also one of the reasons why OG did so well. Like back then, like you have to, even as stupid as it sounds, you have to enjoy the game. Try not to overthink, like have fun, go with the heroes you can play, go with your comfort and make it happen. Because a Game 5 Grand Final at TI, it does not get more special than this.
I mean, they're an hour away from lifting the Aegis, right? Opening the booth, confetti falling down. It is, one draft. It's so close for both of these teams.
It is so close. One more game. We are going to that Game 5. Let's get ready.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals. Game 5.
And we were wondering how things were going to get shaken up for this 5th game, and there is a very clear difference going into this 5th game. And we have Extreme, Radiant, Falcons, Dire, but the biggest difference is that Falcons, for the first time in this series, first pick.
It's a big change, and it's a change that I kind of like. I would have already liked it last game, but I believe it was XG who had to face, and they were like, haha, joke's on you, we're not going to let you switch it up. But this time, Falcons, they win the last game, and now they force a switch up to not make it easy for XG, so I like the start.
With only 3 bans now, we've seen those 3 bans be used with the 3 offlaners plus a Naga Siren. So which offlaner are they going to offer up to XG potentially to take in the first phase, which we haven't seen at all in the first 4 games?
My heart says Earthshaker. Like, if you're going to pick between the Earthshaker and the Mars to give to Extreme Gaming, you might as well give the Shaker and try to beat it on lane, because Mars does not need that much. With that Eul's and that Blink, you're playmaking.
What stops Falcons doing? Why not they first pick the Mars for ATF?
Yeah, there's a lot of options. So you've got the Chen, you've got the Enchao, the Sand King as well. Mars, probably one of the next heroes.
The other one that they have banned out almost every single time is the Monkey King.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, you are first pick. You are forcing XG to at least give you something.
Pick your poison, or you leave both in, and you get the chance to pick up one of the 2 yourself. If that is a good trade, I'm not sure. We'll see where Extreme Gaming goes with this one, as they are thinking about this. It will still be the Monkey King ban. So we're leaving that Mars in the pool for now.
So Mars is in the pool, Shaco can be in the pool.
I mean, I would not be surprised if Falcons it's Amar's best hero. It's been one of the heroes of the tournament. You can slam in the Mars, but of course, this is Game 5. There's a lot of mind games going on too. Like, the most obvious might not, be right there, because you have so much going on right now.
They might already one step ahead where it's like, you know what, we don't care, because if we pick X hero, they get Mars and they build a plan. Like, maybe they want to bait it. So many layers. It really just depends on what, Aoi wants to do in this. ATF actually, sorry, he's clicking the buttons.
Yep.
They're taking some time though. They are deciding.
This is the most time used in this entire finals in the pre-bans before the game starts.
Absolutely.
It is the most critical entry to the draft though. The wrong ban here, the wrong pick, it can set a domino effect to a very difficult game.
I'm of the opinion that if they want to first pick something else, like the Pango or the Beastmaster, Mars cannot be the hero that's given away. Like, it's got to be the Shaker you give away. If they ban the Shaker, then, as you guys mentioned, you have to take the Mars for yourself.
This is tense moments in the booth. Tense moments on the desk here too.
I have nothing to say. I'm waiting. I am hotly anticipating this. And they ban the Mars. Okay, there we go.
Mars ban.
And they take the Naga.
Into Naga. We actually completely forgot about that, because it's been first phase banned every single game, and not just in the grand finals, but almost the entire tournament long. This is a very strong hero.
Greatly apologizing for forgetting about this hero, but in the hands of Snaking, in the hands of any player right now at the International, the map pressure that you have, the ability to reset any fight with the song, there is a reason this is one of the most contested heroes at TI, and there's probably not a good reason why we forgot about it, but it doesn't matter. They have access to the hero in Game 5.
I'm only seeing 2 heroes on the screen, and I'm like feeling anxious, excited. I don't know, like, these are iconic TI heroes. You have the song to bail them out, you got the Echo Slam, you have XXS getting his hands on one of his best heroes, you have Snaking, who he's won TI on this hero before, just a couple years ago. Like, he is no stranger to Naga support.
I don't even care about analysis anymore. I just want more team fight. I just want to find these 20-minute, 30-minute, 50-minute moments where both teams can throw absolutely everything and show their individual skill to try and win this game.
So far, all 4 games of this grand finals have leaned heavily one way or the other. Hopefully, Game 5, we can wish for a very close, even team fighty back and forth.
I mean, it'd be the only way to end such a fabulous TI, right?
Would be,
a Game 5,
so fitting.
Tier 5 neutral item, pressures and everything.
Well, the strongest supports of the tournament, I'd say, are out. The position forwards anyway, with the Snapfire and the Hoodwink removed.
Yeah, still not really respecting the Elder Titan as of yet. XG will happily pick it up once more. With the Bane ban, double supports ban as well. Getting the Spirit inside the song to get the sleep.
I mean, they could also, their Shadow Demon is open for them as well. If they want to play around Ame, that's one of the best heroes you can have to enable him.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure where they want to take this here.
Ooh!
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Okay, hold.
Come on.
Roll
Zoom
it.
in, please.
Roll it.
Don't skip.
Well, they already have a Hoodwink, by the way.
Doesn't matter. Lion! Come on!
He's lagging.
He's lagging. He doesn't have internet. No!
Oh.
No, he
Don't leave us hanging like that!
We will never know.
The biggest cliffhanger I've ever seen.
That's more important than Ame winning TI at this point. Get this man some internet. Hotspot him.
It's all good. We're focusing our attention on the pick coming out from Extreme Gaming. They have banned out the Amar Bristle. And it's up to them to see if they still see a good hero in the pool. Shadow Demon once again. Xingqiu played it phenomenally earlier today.
And it's just a comfortable hero, right? You always know that you're going to have the stacks up, but you have that save hero to play behind your hyper carry. If you're in a game 5, you want Ame to put this game on his back. You want to make sure that your heroes can enable him. The other day when he was playing Anti-Mage, you know what heroes were on his team? 1 save support plus a shaker, and they played out of their mind to keep him alive to eventually win the game.
Clutch potential is still rising. Every single pick, it has that ability to make a moment in these games.
I mean, something I still like here, like Naga against SD. SD is going to want to stack the triangle. Snaking and Falcons overall, they love being able to like have the map that you can block the Ancients, you can block the triangle with your illusions. Pangu here, honestly, quite the incredible hero. You're happy laning, you're good against the SD, it gives you a team fight. Very nice.
We saw it in game 3, right? Falcons picked the Pangolier to try and respond to the Shadow Demon. They also then banned out the Pangolier in game 4 because XG didn't want the Pangolier against their Shadow Demon, and here it's available. So it makes sense. The chaotic nature of the fight, you have that insurance of the Naga behind you if things are to go wrong for you, but you just want to get into the middle, provide that information. You have information from the Naga removal, you have information from the Pangolier Rolling Thunder. Falcons will be able to initiate.
The question is now, do you worry enough about the Pango where you want to counterpick him here with a Wyvern or something like that, or do you just go for something standard and go for something standard they do on Falcons with the Disruptor?
This is filthy, absolutely filthy, right? This game progresses, you know XG want to play it late. Now you're playing into the song setup, Blink Dagger, potentially for snaking, jumping into the middle of the fight. You find 2, 3, 4 heroes, add Static Storm on top. No one's pressing a single button.
I have a quick question. Normally, Naga Siren and Disruptor are played on snaking as position 5. What's the difference here? What do we think is going to happen? And should we keep on our radars that Skeeter actually does play Naga Siren?
Yes, but I would expect that. I mean, the thing with Disruptor and Naga, both. I mean, ideally Naga's 5, Disruptor's 4. I don't know if you guys agree with this.
Most likely, yes.
But the fact is, at this point in the stage of the tournament, depending on the lane setup, depending on the vibes, everything can change. But I expect Naga Disruptor to be the supports.
When I see Disruptor and he's being run as support, it screams to me that you're going to bring heroes early to that enemy safe lane, kill him, and then try to glimpse him back. Try to exploit what this hero can do from the 4 lane. Something that can come through the gate would be incredible. If the carry can join in as well, just give Skeeter a stun hero.
But it would be poetic, right? If for some reason Skeeter wants to take it to carry, and a hero that kind of made him, introduced him to the pro scene back in the day. Put that aside, most likely supports.
I mean, you have XG who are looking at X-Nova's hero here, most likely.
Yep. The Bane has been first phase banned, so that's out. Can't repeat that support combo.
They can go back for their ET, or they can go the counter pick route of Grim or Wyvern.
Why not bring back the Mirana? Have the invisibility, ensure that you're not found by the Naga Siren at the start of the fight. So you have a bit more positioning and map play. You have SD Mirana to roam the map. It's a bit more aggressive. Utilize the Lotuses to find out these clutch moments. If you are stuck inside Static Storm, they can pretty much go anywhere, but...
Pugna.
Go for Pugna, okay.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons end up jamming, one of their good old Skeeter heroes here. You can go for a Gyro again. I think you've played it before with your tempo. It's nice against the enemy heroes that you do end up seeing. I honestly just see nothing wrong.
But Pugna does add to the survivability that we keep mentioning, right? For the supports of XG, how they thrive, right? Now you have the Pugna and the SD together. You offer up a core, even if they're out of position or getting jumped, there's so much turnaround potential. so much survivability to just get through Falcon's jump.
I just love the concept of double save supports for Ame on this game 5. Like, just give him his perfect pick here. But also Pugna versus Pango. Beautiful dynamic. Pugna can protect himself from Pango rolling on the backline. If he decrypifies himself or the target that's getting rolled on, they take no damage.
Both of these lineups are so like beautiful in like on their own accord and what they can do, how they play around each other. Who are you making space for? Who's gonna like help you and abuse the fact that you can go in for me, I can go in for you? It's Skeeter Medusa too. It's not something that you see every day from him because usually he takes a little of the less hard carry approach, but he has also played this many times.
It's a Medusa that can tank an Echo Slam, walk into the Shadow Fiend, doesn't really care, right? You can now it enables the Disruptor, Pango, and Naga to choose when they want to fight. Of course, Medusa will need a couple items to be able to do that, but once you enter the mid to late game that we are expecting from both of these teams, Medusa will happily do it all.
Hear me out. This looks a little bit scary for Falcons just conceptually based on how they've been playing, right? They don't have that strong follow-up damage from position 4 that they always have to play with their mid laner. They're going to play a slower game because they have Medusa and Naga Siren, and their Pango isn't going to have the easiest time winning that mid game for them because of the double save supports. So you're in this position where you want to take it late game versus Extreme Gaming, who are one of the late game teams. Is this the correct choice in terms of strategy?
I'm not
Can we
sure.
answer that in an hour's time, please?
I see a similar problem. You have Medusa, Disruptor, and Naga Siren, very traditionally low damage heroes, or Medusa who doesn't join. And Effie, you mentioned you have Pugna against Pango. You can decrypt, you can live through this. And not just that, but you have set up Ame for an absolute last pick in this game for XG as well.
Both teams, their ability to progress the map is locked behind their cores joining. Like, Pugna wants to do it, but if he steps up, a Pango can roll in, a Disruptor can rotate and kill you off. So I think both teams have subscribed to, we're going to farm our way into the game. Probably maybe a low kill score, but then when it ramps up around 20 minutes or so, that's when the fighting will begin. It doesn't feel as snowbally as some of the other drafts that we've seen.
It's not at all.
No.
You know, earlier this year that we had a lot of Medusa on the off lane.
I would like to see it just in the carry role.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see what Falcons will go for in their last pick. They still have to keep in mind that Ame has not gotten his hero yet.
Yeah, it's kind of on Amar here, and you're thinking a lot of steps ahead. You're going to be discussing, okay, what is Ame very likely to pick? What can I take here? Potentially on Amar, All Marine that can dissuade this pick that we don't want them to have. Or if they do go for it, then at least they can't feel as good about it.
I think for Ame, just anything that goes in, just get in the fight. You have double save supports. You have the Shadow Fiend who's going to provide a lot of range damage, and that's why they take out his Ursa and Anti-Mage, 2 of his go-in heroes. What does that leave for him? A Faceless Void, or does he want to switch to a completely different archetype and try to play a ranged carry versus Medusa? Personally, I would prefer if he just went in this game.
It also depends on the lane setup, right? If they see a weak off lane based on Pango going to mid and there's something exploitable, then that could potentially change. And they go for the Magnets themselves. XG could not win. Or take the Aegis with the Magnus. And then Falcons take the Magnus themselves in game 5.
Nice. Nice on the Magnus too. I will say this can be poetic either way. Let's just leave it at that.
They are trying to cause mental damage right now on Falcons. They want to force a game 5 Magnus game.
A staple. Now, yesterday you guys said that Outworld staff, doesn't matter if a team gets Outworld staff as the neutrals because it's good anyway. Can be good anyway.
This is a crazy game. This is honestly just an absolute crazy. Like, Ame has had years to think about what he wants to slap Magnus with. He comes up with a jug. It has a good matchup into the Medusa. You can buy Manta, you can go Diffusal, you can play fast, you have your spin against the Disruptor, against the Naga Siren as well. I think that Dota is going to do all the talking in this game.
Exactly. I mean, he's found a carry that at least in the kind of skirmishing of the early to mid game, he's not going to get caught off by glimpse. He can, spin away from that. In the later portions of the game, depending on how it goes, he has swift flash and ways to kind of get around the fight. But a Juggernaut last pick, Falcons going for this epic team fight. Like, if this is a 50-60 minute game, try fighting into Song, Static Storm, RPs, getting dragged into it as well.
So far, though, every time it has gone later, it meant that the early game was stable. I do need to know, how are these lanes going to play out? Are we going to have a stable early game?
It feels stable from both teams, right? Farm on both sides, and it really comes down to individual choices in the game, individual items and how they approach it.
My only concern right now is that Falcons have made a complete stylistic pivot from everything else we've seen them play. This is not the style of Dota that they haven't been playing throughout this entire TI, and they just want to out-execute
though Maureen at least has a hero to play into the game. That's what we've been wanting to see him to play. When he's not on that, they struggle. But he can activate the rest of his team. Even though the style feels different, Maureen, he's sticking true to his guns. When they win, he's on an aggressive hero. And Pangolier, he can do it all.
May the best team win.
May the best team.
Yeah, Kesu, it sounds like both teams kind of got what they wanted from this draft of Game 5.
I absolutely think so. Like, this is what you wanted to boil down to in Game 5. You have a good draft, you have your comfort, you let the gameplay speak.
Oh, we're going to let the gameplay speak for sure. But first, we're going to let both of the coaches speak.
Absolutely, my friends. Community, we've been waiting a long time for a grand finals that went all the way. We're going to Game 5, baby. And I'll give you one little hint here. There is nothing left to ask. We have two of the best teams in the world. They're about to go head-to-head for everything. And we'll find out who's the best team here today. So there's one question that matters, my friends. Who will be the man? And who will be the maggot? Shake those hands, boys! Let's get into a Game 5!
Oh, I am fired up after that intro. I have to say, this stadium, Barclays Arena, you guys have been amazing. From the front stage all the way up to the top, from every corner of this goddamn building, there are Dota fans filling up this space and making some noise. And I just want one thing from all of you, all right? I want us to have some fun, and let's make some fucking noise! Game 5, Falcons versus Extreme. Let's get it on!
A series goes the distance. Think about how many hours, how many thousands of scrims, tens of thousands of pubs, hundreds of thousands of moments thinking about what you would do if you were here in a Game 5 TI Grand Final, and you know these two teams have thought about it a lot. You do not want to leave this stage with regrets. Not now, not when you have come this close to tasting immortality.
There is so much history behind TI, so much history behind these players. So many of them have been working for this exact moment. For years, they've been dreaming about this moment. And now it's all about to happen. And nothing will be clean. It is going to be a dirty game without a doubt.
Pure magic as the only term for it. Man, if you are a coach of one of these squads, I would not want to be backstage watching this unfold with no ability to control it.
Heart palpitations,
the draft is set. The players are just going to play out your picks. And I mean, my God, a last pick juggernaut for Ame. You have to remember, this Ame juggernaut was the only thing that took a game off of Team Spirit in their perfect EWC run.
That's
the
true.
only thing Yatoro could not defeat. Ame will go back to it here and face his demons in a Grand Finals Magnus. This is what he chose. This is what he has to live with and what he has to make work here.
I won't lie, I felt a pit in my stomach when I saw the Magnus come up for Falcons. I saw Ame facing a Magnus in a TI Grand Finals Game 5.
Not again.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's break it down draft-wise, because the games have been incredibly one-sided. We've been here before. We've all been here. Well, maybe some of you haven't, but a long time ago, we had TI3, right? Goes to a Game 5, but those were some one-sided games to lead up to it. Drafting, there was a lot of back and forth all the way back then. There is now today in this series. Who do you think, in your opinion, who do you think walked away with the draft win?
This is honestly impossible to call. I cannot call it one way or the other. I give a very slight edge to Falcons because they got Naga Siren, and this hero has been a team fight terror. But XG got some decent answers to it. They got the Shaker in response. It's a great matchup. You have long range disable. You have team fight. They got the XM Shadow Fiend that was a monstrosity in that Game 3. They have their saving supports. They didn't want anything else. This is everything they want in a lineup. All the scaling that they will need. So much team fight. Just a matter of execution. Can you make these picks pay off? XXS looking for some pressure on Skeeter. Would love a first blood in this lane.
Yeah, gets another enchant totem. And with Shinkyu getting so many hits off, it's amping up the damage. Don't forget about that innate, the menace that he's able to apply. Skeeter loses a lot of mana for that and may lead to something in the future. But for now, no kills just yet. But the CS score is looking mighty fine for Extreme right now.
And honestly, that has been part of the story of this series. It feels like who pulls ahead in the early game is who pulls ahead more in the mid game and who closes it out.
Do you think that this is supposed to happen? When it comes to the look, I mean, we've got the Shadow Fiend versus the Pango. I feel like that is just a write-up. Pango's gonna, or excuse me, the Shadow Fiend's gonna walk away with a victory on that.
Auto lane win there. I think this juggle free farm no matter what. You can't stop him with a Disruptor Force. This looks like a lane victory for XG. They put themselves in a solid early game position. And this is also not the fastest lineup we've seen out of Falcons, right? They went for Medusa, they went for Magnus. This is not a classic Skeeter hero for a reason. It doesn't make early rotations. It doesn't join the fight super early. It does give you more scale. Will that scale come back to haunt you, though, if it gets reflected off of some Shadow Demon illusions? You can turn this Dusa back against the team itself. There's a lot of small interactions like that in this game. And of course, you have Naga Disruptor. I mean, this is a combo. I don't know how many times I've heard AUI talk about his love for this combination. I played on a team where he played carry Naga to set this all up. He loves this little combo. I've been waiting to see it in this event with how popular the heroes have been. It will finally get busted out in this game 5. Absolutely deadly in the late game. The sleep into the lockdown Static Storm. You have a disruption to soft bail you out of that situation, but there's a lot of team fight to back that combo up. There's a lot of burst damage.
In that case, do you favor Falcons going into that late game? If we get into that scenario where the teams have not been able to roll over each other with an early game advantage and we push it late?
I mean, honestly, I hate to say this, but it might come down to Omni Slashes. It's a gamble of a spell. I mean, you go in there, there's Lotus Orbs, there's Outworld Stabs. So much can go wrong, and yet so much can go right here. If you land the perfect ultimate, it can break that late game fight open.
Disruption set up, Fisher block off, a bit of damage, Snake King though. Naga Siren, a very tanky support, and once again, Crit's gonna make the early TP rotation for the punish on Extreme Gaming. That should lock it down. XXS has nowhere to run to, and first blood is claimed by Crit.
He makes the same rotation top he did in that other game. Turn that lane around for Skeeter, secure this safe lane farm. Do not let XXS get aggressive or have a free farm time up on this off lane for XG. He has been their biggest playmaker. He is their playmaker in this draft. If you shut the Shaker down, the game becomes a lot slower for Extreme Gaming, and then you're relying on the lane win from this Shadow Fiend to power you through, which, by the way, he is winning the lane CS, but this Pango has been farming jungle incredibly efficiently. Maureen is getting through this matchup.
XXS, he knew there was going to be some sort of glimpse shenanigans here, and now with the Fisher, he's trying to save his support, pull back in. Once again, this Gorgon's Grass is turning out beautiful when he's got so much set up for it, both the pull-in of the ensnare and the glimpse.
You have to find a punish somewhere on the map. This is just a straight tri-lane now from Falcons, and guaranteed kills with the net plus the glimpse.
You can't really punish the solo offlaner here. It's a double Bracer Magnus, and you've got Pugna Juggernaut. You're just not going to get a kill with that duo.
It's the downside. No disable on this Pugna to set up the spin kill. Means X-Nova's going to have to look
early Rolling Thunder goes after XM. Maureen gets stuck on the cliffs. Still able to find a second hit, but now it's underneath tower. And XM, he's trying to get off the Requiem. Unable to do so. Maybe he can threaten it now. Oh, managed to get a big heal off the Magic Wand stack. Maureen's the one to die instead. The race is to finish him off. And now the punishment comes in twofold. The Shin-Q managed to get a disruption on top of that for a second kill. XM taunting Maureen. He was already walking away with the lane win, but now he's got a massive lead. 57 CS, a kill to be a part of. 3,200.
The fifth, it might get the kill.
Ooh, it was close, but not quite good enough. A raindrop is what separates Snake King from life and death.
What a kill attempt from Maureen. He played that lane so well, salvaging it in the jungle, dodging the rough parts, went for the all-in play, but XM, he had Fairy Fire, he had wand charges. He's able to boost back up, turn that play around, and the support's there at the right time. That's a huge turnaround play for XG. When you pick XM, these lane dominators, you cannot let him fall. His Sniper and Shadow Fiend have been go-tos for Extreme for a while, for a reason. They build a lead, they take the map over, they take that tier 1 mid incredibly fast. If you gank that hero once or twice and he falls, a lot of the momentum goes out the window. So keeping him alive is pivotal here for Extreme Gaming. Also building up a lot of stacks for the Shaker. This is something Falcons are eyeing. They would love to get in there and either contest the experience or steal it away with this Pangolier.
But we talked about all tournament long how it feels impossible to do so. You get too close, you're getting echo slammed, you're too far away, you don't get all that experience and certainly none of the gold. Snake King, the best he can do for now is block extra stacks.
They do have a window. No echo yet on XXS.
Miss Skewer. Xnova, though, still taking so much damage. Thanks to the healing ward, he will stay alive. And Amar battling out with Ame, but I don't think he's expecting an extra hero here. Shinkyu can't get there in time for a disruption.
This will mean Maureen gets away with some highway robbery on these stacks. Again, no ult on XXS because his lane was so rough. He got tri-lane. Can't go here and threaten that Echo. 8-minute power rune, spawns top, invis will go to the Pangolier here. No luck for XM on that one.
An invis rune pickup from Maureen. We'll see what he does with that. I mean, it's actually a decent rune pickup if you're going to be invading Extreme Gaming side of the map constantly, as they're trying to push XM along. Still has a decent net worth lead. He's already kind of rolling.
XG, they missed the D-ward with this sentry in the river, so Maureen knows what's going on here. They're just baiting this SF out. I mean, they do not want to let XM fall in this early game. You can see the prioritization from the supports. At the same time, they're not kicking people out of this lane, and they're not hitting that tower, which is the progression we saw with the SF when they played it earlier.
Right.
That game spiraled really fast. This is getting stalled out a bit. This is buying time for the two side laners of Falcons to scale up here.
And
More
Amar,
stack contested.
he's feeling like on his Magnus game that the game is going to be slow enough that he can go for that Helmet Dominator. He's not going to be rushing the Blink Dagger, which, considering the lack of pressure so far from the Shadow Fiend, I'm inclined to agree with him.
This is the normal progression you want right here. This is going to help you scale
Early
Omni.
Omni Slash, and Amar, he levels up the RP, but he will not be able to outlast the Omni Slash.
What a find from Ame. The timing on that is tight with the next wave coming in. You really have to get it on point. He had the exact damage. I think that was literally the last slash of that ultimate.
And Ame asked for the Juggernaut. You better be perfect with these Omni Slashes because this hero is so hard to work otherwise. Omni Slash is just such a fickle spell in that regard.
But he is a Juggernaut master, right? This is his hero. He asked for it in this moment. You have to deliver. Meanwhile, stacks have been being built up for Falcons, and at the same time, the Naga Siren is denying the stacks over on the Extreme Triangle. Snaking has been a menace with the blockage.
Yeah, 9-4. Extreme doing a lot more of the stacking, but considering the fact that Maureen hijacked probably 3 or 4 of those.
They did not get them all.
Yeah, feels about even.
Still is XM picking up the farm right here. You did not get that early kill on the Shadow Fiend, so he's going to continue to power up. You just have to trade it out with some empower efficiency of your own. Diffusal done for Maureen. Haste rune in his bottle. Could be a nice little point to look for something if you're Falcons. He's really strong around the map right now. Not a lot of ability to control this Pango either in the fight. That's the one downside for this lineup against the Pangolier compared to some of the ones we saw earlier with that Bane being banned out first. You don't have a VKB Piercing disabled to control Rolling Thunder in this game.
Timing of this is going to be pretty tight because Extreme are also almost online. XXS just needs another 200 gold and he will have a Blink Dagger. So if they make the play right now, which they are, 2-man smoke, Crit and Maureen.
They want Ame. If he gets spin off, this might not work, but you have RP.
RP straight to the Stack Storm. He gets off the spin initially. They're still going to go for the kill. The teleports are coming in. He may need a disruption to bail him out here. He got off that disruption right before the Static Storm finished him with the silence, but it's not enough. Too much with the Rolling Thunder on top of everything. Falcons, they just bring too many heroes to this, and Extreme, desperate to bail out their carry, just give more to Falcons.
Such a nice timing to hit with this Pangolier. You even get to hold the Haste rune. And you always have this RP threat on the Jug. You can't just spin TP out. You didn't have Healing Ward available. Didn't have Omni Slash available for 5 seconds. No turnaround potential. They will take this Juggernaut down. An important kill in this laning phase. That Shadow Fiend is still powering up, but if you can disable the rest of the team, it's going to be a lot of weight on XM's shoulders in this game to carry it alone.
Skeeter's been having a peaceful game. Any pressure that he got was matched by Falcons rotating supports up here. And while he's not quite up there with the Shadow Fiend, he's gotten a lot of farm off lane. He's been a part of a couple of kills. And if he wanted to, he could keep this tower alive.
It's tough against the Pugno. 3 points in the blast. Xnova will eventually get it here.
That's true.
And you inevitably will open up the map if you're XG. In theory, this is good space for the Jug to use later when you can, aggressively split push with the spin TP out threat. But again, you have Stone Gaze, you have RP in this game.
Yeah.
That is not guaranteed, especially when this Blink eventually comes out for Amar. You're going to be worried pushing these lanes super deep as Ame might have to play this game a little safer than you would normally want. Can still scale up really well, but he has to get that Battle Fury online and start putting it to use.
Maureen Yeah, it feels like he's just getting everything he needs right now.
I'd be really surprised if Falcons don't try and start something around this mid lane with this rune.
Sweeping through the jungle, they aren't going to be spotted by this ward. Shin Q just sitting behind this tree, seeing if anybody on Falcons oversteps themselves.
Those have demonic purge for the power runes. Maybe that dissuades you a little bit, especially if you don't catch the Shadow Demon at the start of the fight. It's kind of the dream catch every time. Take the save out of the equation, take the demonic purge out of the equation, no reflection on the Medusa later on.
Yeah, Ame, you can't afford to let Amar do this to you. He's taken too much. Falcons are still playing the top side of the map as well, but they're going to sandwich him. A punish.
Pick him out.
Didn't want to go for the Medusa, but they'll catch Amar on the other side, go through the gate, hit him with the Blink Dagger. And with that Skewer, there's nowhere really to run. They try the Static Storm to give him some time here, but another 5 seconds till Skewer, and he's just completely surrounded.
Kill to Ame. Boost that Juggernaut up. It's going to finish his Battle Fury right on time. Nice little kill to snag. I almost wonder if he could have TP'd out under that Static Storm. It would have been tempting. I almost wonder if he could have TP'd out under that Static Storm. It would have been tempting. Still have a free farm Medusa in this game. This Medusa Juggernaut matchup is... It's a really tough one to measure. In theory, it's good for Jug because he has a little bit of sustain. He can build the mana burn items if he really wants to, Disperser later on. He has a great tool against you in the Omni Slash to kind of bypass the Stone Gaze, but it can also just go horribly wrong if Medusa hits her timings, gets a fast butterfly, is taking Roshan's against you, and is just barreling
ada ruang. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Game is in their control right now.
Break it down for me, Avery. How does Extreme win this fight?
Massive Requiems, a great catch from XXS, and the Omni Slash has to land.
He got two! He got two inside of it! The man just took it to him! He said, what do I need? It's all me, baby! I've got this! Finds an opening on two!
GG. Easy.
Falcons as well. That's why they have the reaction. Moment, and for this year, it is Team Falcons, your TI champions, and I wish you all the best good night and enjoy the rest of the evening, and we'll see you all for the next one.